who had seized an idea to live by and something to dedicate themselves to and were not going to waste a moment. When he returned to the Iron Man production office, Downey asked that Favor EO be sure to place a Tesla Roadster in Tony Stark's workshop. On a superficial level, this would symbolize that Stark was so cool and connected that he could get a Roadster before it even went on sale. On a deeper level, the car was to be placed as the nearest object to Stark's desk so that it formed something of a bond between the actor, the character, and Musk. After meeting Elon and making him real to me, I felt like having his presence in the workshop, Downey said. They became contemporaries. Elon was someone Tony probably hung out with and partied with, or more likely they went on some weird jungle trek together to drink concoctions with the shamans. After Iron Man came out, Favor EO began talking up Musk's role as the inspiration for Downey's interpretation of Tony Stark. It was a stretch on many levels. Musk is not exactly the type of guy who downs scotch in the back of a Humvee while part of a military convoy in Afghanistan. But the press lapped up the comparison, and Musk started to become more of a public figure. People who sort of knew him as that PayPal guy began to think of him as the rich, eccentric businessman behind SpaceX and Tesla. Musk enjoyed his rising profile. It fed his ego and provided some fun. He and Justine bought a house in Bel Air. Their neighbor to one side was Quincy Jones, the music producer, and their other neighbor was Joe Francis, the infamous creator of the Girls Gone Wild videos. Musk and some former PayPal executives, having settled their differences, produced Thank You for Smoking and used Musk's jet in the movie. While not a hard-drinking character, Musk took part in the Hollywood nightlife and its social scene. There were just a lot of parties to go to, said Bill Lee, Musk's close friend. Elon was neighbors with two quasi-celebrities. Our friends were making movies, and through this confluence of our networks, there was something to go out and do every night. In one interview, Musk calculated that his life had become 10% playboy and 90% engineer. 10 We had a domestic staff of 5. During the day our home transformed into a workplace, Justine wrote in magazine article. We went to black tie fundraisers and got the best tables at elite Hollywood nightclubs, with Paris Hilton and Leonardo DiCaprio partying next to us. Vivan Google co-founder Larry Page got married on Richard Branson's private Caribbean island. We were there, hanging out in a villa with John Cusack and watching Bono pose with swarms of adoring women outside the reception tent. Justine appeared to relish their status even more than Musk. A writer of fantasy fiction novels, she kept a blog detailing the couple's family life and their adventures on the town. In one entry, Justine had Musk saying that he'd prefer to sleep with Veronica than Betty from the Archie comics, and that he'd like to visit a Chuck E. Cheese sometime. In another entry, she wrote about meeting Leonardo DiCaprio at a club and having him beg for a free Tesla Roadster, only to be turned down. Justine handed out nicknames to off-occurring characters in the blog, so Bill Lee became Bill the Hotel Guy because he owns a hotel in the Dominican Republic, and Joe Francis appeared as Notorious Neighbor. It's hard to imagine Musk, who keeps to himself, hanging out with someone as ostentatious as Francis, but the men got along well. When Francis took over an amusement park for his birthday, Musk attended and then ended up partying at Francis's house. Justine wrote, he was there for a bit but admitted he also found it kind of lame. He's been to a couple of parties at NN's house now and ends up feeling self-conscious, because it just seems like there are always these skeevy guys wandering around the house trolling for girls. I don't want to be seen as one of those guys. When Francis got ready to buy a Roadster, he stopped by the Musk's house and handed over a yellow envelope with SIOOO in cash. For a while, the blog provided a rare, welcome glimpse into the life of an unconventional CEO. Musk seemed charming. The public learned that he bought Justine a 19th-century edition of Pride and Prejudice, that Musk's best friends gave him the nickname Elonius, and that Musk likes to place $1 wagers on all manner of things. Can you catch herpes from the Great Barrier Reef? Is it possible to balance two forks with a toothpick? That he knows he will win. Justine told one story about Musk travelling to Necker Island, in the British Virgin Islands, to hang out with Tony Blair and Richard Branson. A photo of the three men appeared later in the press that depicted Musk with a vacant stare. This was I am thinking about a rocket problem stance, which makes me pretty sure that he had just gotten some kind of bothersome work-related email, and was clearly oblivious to the fact that a picture was being taken at all, she wrote. This is also the reason I get sick, a kick out of it. The spouse the camera caught is the exact spouse I encountered, say, last night en route to the bathroom, standing in the hallway frowning with his arms folded. Justine letting the world into the couple's bathroom should have served as a warning of things to come. Her blog would soon turn into one of Musk's worst nightmares. The press had not run into a guy like Musk for a very long time. His shine as an internet millionaire kept getting, well, shinier thanks to PayPal's ongoing success. He also had an element of mystery. There was the weird name. And there was the willingness to spend vast sums of money on spaceships and electric cars, which came across as a combination of daring, flamboyant, and downright flabbergasting. Elon Musk has called part playboy, part space cowboy an image hardly dispelled by a car collection that has boasted a Porsche 911 Turbo, 1967 Series 1 Jaguar, a Harman BMW M5 plus the aforementioned McLaren FL, which he has driven at up to 215 miles per hour on a private airstrip, a British reporter gushed in 2007. Then there was the Il-39 Soviet military jet, which he sold after becoming a father. The press had picked up on the fact that Musk tended to talk a huge game and then struggle to deliver on his promises in time, but they didn't much care. The game he talked was so much bigger than anyone else's that reporters were comfortable giving Musk leeway. Tesla became the darling of Silicon Valley's bloggers, who tracked its every move and were breathless in their coverage. Similarly, reporters covering SpaceX were overjoyed that a young, feisty company had arrived to needle Boeing, Lockheed, and, to a large extent, NASA. All Musk had to do was eventually bring some of these wondrous things he'd been funding to market. While Musk put on a good show for the public and press, he'd started to get very worried about his businesses. SpaceX's second launch attempt had failed, and the reports coming in from Tesla kept getting worse. Musk had started these two adventures with a fortune nearing $200 million and had chewed through more than half the money with little to show for it. As each Tesla delay turned into a PR fiasco, the Musk glow dimmed. People in Silicon Valley began to gossip about Musk's money problems. Reporters who months earlier had been heaping adulation on Musk turned on him. The New York Times picked up on Tesla's transmission problems. Automotive websites griped that the Roadster might never ship. By the end of 2007, things got downright nasty. Valuag, Silicon Valley's gossip blog, began to take a particular interest in Musk. Owen Thomas, the site's lead writer, dug into the histories of Zip2 and PayPal and played up the times Musk was ousted as CEO to undermine some of his entrepreneurial street cred. Thomas then championed the premise that Musk was a master manipulator who played fast and loose with other people's money. It's wonderful that Musk has realized even a small part of his childhood fantasies, Thomas wrote. But he risks destroying his dreams by refusing to reconcile them with reality. Valuag anointed the Tesla Roadster as its #1 fail of 2007 among technology companies. As his businesses and public persona suffered, Musk's home life degraded as well. His triplets, Kai, Damien, and Saxon, had arrived near the end of 2006 and joined their brothers Griffin and Xavier. According to Musk, Justine suffered from postpartum depression following the birth of the triplets. In the spring of 2007, our marriage was having real issues, Musk said. It was on the rocks. Justine's blog posts back up his sentiments. She a much less romantic Musk and felt people treated her as an arm ornament who couldn't possibly have anything interesting to say rather than as an author and her husband's equal. During one trip to St. Bart's, the Musks ended up sharing dinner with some wealthy, influential couples. When Justine let out her political views, one of the men at the table made a crack about her being so opinionated. He chuckled back, patted my hand the way you pat a child's, Justine wrote on her blog. From that point on, Justine ordered Musk to introduce her as a published novelist and not just his wife and mother of his children. The results? His way of doing this throughout the rest of the trip. Justine wants me to tell you that she's written novels which made people look at me like, oh, that's just so cute, and didn't really help my case. As 2007 rolled into 2008, Musk's life became more tumultuous. Tesla basically had to start over on much of the Roadster, and SpaceX still had dozens of people living in Kwajalein awaiting the next launch of the Falcon 1. Both endeavors were vacuuming up Musk's money. He started selling off prized possessions like the McLaren to generate extra cash. Musk tended to shield employees from the gravity of his fiscal situation by always encouraging them to do their best work. At the same time, he personally oversaw all significant purchases at both companies. Musk also trained employees to make the right trade-offs between spending money and productivity. This struck many of the SpaceX employees as a novel idea, since they were used to traditional aerospace companies that had huge, multi-year government contracts and no day-to-day survival pressure. Elon would always be at work on Sunday, and we had some chats where he laid out his philosophy, said Kevin Brogan, the early SpaceX employee. He would say that everything we did was a function of our burn rate and that we were burning through $100,000 per day. It was this very entrepreneurial, Silicon Valley way of thinking that none of the aerospace engineers in Los Angeles were dialed into. Sometimes he wouldn't let you buy a part for $2,000 because he expected you to find it cheaper or invent something cheaper. Other times, he wouldn't flinch at renting a plane for an $80,000 to get something to Kwaj because it saved an entire workday, so it was worth it. He would place this urgency that he expected the revenue in 10 years to be $10 million a day, and that every day we were slower to achieve our goals was a day of missing out on that money. Musk had become all-consumed with Tesla and SpaceX out of necessity, and there can be no doubt that this exacerbated the tensions in his marriage. The Musks had a team of nannies to help with their 5 children, but Elon could not spend much time at home. He worked 7 days a week and quite often split his time between Los Angeles and San Francisco. Justine needed a change. During moments of self-reflection, she felt sickened, perceiving herself a trophy wife. Justine longed to be Elon's partner again and to feel some of that spark from their early days before life had turned so dazzling and demanding. It's not clear how much Musk let on to Justine about his dwindling bank account. She has long maintained that Musk kept her in the dark about the family's financial arrangements. But some of Musk's closest friends did get a glimpse into the worsening financial situation. In the first half of 2008, Antonio Gracias, the founder and CEO of Valar Equity, met Musk for dinner. Gracias had been an investor in Tesla and had become one of Musk's closest friends and allies, and he could see Musk agonizing over his future. Things were starting to be difficult with Justine, but they were still together, Gracias said. During that dinner, Elon said, "I will spend my last dollar on these companies. If we have to move into Justine's parents' basement, we'll do it." The option of moving in with Justine's parents expired on the 16th of June, 2008, when Musk filed for divorce. The couple did not disclose the situation right away, although Justine left hints on her blog. In late June, she posted a quotation from Moby without any additional context: "There's no such thing as a well-adjusted public figure. If they were well-adjusted, they wouldn't try to be a public figure." The next entry had Justine house hunting for undisclosed reasons with Sharon Stone, and a couple of entries later she talked about a major drama that she'd been dealing with. In September, Justine wrote her first blog post explicitly about the divorce, saying, "We had a good run. We married young, took it as far as we could, and now it is over." Valuag naturally followed with a story about the divorce and noted that Musk had been seen out with a 20-something actress. The media coverage and divorce freed Justine to write about her private life in a much more liberated way. In the posts that followed, she gave her account of how the marriage ended, her views on Musk's girlfriend and future second wife, and the inner workings of the divorce proceedings. For the first time, the public had access to a deeply unpleasant portrayal of Musk and received some first-hand accounts, albeit from an ex-wife, of his hard-line behavior. The writing may have been biased, but it provided a window into how Musk operated. Here's one post about the lead-up to the divorce and its rapid execution. Divorce, for me, was like the bomb you set off when all other options have been exhausted. I had not yet given up on the diplomacy option, which was why I hadn't already filed. We were still in the early stages of marital counseling, 3 sessions total. Elon, however, took matters into his own hands. He tends to like to do that. When he gave me an ultimatum, either we fix the marriage today, or I will divorce you tomorrow. That night, and again the next morning, he asked me what I wanted to do. I stated emphatically that I was not ready to unleash the dogs of divorce. I suggested that we hold off for at least another week. Elon nodded, touched the top of my head, and left. Later that same morning I tried to make a purchase and discovered that he had cut off my credit card, which is when I also knew that he had gone ahead and filed. As it was, he did not tell me directly, he had another person do it. For Musk, each online missive from Justine created another public relations crisis that added to the endless stream of issues faced by his companies. The image he'd sculpted over the years appeared ready to crumble alongside his businesses. It was a disaster scenario. Soon enough, the Musks had achieved celebrity divorce status. Mainstream outlets joined Valuag in poring over court filings tied to the breakup, particularly as Justine fought for more money. During the PayPal days, Justine had signed a postnuptial agreement and now argued that she didn't really have the time or inclination to dig into the ramifications of the paperwork. Justine took to her blog in an entry titled Gold Digger and said she was fighting for a divorce settlement that would include their house, alimony and child support, $6 million in cash, 10% of Musk's Tesla stock, 5% of Musk's SpaceX stock, and a Tesla Roadster. Justine also appeared on CNBC's show Divorce Wars and wrote an article for Marie Claire titled I Was a Starter Wife, Inside America's Messiest Divorce. The public tended to side with Justine during all of this and couldn't quite figure out why a billionaire was fighting his wife's seemingly fair requests. A major problem for Musk, of course, was that his assets were anything but liquid, with most of his net worth being tied up in Tesla and SpaceX stock. The couple eventually settled with Justine getting the house, $2 million in cash, minus her legal fees, $80,000 a month in alimony and child support for 17 years, and a Tesla Roadster. Years after the settlement, Justine still struggled to speak about her relationship with Musk. During our interview, she broke down in tears several times and needed moments to compose her thoughts. Musk, she said, had hidden many things from her during their marriage and ultimately treated her much like a business adversary to be conquered during the divorce. We were at war for a while, and when you go to war with Elon, it's pretty brutal, she said. Well, after their marriage ended, Justine continued to blog about Musk. She wrote about Riley and provided commentary on his parenting. One post gave Musk a hard time for banning stuffed animals from the house when their twins turned 7. Asked about this, Justine said, Elon is hardcore. He grew up in a tough culture and tough circumstances. He had to become very tough to not only thrive but to conquer the world. He doesn't want to raise soft overprivileged kids with no direction. Comments like these seem to indicate that Justine still admired or at least understood Musk's strong will. In the weeks after he first filed for divorce in mid-June of 2008, Musk tumbled into a deep funk. Bill Lee started to worry about his friend's mental state and, as one of Musk's more free-spirited friends, wanted to do something to cheer him up. Now and again, Musk and Lee, an investor, would take trips overseas and mix business and pleasure. The time was right for just such a journey, and they set off for London at the start of July. The decompression program began poorly. Musk and Lee visited the headquarters of Aston Martin to see the company's CEO and get a tour of his factory. The executive treated Musk like an amateur car builder, talking down to him and suggesting that he knew more about electric vehicles than anyone else on the planet. He was a complete douche, as Lee put it, and the men did their best to make a hasty exit back to central London. Along the way, Musk had a nagging stomach pain turned severe. At the time, Lee was married to Sarah Gore, the daughter of former Vice President Elon Gore, who had been a medical student, and so he called her for advice. They decided that Musk might be suffering from appendicitis, and Lee took him to a medical clinic in the middle of a shopping mall. When the tests came back negative, Lee set to work trying to goad Musk into a night on the town. Elon didn't want to go out, and I didn't really, either, Lee said. But I was like, no, come on. We're all the way here. Lee coaxed Musk into going to a club called The Whiskey Mist, in Mayfair. People had packed the small, high-end dance spot and Musk wanted to leave after 10 minutes. The well-connected Lee texted a promoter friend of his, who pulled some strings to get Musk escorted into the VIP area. The promoter then reached out to some of his prettiest friends, including a 22-year-old up-and-coming actress named Talia Riley, and they soon arrived at the club as well. Riley and her two gorgeous friends had come from a charity gala and were in full-length, flowing gowns. Talia was in this huge Cinderella thing, Lee said. Musk and Riley were introduced by people at the club, and he perked at the sight of her dazzling figure. Musk and Riley sat at a table with their friends but immediately zeroed in on each other. Riley had just hit it big with her portrayal of Mary Bennet in Pride and Prejudice and thought of herself as quite the hotshot. The older Musk, meanwhile, took on the role of the soft-spoken, sweet engineer. He whipped out his phone and displayed photos of the Falcon 1 and Roadster, although Riley thought he had just done some work on these projects and didn't realize he ran the companies building the machines. I remember thinking that this guy probably didn't get to talk to young actresses a lot and that he seemed quite nervous, Riley said. I decided to be really nice to him and give him a nice evening. Little did I know that he'd spoken to a lot of pretty girls in his life. The more Musk and Riley talked, the more Lee egged them on. It was the first time in weeks that his friend appeared happy. His stomach didn't hurt, he's not bummed, this is great, Lee said. Despite being dressed for a fairy tale, Riley didn't fall in love with Musk at first sight. But she did become more impressed and intrigued as the night went on, particularly after the club promoter introduced Musk to a stunning model, and he politely said hello and then sat right back down with Riley. I figured he couldn't be all bad after that, said Riley, who then allowed Musk to place his hand on her knee. Musk asked Riley out to dinner the next night, and she accepted. With her curvy figure, sultry eyes, and playful good girl demeanor, Riley was a budding film star but didn't really act the part. She grew up in the idyllic English countryside, went to a top school, and, until a week before she met Musk, had been living at home with her parents. After the night at Whiskey Mist, Riley called her family to tell them about the interesting guy she had met who builds rockets and cars. Her father used to head up the National Crime Squad and went straight to his computer to conduct a background check that illuminated Musk's resume as a married international playboy with 5 kids. Riley's father chided his daughter for being a fool, but she held out hope that Musk had an explanation and went to dinner with him anyway. Musk brought Lee to the dinner, and Riley brought her friend Tamsin Edgerton, also a beautiful actress. Things were cooler throughout the meal as the group dined in a depressingly empty restaurant. Riley waited to see what Musk would bring up on his own. Eventually, he did announce his 5 sons and his pending divorce. The confession proved enough to keep Riley interested and curious about where things would lead. Following the meal, Musk and Riley broke off on their own. They went for a walk through Soho and then stopped at Café Bohème, where Riley, a lifelong teetotaler, sipped an apple juice. Musk kept Riley's attention, and the romance began in earnest. The couple had lunch the next day and then went to the White Cube, a modern art gallery, and then back to Musk's hotel room. Musk told Riley, a virgin, that he wanted to show her his rockets. I was skeptical, but he did actually show me rocket videos, she said. Once Musk went back to the United States *, they kept in touch via email for a couple of weeks, and then Riley booked a flight to Los Angeles. I wasn't even thinking girlfriend or anything like that, Riley said. I was just having fun. Musk had other ideas. Riley had been in California for just 5 days when he made his move as they lay in bed talking in a tiny room at the Peninsula Hotel in Beverly Hills. He said, I don't want you to leave. I want you to marry me. I think I laughed. Then, he said, no. I'm serious. I'm sorry I don't have a ring. I said, we can shake on it if you like. And we did. I don't remember what I was thinking at the time, and all I can say is that I was 22. Riley had been a model daughter up to that point, never giving her parents much of anything to worry about. She did well at school, had scored some tremendous acting gigs, and had a soft, sweet personality that her friends described as Snow White brought to life. But there she was on the hotel's balcony, informing her parents that she had agreed to marry a man 14 years her senior, who had just filed for divorce from his first wife, had 5 kids and 2 companies, and she didn't even see how she could possibly love him after knowing him for a matter of weeks. I think my mother had a nervous breakdown, Riley said. But I had always been highly romantic, and it actually didn't strike me as that strange. Riley flew back to England to gather her things, and her parents flew back with her to the United States to meet Musk, who belatedly asked Riley's father for his blessing. Musk did not have his own house, which left the couple moving into a home that belonged to Musk's friend the billionaire Jeff Skoll. I had been living there a week when this random guy walked in, Riley said. I said, who are you? He said, I am the homeowner. Vivo are you? I told him, and then he just walked out. Musk later proposed to Riley again on the balcony of Skoll's house, unveiling a massive ring. He has since bought her 3 engagement rings, including the giant first one, an everyday ring, and one designed by Musk that has a diamond surrounded by 10 sapphires. I remember him saying, being with me was CHCK, sing the hard path. I didn't quite understand at the time, but I do now. It's quite hard, quite the crazy ride. Riley experienced a baptism by fire. The whirlwind romance had given her the impression that she was engaged to a world-conquering, jet-setting billionaire. That was true in theory but a murkier proposition in practice. As late July rolled around, Musk could see that he had just enough cash on hand to scrape through to the end of the year. Both SpaceX and Tesla would need cash infusions at some point just to pay the employees, and it was unclear where that money would come from with the world's financial markets in disarray and investments being put on hold. If things had been going more smoothly at the companies, Musk could have felt more confident about raising money, but they were not. He would come home every day, and there would be some calamity, Riley said. He was under immense pressure from all quarters. It was horrendous. SpaceX's 3rd flight from Kwajalein jumped out as Musk's most pressing concern. His team of engineers had remained camped out on the island, preparing the Falcon 1 for another run. A typical company would focus just on the task at hand. Not SpaceX. It had shipped the Falcon 1 to Kwaj in April with one set of engineers and then put another group of engineers on a new project to develop the Falcon 9, a 9-engine rocket that would take the place of the Falcon 5 and serve as a possible replacement to the retiring Space Shuttle. SpaceX had yet to prove it could get to space successfully, but Musk kept positioning it to bid on big-ticket NASA contracts. On the 30th of July, 2008, The Falcon 9 had a successful test fire in Texas with all 9 of its engines lighting up and producing 850,000 pounds of thrust. 3 days later, in Quaj, SpaceX's engineers fueled up the Falcon 1 and crossed their fingers. The rocket had an Air Force satellite as its payload, along with a couple of experiments from NASA. All told, the cargo weighed 375 pounds. SpaceX had been making significant changes to its rocket since the last, failed launch. A traditional aerospace company would not have wanted the added risk, but Musk insisted that SpaceX push its technology forward while at the same time trying to make it work right. Among the biggest changes for the Falcon 1 was a new version of the Merlin 1 engine that relied on a tweaked cooling system. The first launch attempt on the 2nd of August, 2008, aborted at T-0 seconds. SpaceX regrouped and tried to launch again the same day. This time everything seemed to be going well. The Falcon 1 soared into the sky and flew spectacularly without any indication of a problem. SpaceX employees watching a webcast of the proceedings back in California let out and whistles. Then, right at the moment when the first stage and second stage were to separate, there was a malfunction. An analysis after the fact would show that the new engines had delivered an unexpected thrust during the separation process that caused the first stage to bump up into the second stage, damaging the top part of the rocket and its engine. The failed launch left many SpaceX employees shattered. It was so profound seeing the energy shift over the room in the course of 30 seconds, said Dolly Singh, a recruiter at SpaceX. It was like the worst fucking day ever. You don't usually see grown-ups weeping, but there they were. We were tired and broken emotionally. Musk addressed the workers right away and encouraged them to get back to work. He said, "Look. We are going to do this, it's going to be okay. Don't freak out," Singh recalled. It was like magic. Everyone chilled out immediately and started to focus on figuring out what just happened and how to fix it. It went from despair to hope and focus. Musk put up a positive front to the public as well. In a statement, he said that SpaceX had another rocket waiting to attempt a 4th launch and a 5th launch planned shortly after that. "I have also given the go-ahead to begin fabrication of Flight 6, he said. Falcon 9 development will also continue unabated. In reality, the 3rd launch was a disaster with cascading consequences. Since the 2nd stage of the rocket did not fire properly, SpaceX never got a chance to see if it had really fixed the fuel sloshing issues that had plagued the 2nd flight. Many of the SpaceX engineers were confident that they had solved this problem and were anxious to get to the 4th launch, that they had an easy answer for the recent thrust problem. For Musk, the situation seemed I was super depressed," Musk said. "If we hadn't solved the slush graver coupling problem on Flight 2, or there was just some random other thing that occurred, say a mistake in the launch process or the manufacturing process unrelated to anything previous, then game over. SpaceX simply did not have enough money to try a 5th flight. He'd put $100 million into the company and had nothing to spare because of the issues at Tesla. Flight 4 was it," Musk said. If, however, SpaceX could nail the 4th flight, it would instill confidence on the part of the US government and possible commercial customers, paving the way for the Falcon 9 and even more ambitious projects. Leading up to the 3rd launch, Musk had been his usual ultra-involved self. Anyone at SpaceX who held the launch back went onto Musk's critical path shit list. Musk would hound the person responsible about the delays, but, typically, he would also do everything in his power to help solve problems. "I was personally holding up the launch once and had to give Elon twice daily updates about what was going on," said Kevin Brogan. But Elon would say, "There are 500 people at this company. What do you need?" One of the calls must have taken place while Musk courted Riley. Brogan remembered Musk phoning from the bathroom of a London club to find out how welding had gone on a large part of the rocket. Musk fielded another call in the middle of the night while sleeping next to Riley and had to whisper as he berated the engineers. He's giving us the pillow talk voice, so we all have to huddle around the speakerphone while he tells us, "You guys need to get your shit together," Brogan said. With the fourth launch, the demands and anticipation had ratcheted to the point that people started making silly mistakes. Typically, the body of the Falcon 1 rocket traveled to Kwaj via barge. This time Musk and the engineers were excited and desperate to wait for the ocean journey. Musk rented a military cargo plane to fly the rocket body from Los Angeles to Hawaii and then on to Kwaj. This would have been a fine idea, except the SpaceX engineers forgot to factor in what the pressurized plane would do to the body of the rocket, which is less than 1/8 of an inch thick. As the plane started its descent into Hawaii, everyone inside of it could hear strange noises coming from the cargo hold. "I looked back and could see the stage crumbling," said Bulent Alton, the former head of avionics at SpaceX. "I told the pilot to go up, and he did." The rocket had behaved much like an empty water bottle on a plane, with the air pressure pushing against the sides of the bottle and making it buckle. Alton calculated that the SpaceX team on the plane had about 30 minutes to do something about the problem before they would need to land. They pulled out their pocketknives and cut away the shrink wrap that held the rocket's body tight. Then they found a maintenance kit on the plane and used wrenches to open up some nuts on the rocket that would allow its internal pressure to match that of the plane's. When the plane landed, the engineers divvied up the duties of calling SpaceX's top executives to tell them about the catastrophe. It was 3 a.m. Los Angeles time, and one of the executives volunteered to deliver the horrific news to Musk. The thinking at the time was that it would take 3 months to repair the damage. The body of the rocket had caved in several places, baffles placed inside the fuel tank to stop the sloshing problem had broken, and an assortment of other issues had appeared. Musk ordered the team to continue on to Kwaj and sent in a reinforcement team with repair parts. 2 weeks later, the rocket had been fixed inside of the makeshift hangar. "It was like being stuck in a foxhole together," Alton said. "You weren't going to quit and leave the person next to you behind." When it was all done, everyone felt amazing. The fourth and possibly final launch for SpaceX took place on the 28th of September, 2008. The SpaceX employees had worked non-stop shifts under agonizing pressure for 6 weeks to reach this day. Their pride as engineers and their hopes and dreams were on the line. "The people watching back at the factory were trying their best not to throw up," said James McLaurie, a machinist at SpaceX. Despite their past flubs, the engineers on Kwaj were confident that this launch would work. Some of these people had spent years on the island going through one of the more surreal engineering exercises in human history. They had been separated from their families, assaulted by the heat, and exiled on their tiny launchpad outpost, sometimes without much food, for days on end as they waited for the launch windows to open and dealt with the aborts that followed. So much of that pain and suffering and fear would be forgotten if this launch went successfully. In the late afternoon on the 28th, the SpaceX team raised the Falcon 1 into its launch position. Once again, it stood tall, looking like a bizarre artifact of an island tribe as palm trees swayed beside it and a smattering of clouds crossed through the spectacular blue sky. By this time, SpaceX had upped its webcast game, turning each launch into a major production both for its employees and the public. 2 SpaceX marketing executives spent 20 minutes before the launch going through all the technical ins and outs of the launch. The Falcon 1 was not carrying real cargo this time. Neither the company nor the military wanted to see something else blow up or get lost at sea, so the rocket held a 360-pound dummy payload. The fact that SpaceX had been reduced to launch theater did not faze the employees or dampen their enthusiasm. As the rocket rumbled and then climbed higher, the employees back at SpaceX headquarters let out raucous cheers. Each milestone that followed, clearing the island, engine checks coming back good, was again met with whistles and shouts. As the first stage fell away, the second stage fired up about 90 seconds into the flight and the employees turned downright rapturous, filling the webcast with their ecstatic hollering. "Perfect," said one of the talking heads. The Kestrel engine glowed red and started its 6-minute burn. When the second stage cleared, I could finally start breathing again and my knees stopped buckling, said McLaurie. The fairing opened up around the 3-minute mark and fell back toward Earth. And, finally, around 9 minutes into its journey, the Falcon 1 shut down just as planned and reached orbit, making it the first privately built machine to accomplish such a feat. It took 6 years, about 4.5 more than Musk had once planned, and 500 people to make this miracle of modern science and business happen. Earlier in the day, Musk had tried to distract himself from the mounting pressure by going to Disneyland with his brother Kimball and their children. Musk then had to race back to make the 4 p.m. launch and walked into SpaceX's trailer control room about 2 minutes before blastoff. When the launch was successful, everyone burst into tears, Kimball said. It was one of the most emotional experiences I've had. Musk left the control room and walked out to the factory floor, where he received a rock star's welcome. "Well, that was freaking awesome," he said. "There are a lot of people who thought we couldn't do it, a lot actually, but as the saying goes, the fourth time is the charm, right? There are only a handful of countries on Earth that have done this. It's normally a country thing, not a company thing. My mind is kind of frazzled, so it's hard for me to say anything, but, man, this is definitely one of the greatest days in my life, and I think probably for most people here. We showed people we can do it. This is just the first step of many. I am going to have a really great party tonight. I don't know about you guys." Mary Beth Brown then tapped Musk on the shoulder and pulled him away to a meeting. The afterglow of this mammoth victory faded soon after the party ended, and the severity of SpaceX's financial hell became top of mind again for Musk. SpaceX had the Falcon 9 efforts to support and had also immediately green-lighted the construction of another machine, the Dragon capsule, that would be used to take supplies, and one day humans, to the International Space Station. Historically, either project would cost more than $1 billion to complete, but SpaceX would have to find a way to build both machines simultaneously for a fraction of the cost. The company had dramatically increased the rate at which it hired employees and moved into a much larger headquarters in Hawthorne, California. SpaceX had a commercial flight booked to carry a satellite into orbit for the Malaysian government, but that launch and the payment for it would not arrive until the middle of 2009. In the meantime, SpaceX simply struggled to make its payroll. The press did not know the extent of Musk's financial woes, but they knew enough to turn detailing Tesla's precarious financial situation into a favored pastime. A website called The Truth About Cars began a Tesla Death Watch in May 2008 and followed up with dozens of entries throughout the year. The blog took special pleasure in rejecting the idea that Musk was a true founder of the company, presenting him as the moneyman and chairman who had more or less stolen Tesla from the genius engineer Eberhard. When Eberhard started a blog detailing the pros and cons of being a Tesla customer, the auto site was all too happy to echo his gripes. Top Gear, a popular British television show, ripped the Roadster apart, making it look as if the car had run out of juice during a road test. "People joke about the Tesla Death Watch and all that, but it was harsh," said Kimball Musk. "One day there were 50 articles about how Tesla will die. Then, in October 2008, just a couple weeks after SpaceX's successful launch, Valuag appeared on the scene again. First it ridiculed Musk for officially taking over as CEO of Tesla and replacing Drury, on the grounds that Musk had just lucked into his past successes. It followed that by printing a tell-all email from a Tesla employee. The report said that Tesla had just gone through a round of layoffs, shut down its Detroit office, and had only $9 million left in the bank. "We have over 1,200 reservations, which means, we've taken multiples of tens of millions of cash from our customers and have spent them all," the Tesla employee wrote. Meanwhile, "We only delivered less than 50 cars. I actually talked a close friend of mine into putting down $60,000 for a Tesla Roadster. I cannot conscientiously a bystander anymore and allow my company to deceive the public and defraud our dear customers. Our customers and the general public are the reason Tesla is so loved. The fact that they are being lied to is just wrong. Yes, Tesla deserved much of the negative attention. Musk, though, felt like the 2008 climate with the hatred of bankers and the rich had turned him into a particularly juicy target. I was just getting pistol whipped, Musk said. There was a lot of schadenfreude at the time, and it was bad on so many levels. Just Ian was torturing me in the press. There were always all these negative articles about Tesla, and the stories about SpaceX's third failure. It hurt really bad. You have these huge doubts that your life is not working, your car is not working, you're going through a divorce and all of those things. I felt like a pile of shit. I didn't think we would overcome it. I thought things were probably fucking when Musk ran through the calculations concerning SpaceX and Tesla. It occurred to him that only one company would likely even have a chance at survival. I could either pick SpaceX or Tesla or split the money I had left between them, Musk said. That was a tough decision. If I split the money, maybe both of them would die. If I gave the money to just one company, the probability of it surviving was greater, but then it would mean certain death for the other company. I debated that over and over. While Musk meditated on this, the economy worsened quickly and so too did Musk's financial condition. As 2008 came to an end, Musk had run out of money. Riley began to see Musk's life as a Shakespearean tragedy. Sometimes Musk would open up to her about the issues, and other times he retreated into himself. Riley spied on Musk while he read email and watched him grimace as the bad news poured in. You'd witness him having these conversations in his head, she said. It's really hard to watch someone you love struggle like that. Because of the long hours that he worked and his eating habits, Musk's weight fluctuated wildly. Bags formed under his eyes, and his countenance started to resemble that of a shattered runner at the back end of an ultramarathon. He looked like death itself, Riley said. I remember thinking this guy would have a heart attack and die. He seemed like a man on the brink. In the middle of the night, Musk would have nightmares and yell out. He was in physical pain, Riley said. He would climb on me and start screaming while still asleep. The couple had to start borrowing hundreds of thousands of dollars from Musk's friend Skoll, and Riley's parents offered to remortgage their house. Musk no longer flew his jet back and forth between Los Angeles and Silicon Valley. He took Southwest. Burning through about $4 million a month, Tesla needed to close another major round of funding to get through 2008 and stay alive. Musk had to lean on friends just to try to make payroll from week to week, as he negotiated with investors. He sent impassioned pleas to anyone he could think of who might be able to spare some money. Bill Lee invested $2 million in Tesla, and Sergey Brin invested $500,000. A bunch of Tesla employees wrote checks to keep the company going, said Diarmuid O'Connell, the vice president of business development at Tesla. They turned into investments, but, at the time, it was $25,000 or $50,000 that you didn't expect to see again. It just seemed like holy shit, this thing is going to crater. Kimball had lost most of his money during the recession when his investments bottomed out, but sold what he had left and put it into Tesla as well. I was close to bankruptcy, Kimball said. Tesla had set the prepayments that customers made for the Roadsters aside, but Musk now needed to use that money to keep the company going, and soon those funds were gone, too. These fiscal maneuvers worried Kimball. I'm sure Elon would have found a way to make things right, but he definitely took risks that seemed like they could have landed him in jail for using someone else's money, he said. In December 2008, Musk mounted simultaneous campaigns to try to save his companies. He heard a rumor that NASA was on the verge of awarding a contract to resupply the space station. SpaceX's fourth launch had put it in a position to receive some of this money, which was said to be in excess of $1 billion. Musk reached out through some back channels in Washington and found out that SpaceX might even be a front-runner for the deal. Musk began doing everything in his power to assure people that the company could meet the challenge of getting a capsule to the ISS. As for Tesla, Musk had to go to his existing investors and ask them to pony up for another round of funding that needed to close by Christmas Eve to avoid bankruptcy. To give the investors some measure of confidence, Musk made a last-ditch effort to raise all the personal funds he could and put them into the company. He took out a loan from SpaceX, which NASA approved, and earmarked the money for Tesla. Musk went to the secondary markets to try to sell some of his shares in SolarCity. He also seized about $15 million that came through when Dell acquired a data center software startup called Everdream, founded by Musk's cousins, in which he had invested. "It was like the fucking Matrix," Musk said, describing his financial maneuvers. "The Everdream deal really saved my butt." Musk had cobbled together $20 million, and asked Tesla's existing investors, since no new investors materialized, to match that figure. The investors agreed, and on the 3rd of December, 2008, they were in the process of finalizing the paperwork for the funding round when Musk noticed a problem. Vantage Point Capital Partners had signed all of the paperwork except for one crucial page. Musk phoned up Alan Salmon, Vantage Point's co-founder and managing partner, to ask about the situation. Salmon informed Musk that the firm had a problem with the investment round because it undervalued Tesla. "I said, I've got an excellent solution then. Take my entire portion of the deal. I had a real hard time coming up with the money. Based on the cash we have in the bank right now, we will bounce payroll next week. So unless you've got another idea, can you either just participate as much as you'd like, or allow the round to go through because otherwise we will be bankrupt?" Salmon balked and told Musk to come in the following week at 7 a.m. to present to Vantage Point's top brass. Not having a week of time to work with, Musk asked to come in the next day, and Salmon refused that offer, forcing Musk to continue taking on loans. "The only reason he wanted the meeting at his office was for me to come on bended knee begging for money so he could say, 'No,'" Musk theorized. "What a fuckhead." Vantage Point declined to speak about this period, but Musk believed that Salmon's tactics were part of a mission to bankrupt Tesla. Musk feared that Vantage Point would oust him as CEO, recapitalize Tesla, and emerge as the major owner of the car maker. It could then sell Tesla to a Detroit automaker or focus on selling electric drivetrains and battery packs instead of making cars. Such reasoning would have been quite practical from a business standpoint but did not match up with Musk's goals for Tesla. Vantage Point was forcing that wisdom down the throat of an entrepreneur who wanted to do something bigger and bolder, said Steve Jurvetson, a partner at Draper Fisher Jurvetson and Tesla investor. "Maybe they are used to a CEO buckling, but Elon doesn't do that." Instead, Musk took another huge risk. Tesla recharacterized the funding as a debt round rather than an equity round, knowing that Vantage Point could not interfere with a debt deal. The tricky part of this strategy was that investors like Jurvetson who wanted to help Tesla were put in a bind because venture capital firms are not structured to do debt deals, and convincing their backers to alter their normal rules of engagement for a company that could very well go bankrupt in a matter of days would be a very tough ask. Knowing this, Musk bluffed. He told the investors that he would take another loan from SpaceX and fund the entire round, all $40 million, himself. The tactic worked. When you have scarcity, it naturally reinforces greed and leads to more interest, Jurvetson said. It was also easier for us to go back to our firms and say, "Here is the deal. Go or no go." The deal ended up closing on Christmas Eve, hours before Tesla would have gone bankrupt. Musk had just a few $100,000 left and could not have made payroll the next day. Musk ultimately put in $12 million, and the investment firms put up the rest. As for Salmon, Musk said, he should be ashamed of himself. At SpaceX, Musk and the company's top executives had spent most of December in a state of fear. According to reports in the press, SpaceX, the one-time front-runner for the large NASA contract, had suddenly lost favor with the space agency. Michael Griffin, who had once almost been a co-founder of SpaceX, was the head of NASA and had turned on Musk. Griffin did not care for Musk's aggressive business tactics, seeing him as borderline unethical. Others have suggested that Griffin ended up being jealous of Musk and SpaceX. On the 23rd of December, 2008, however, SpaceX received a shock. People inside NASA had backed SpaceX to become a supplier for the ISS. The company received $6 billion as payment for 12 flights to the space station. Staying with Kimball in Boulder, Colorado, for the holidays, Musk broke down in tears as the SpaceX and Tesla transactions processed. "I hadn't had an opportunity to buy a Christmas present for Tallulah or anything," he said. "I went running down the fucking street in Boulder, and the only place that was open sold these shitty trinkets, and they were about to close. The best thing I could find were these plastic monkeys with coconuts, those see no evil, hear no evil monkeys." For Gracias, the Tesla and SpaceX investor and Musk's friend, the 2008 period told him everything he would ever need to know about Musk's character. He saw a man who arrived in the United States with nothing, who had lost a child, who was being pilloried in the press by reporters and his ex-wife, and who verged on having his life's work destroyed. "He has the ability to work harder and endure more stress than anyone I've ever met," Gracias said. "What he went through in 2008 would have broken anyone else. He didn't just survive. He kept working and stayed focused." That ability to stay focused in the midst of a crisis stands as one of Musk's main advantages over other executives and competitors. "Most people who are under that sort of pressure," Fray Gracias said, "their decisions go bad. Elon gets hyper-rational. He's still able to make very clear, long-term decisions. The harder it gets, the better he gets." Anyone who saw what he went through firsthand came away with more respect for the guy. "I've just never seen anything like his ability to take pain." Liftoff: the Falcon 9 has become SpaceX's workhorse. The rocket looks, let's face it, like a giant white phallus. It stands 224.4 feet tall, is 12 feet across, and weighs 1.1 million pounds. The rocket is powered by 9 engines arranged in an octaweb pattern at its base, with 1 engine in the center and 8 others encircling it. The engines connect to the first stage, or the main body of the rocket, which bears the blue SpaceX insignia and an American flag. The shorter second stage of the rocket sits on top of the first and is the one that actually ends up doing things in space. It can be outfitted with a rounded container for carrying satellites or a capsule capable of transporting humans. By design, there's nothing particularly flashy about the Falcon 9's outward appearance. It's the spaceship equivalent of an Apple laptop or a Braun kettle, an elegant, purposeful machine stripped of frivolity and waste. SpaceX sometimes uses Vandenberg Air Force Base in Southern California to send up these Falcon 9 rockets. Were it not owned by the military, the base would be a resort. The Pacific Ocean runs for miles along its border, and its grounds have wide open shrubby fields dotted by green hills. Nestled into one hilly spot just at the ocean's edge are a handful of launch pads. On launch days, the white Falcon 9 breaks up the blue and green landscape, pointing skyward and leaving no doubt about its intentions. About 4 hours before a launch, the Falcon 9 starts getting filled with an immense amount of liquid oxygen and rocket-grade kerosene. Some of the liquid oxygen vents out of the rocket as it awaits launch and is kept so cold that it boils off on contact with the metal and air, forming white plumes that stream down the rocket's sides. This gives the impression of the Falcon 9 huffing and puffing as it limbers up before the journey. The engineers inside of SpaceX's mission control monitor these fuel systems and all manner of other items. They chat back and forth through headsets and begin cycling through their launch checklist, consumed by what people in the business call go fever as they move from one approval to the next. 10 minutes before launch, the humans step out of the way and leave the remaining processes up to automated machines. Everything goes quiet, and the tension builds until right before the main event. That's when, out of nowhere, the Falcon 9 breaks the silence by letting out a loud gasp. A white latticed support structure pulls away from its body. The T-10 seconds countdown begins. Nothing much happens from 10 down to 4. At the count of 3, however, the engines ignite, and the computers conduct a last, oh so rapid, health check. 4 enormous metal clamps hold the rocket down, as computing systems evaluate all 9 engines and measure if there's sufficient downward force being produced. By the time 0 arrives, the rocket has decided that all is well enough to go through with its mission, and the clamps release. The rocket goes to war with inertia, and then, with flames surrounding its base and snow-thick plumes of the liquid oxygen filling the air, it shoots up. Seeing something so large hold so straight and steady while suspended in midair is hard for the brain to register. It is foreign, inexplicable. About 20 seconds after liftoff, the spectators placed safely a few miles away catch the first faceful of the Falcon 9's rumble. It's a distinct sound, a sort of staccato crackling that arises from chemicals whipped into a violent frenzy. Pant legs vibrate from shock waves produced by a stream of sonic booms coming out of the Falcon 9's exhaust. The white rocket climbs higher and higher with impressive stamina. After about a minute, it's just a red spot in the sky, and then, poof, it's gone. Only a cynical dullard could come away from witnessing this feeling anything other than wonder at what man can accomplish. For Elon Musk, this spectacle has turned into a familiar experience. SpaceX has metamorphosed from the joke of the aeronautics industry into one of its most consistent operators. SpaceX sends a rocket up about once a month, carrying satellites for companies and nations and supplies to the International Space Station. Where the Falcon 1 blasting off from Kwajalein was the work of a start-up, the Falcon 9 taking off from is the work of an aerospace superpower. SpaceX can undercut its US competitors, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Orbital Sciences, on price by a ridiculous margin. It also offers US customers a peace of mind that its rivals can't. Where these competitors rely on Russian and other foreign suppliers, SpaceX makes all of its machines from scratch in the United States. Because of its low costs, SpaceX has once again made the United States a player in the worldwide commercial launch market. Its $60 million per launch cost is much less than what Europe and Japan charge and trumps even the relative bargains offered by the Russians and Chinese, who have the added benefit of decades of sunk government investment into their space programs as well as cheap labor. The United States continues to take great pride in having Boeing compete against Airbus and other foreign aircraft makers. For some reason, though, government leaders and the public have been willing to concede much of the commercial launch market. It's a disheartening and short-sighted position. The total market for satellites, related services, and the rocket launches needed to carry them to space has exploded over the past decade from about $60 billion per year to more than $200 billion. 11 number of countries pay to send up their own spy, communication, and weather satellites. Companies then turn to space for television, internet, radio, weather, navigation, and imaging services. The machines in space supply the fabric of modern life, and they are going to become more capable and interesting at a rapid pace. A whole new breed of satellite makers has just appeared on the scene with the ability to answer Google-like queries about our planet. These satellites can zoom in on Iowa and determine when cornfields are at peak yields and ready to harvest, and they can count cars in Walmart parking lots throughout California to calculate shopping demand during the holiday season. The startups making these types of innovative machines must often turn to the Russians to get them into space, but SpaceX intends to change that. The United States has remained competitive in the most lucrative parts of the space industry, building the actual satellites and complementary systems and services to run them. Each year, the United States makes about 1/3 of all satellites and takes about 60% of the global satellite revenue. The majority of this revenue comes from business done with the US government. China, Europe, and Russia account for almost all of the remaining satellite sales and launches. It's expected that China's role in the space industry will increase, while Russia has vowed to spend $50 billion on revitalizing its space program. This leaves the United States dealing with two of its least favored nations in space matters and doing so without much leverage. Case in point, the retirement of the space shuttle made the United States totally dependent on the Russians to get astronauts to the ISS. Russia gets to charge $70 million per person for the trip and to cut the United States off as it sees fit during political rifts. At present, SpaceX like the best hope of breaking this cycle and giving back to America its ability to take people into space. SpaceX has become the free radical trying to upend everything about this industry. It doesn't want to handle a few launches per year or to rely on government contracts for survival. Musk's goal is to use manufacturing breakthroughs and launchpad advances to create a drastic drop in the cost of getting things to space. Most significant, he's been testing rockets that can push a payload to space and then return to Earth and land with supreme accuracy on a pad floating at sea or even their original launch pad. Instead of having its rockets break apart after crashing into the sea, SpaceX will use reverse thrusters to lower them down softly and reuse them. Within the next few years, SpaceX expects to cut its price to at least 1/10 that of its rivals. Reusing its rockets will drive the bulk of this reduction and SpaceX's competitive advantage. Imagine one airline that flies the same plane over and over again, competing against others that dispose of their planes after every flight. Through its cost advantages, SpaceX hopes to take over the majority of the world's commercial launches, and there's evidence that the company is on its way toward doing just that. To date, it has flown satellites for Canadian, European, and Asian customers and completed about 24 launches. Its public launch manifest stretches out for a number of years, and SpaceX has more than 50 flights planned, which are altogether worth more than $5 billion. The company remains privately owned with Musk as the largest shareholder alongside outside investors including venture capital firms like the Founders Fund and Draper Fisher Jurvetson, giving it a competitive ethos its rivals lack. Since getting past its near-death experience in 2008, SpaceX has been profitable and is estimated to be worth $12 billion. Zip2, PayPal, Tesla, SolarCity, they are all expressions of Musk. SpaceX is Musk. Its foibles emanate directly from him, as do its successes. Part of this comes from Musk's maniacal attention to detail and involvement in every SpaceX endeavor. He's hands-on to a degree that would make Hugh Hefner feel inadequate. Part of it stems from SpaceX being the apotheosis of the cult of Musk. Employees fear Musk. They adore Musk. They give up their lives for Musk, and they usually do all of this simultaneously. Musk's demanding management style can only flourish because of the otherworldly, in a literal sense, aspirations of the company. While the rest of the aerospace industry has been content to keep sending what look like relics from the 1960s into space, SpaceX has made a point of doing just the opposite. Its reusable rockets and reusable spaceships look like true 21st century machines. The modernization of the equipment is not just for show. It reflects SpaceX's constant push to advance its technology and change the economics of the industry. Musk does not simply want to lower the cost of deploying satellites and resupplying the space station. He wants to lower the cost of launches to the point that it becomes economical and practical to fly thousands upon thousands of supply trips to Mars and start a colony. Musk wants to conquer the solar system, and, as it stands, there's just one company where you can work if that sort of quest gets you out of bed in the morning. It seems unfathomable, but the rest of the space industry has made space boring. The Russians, who dominate much of the business of sending things and people to space, do so with decades-old equipment. The cramped Soyuz capsule that takes people to the space station has mechanical knobs and computer screens that appear unchanged from its inaugural 1966 flight. Countries new to the space race have mimicked the antiquated Russian and American equipment with maddening accuracy. When young people get into the aerospace industry, they are forced to either laugh or cry at the state of the machines. Nothing sucks the fun out of working on a spaceship like controlling it with mechanisms last seen in a 1960s laundromat. And the actual work environment is as outmoded as the machines. Hotshot college graduates have historically been forced to pick between a variety of slow-moving military contractors and interesting but ineffectual startups. Musk has managed to take these negatives surrounding the aerospace business and turn them into gains for SpaceX. He's presented the company as anything but another aerospace contractor. SpaceX is the hip, forward-thinking place that's brought the perks of Silicon Valley, namely frozen yogurt, stock options, speedy decision-making, and a flat corporate structure, to a staid industry. People who know Musk well tend to describe him more as a general than a CEO, and this is apt. He's built an engineering army by having the pick of just about anyone in the business that SpaceX wants. The SpaceX hiring model places some emphasis on getting top marks at top schools. But most of the attention goes towards spotting engineers who have exhibited type A personality traits over the course of their lives. The company's recruiters look for people who might excel at robot building competitions or who are car racing hobbyists who have built unusual vehicles. The object is to find individuals who ooze passion, can work well as part of a team, and have real-world experience bending metal. Even if you're someone who writes code for your job, you need to understand how mechanical things work, said Dolly Singh, who spent 5 years as the head of talent acquisition at SpaceX. We were looking for people that had been building things since they were little. Sometimes these people walked through the front door. Other times, Singh relied on a handful of enterprising techniques to find them. She became famous for trawling through academic papers to find engineers with very specific skills, cold calling researchers at labs and plucking possessed engineers out of college. At trade shows and conferences, SpaceX recruiters would interesting candidates they had spotted with a cloak and dagger stick. They would hand out blank envelopes that contained invitations to meet at a specific time and place, usually a bar or restaurant near the event, for an initial interview. The candidates that showed up would discover they were among only a handful of people who'd been anointed out of all the conference attendees. They were immediately made to feel special and inspired. Like many tech companies, SpaceX subjects potential hires to a gauntlet of interviews and tests. Some of the interviews are easygoing chats in which both parties get to feel each other out, others are filled with quizzes that can be quite hard. Engineers tend to face the most rigorous interrogations, although business types and salesmen are made to suffer, too. Coders who expect to pass through standard challenges have rude awakenings. Companies will typically challenge software developers on the spot by asking them to solve problems that require a couple of dozen lines of code. The standard SpaceX problem requires 500 or more lines of code. All potential employees who make their way to the end of the interview process then handle one more task. They are asked to write an essay for Musk about why they want to work at SpaceX. The reward for solving the puzzles, acting clever in interviews, and penning up a good essay is a meeting with Musk. He interviewed almost every one of SpaceX's first 1,000 hires, including the janitors and technicians, and has continued to interview the engineers as the company's workforce swelled. Each employee receives a warning before going to meet with Musk. The interview, he or she is told, could last anywhere from 30 seconds to 15 minutes. Elon will likely keep on writing emails and working during the initial part of the interview and not speak much. Don't panic. That's normal. Eventually, he will turn around in his chair to face you. Even then, though, he might not make actual eye contact with you or fully acknowledge your presence. Don't panic. That's normal. In due course, he will speak to you. From that point, the tales of engineers who have interviewed with Musk run the gamut from torturous experiences to the sublime. He might ask one question or he might ask several. You can be sure, though, that he will roll out the riddle: you're standing on the surface of the Earth. You walk 1 mile south, 1 mile west, and 1 mile north. You end up exactly where you started. Where are you? One answer to that is the North Pole, and most of the engineers get it right away. That's when Musk will follow with where else could you be? The other answer is somewhere close to the South Pole where, if you walk 1 mile south, the circumference of the Earth becomes 1 mile. Fewer engineers get this answer, and Musk will happily walk them through that riddle and others and cite any relevant equations during his explanations. He tends to care less about whether or not the person gets the answer than about how they describe the problem and their approach to solving it. When speaking to potential recruits, Singh tried to energize them and be upfront about the demands of SpaceX and of Musk at the same time. The recruiting pitch was SpaceX is special forces, she said. If you want as hard as it gets, then great. If not, then you shouldn't come here. Once at SpaceX, the new employees found out very quickly if they were indeed up for the challenge. Many of them would quit within the first few months because of the 90-plus hour work weeks. Others quit because they could not handle just how direct Musk and the other executives were during meetings. Elon doesn't know about you and he hasn't thought through whether or not something is going to hurt your feelings, Singh said. He just knows what the fuck he wants done. People who did not normalize to his communication style did not do well. There's an impression that SpaceX suffers from incredibly high turnover, and the company has without question churned through a fair number of bodies. Many of the key executives who helped start the company, however, have hung on for a decade or more. Among the rank-and-file engineers, most people stay on for at least 5 years to have their stock options vest and to see their projects through. This is typical behavior for any technology company. SpaceX and Musk also seem to inspire an unusual level of loyalty. Musk has managed to conjure up that Steve Jobs-like zeal among his troops. His vision is so clear, Singh said. He almost hypnotizes you. He gives you the crazy eye, and it's like, yes, we can get to Mars. Take that a bit further and you arrive at a pleasure-pain, sadomasochistic vibe that comes with working for Musk. Numerous people interviewed for this book decried the work hours, Musk's blunt style, and his sometimes ludicrous expectations. Yet almost every person, even those who had been fired, still worshipped Musk and talked about him in terms usually reserved for superheroes or deities. SpaceX's original headquarters in El Segundo were not quite up to the company's desired image as a place where the cool kids want to work. This is not a problem for SpaceX's new facility in Hawthorne. The building's address is 1 Rocket Road, and it has the Hawthorne Municipal Airport and several tooling and manufacturing companies as neighbors. While the SpaceX building resembles the others in size and shape, its all-white color makes it the obvious utlier. The structure looks like a gargantuan, rectangular glacier that's been planted in the midst of a particularly soulless portion of Los Angeles County's sprawl. Visitors to SpaceX have to walk past a security guard and through a small executive parking lot where Musk parks his black Model S, which flanks the building's entryway. The front doors are reflective and hide what's on the inside, which is more white. There are white walls in the foyer, a funky white table in the waiting area, and a white checking desk with a pair of orchids sitting in white pots. After going through the registration process, guests are given a name badge and led into the main SpaceX office space. Musk's cubicle, a supersize unit, sits to the right where he has a couple of celebratory Aviation Week magazine covers up on the wall, pictures of his boys, next to a huge flat-screen monitor, and various knickknacks on his desk, including a boomerang, some books, a bottle of wine, and a giant samurai sword named Lady Vivamus, which Musk received when he won the Heinlein Prize, an award given for big achievements in commercial space. Hundreds of other people work in cubicles amid the big, wide-open area, most of them executives, engineers, software developers, and salespeople tapping away on their computers. The conference rooms that surround their desks all have space-themed names like Apollo or Wernher von Braun and little nameplates that explain the label's significance. The largest conference rooms have ultra-modern chairs, high-backed, sleek red jobs that surround large glass tables, while panoramic photos of a Falcon 1 taking off from Quaj or the Dragon capsule docking with the ISS hang on the walls in the background. Take away the rocket swag and the samurai sword and this central part of the SpaceX office looks just like what you might find at your run-of-the-mill Silicon Valley headquarters. The same thing cannot be said for what visitors encounter as they pass through a pair of double doors into the heart of the SpaceX factory. The 550,000 square foot factory floor is difficult to process at first glance. It's one continuous space with greyish epoxied floors, white walls, and white support columns. A small city's worth of stuff, people, machines, noise, has been piled into this area. Just near the entryway, one of the Dragon capsules that has gone to the ISS and returned to Earth hangs from the ceiling with black burn marks running down its side. Just under the capsule on the ground are a pair of the 25-foot-long landing legs built by SpaceX to let the Falcon rocket come to a gentle rest on the ground after a flight so it can be flown again. To the left side of this entryway area there's a kitchen, and to the right side there's the mission control room. It's a closed-off area with expansive glass windows and fronted by wall-size screens for tracking a rocket's progress. It has 4 rows of desks with about 10 computers each for the mission control staff. Step a bit farther into the factory and there are a handful of industrial work areas separated from each other in the most informal of ways. In some spots there are blue lines on the floor to mark off an area and in other spots blue workbenches have been arranged in squares to cordon off the space. It's a common sight to have one of the Merlin engines raised up in the middle of one of these work areas with a half-dozen technicians wiring it up and tuning its bits and pieces. Just behind these workspaces is a glass-enclosed square big enough to fit 2 of the Dragon capsules. This is a clean room where people must wear lab coats and hairnets to fiddle with the capsules without contaminating them. About 40 feet to the left, there are several Falcon 9 rockets lying next to each other horizontally that have been painted and await transport. There are some areas tucked in between all of this that have blue walls and appear to have been covered by fabric. These are top-secret zones where SpaceX might be working on a fanciful astronaut's outfit or rocket part that it has to hide from visitors and employees not tied to the projects. There's a large area off to the side where SpaceX builds all of its electronics, another area for creating specialized composite materials, and another for making the bus-sized fairings that wrap around the satellites. Hundreds of people move about at the same time through the factory, a mix of gritty technicians with tattoos and bandanas, and young, white-collar engineers. The sweaty smell of kids who have just come off the playground permeates the building and hints at its non-stop activity. Musk has left his personal touches throughout the factory. There are small things like the data center that has been bathed in blue lights to give it a sci-fi feel. The refrigerator-sized computers under the lights have been labeled with big block letters to make it look like they were made by Cyberdyne Systems, the fictional company from the Terminator movie franchise. Near the elevators, Musk has placed a glowing life-size Iron Man figure. Surely the factory's most Muskian element is the office space that has been built smack dab in its center. This is a 3-story glass structure with meeting rooms and desks that rises up between various welding and construction areas. It looks and feels bizarre to have a see-through office inside this hive of industry. Musk, though, wanted his engineers to watch what was going on with the machines at all times and to make sure they had to walk through the factory and talk to the technicians on the way to their desks. The factory is a temple devoted to what SpaceX sees as its major weapon in the rocket building game: in-house manufacturing. SpaceX manufactures between 80% and 90% of its rockets, engines, electronics, and other parts. It's a strategy that flat-out dumbfounds SpaceX's competitors, like United Launch Alliance, or ULA, which openly brags about depending on more than 1,200 suppliers to make its end products. ULA, a partnership between Lockheed Martin and Boeing, sees itself as an engine of job creation rather than a model of inefficiency. A typical aerospace company comes up with the list of parts that it needs for a launch system and then hands off their design and specifications to myriad third parties who then actually build the hardware. SpaceX tends to buy as little as possible to save money, and because it sees depending on suppliers, especially foreign ones, as a weakness. This approach comes off as excessive at first blush. Companies have made things like radios and power distribution units for decades. Reinventing the wheel for every computer and machine on a rocket could introduce more chances for error and, in general, be a waste of time. But for SpaceX, the strategy works. In addition to building its own engines, rocket bodies, and capsules, SpaceX designs its own motherboards and circuits, sensors to detect vibrations, flight computers, and solar panels. Just by streamlining a radio, for instance, SpaceX's engineers have found that they can reduce the weight of the device by about 20%. And the cost savings for a homemade radio are dramatic, dropping from between $50,000 to $600,000 for the industrial-grade equipment used by aerospace companies to $5,000 for SpaceX's unit. It's hard to believe these kinds of price differentials at first, but there are dozens if not hundreds of places where SpaceX has secured such savings. The equipment at SpaceX tends to be built out of readily available consumer electronics as opposed to space-grade equipment used by others in the industry. SpaceX has had to work for years to prove to NASA that standard electronics have gotten good enough to compete with the more expensive, specialized gear trusted in years past. Traditional aerospace has been doing things the same way for a very, very long time, said Drew Eldine, a former SpaceX engineer. The biggest challenge was convincing NASA to give something new a try and building a paper trail that showed the parts were high enough quality. To prove that it's making the right choice to NASA and itself, SpaceX will sometimes load a rocket with both the standard equipment and prototypes of its own design for testing during flight. Engineers then compare the performance characteristics of the devices. Once a SpaceX design equals or outperforms the commercial products, it becomes the de facto hardware. There have also been numerous times when SpaceX has done pioneering work on advancing very complex hardware systems. A classic example of this is one of the factory's weird-looking contraptions, a two-story machine designed to perform what's known as friction stir welding. The machine allows SpaceX to automate the welding process for massive sheets of metal like the ones that make up the bodies of the Falcon rockets. An arm takes one of the rocket's body panels, lines it up against another body panel, and then joins them together with a weld that could run 20 feet or more. Aerospace companies typically try to avoid welds whenever possible because they create weaknesses in the metal, and that's limited the size of metal sheets they can use and forced other design constraints. From the early days of SpaceX, Musk pushed the company to master friction stir welding, in which a spinning head is smashed at high speeds into the join between two pieces of metal in a bid to make their crystalline structures merge. It's as if you heated two sheets of aluminum foil and then joined them by putting your thumb down on the seam and twisting the metal together. This type of welding tends to result in much stronger bonds than traditional welds. Companies had performed friction stir welding before, but not on structures as large as a rocket's body or to the degree to which SpaceX has used the technique. As a result of its trials and errors, SpaceX can now join large, thin sheets of metal and shave hundreds of pounds off the weight of the Falcon rockets, as it's able to use lighter weight alloys and avoid using rivets, fasteners, and other support structures. Musk's competitors in the auto industry might soon need to do the same because SpaceX has transferred some of the equipment and techniques to Tesla. The hope is that Tesla will be able to make lighter, stronger cars. The technology has proven so valuable that SpaceX's competitors have started to copy it and have tried to poach some of the company's experts in the field. Blue Origin, Jeff Bezos' secretive rocket company, has been particularly aggressive, hiring away Ray Myriector, one of the world's foremost friction stir or welding experts, and igniting a major rift with Musk. Blue Origin does these surgical strikes on specialized talent * offering like double their salaries. I think it's unnecessary and a bit rude, Musk said. Within SpaceX, Blue Origin is mockingly referred to as BO, and at one point the company created an email filter to detect messages with Blue and Origin to block the poaching. The relationship between Musk and Bezos has soured, and they no longer chat about their shared ambition of getting to Mars. I do think Bezos has an insatiable desire to be King Bezos, Musk said. He has a relentless work ethic and wants to kill everything in e-commerce. But he's not the most fun guy, honestly. In the early days of SpaceX, Musk knew little about the machines and amount of grunt work that goes into making rockets. He rebuffed requests to buy specialized tooling equipment, until the engineers could explain in clear terms why they needed certain things and until experience taught him better. Musk also had yet to master some of the management techniques for which he would become both famous and to some degree infamous. Musk's growth as a CEO and rocket expert occurred alongside SpaceX's maturation as a company. At the start of the Falcon 1 journey, Musk was a forceful software executive trying to learn some basic things about a very different world. At Zip2 and PayPal, he felt comfortable standing up for his positions and directing teams of coders. At SpaceX, he had to pick things up on the job. Musk initially relied on textbooks to form the bulk of his rocketry knowledge. But as SpaceX hired one brilliant person after another, Musk realized he could tap into their stores of knowledge. He would trap an engineer in the SpaceX factory and set to work grilling him about a type of valve or specialized material. I thought at first that he was challenging me to see if I knew my stuff, said Kevin Brogan, one of the early engineers. Then I realized he was trying to learn things. He would quiz you until he learned 90% of what you know. People who have spent significant time with Musk will attest to his abilities to absorb incredible quantities of information with near flawless recall. It's one of his most impressive and intimidating skills and seems to work just as well in the present day as it did when he was a child vacuuming books into his brain. After a couple of years running SpaceX, Musk had turned into an aerospace expert on a level that few technology CEOs ever approach in their respective fields. He was teaching us about the value of time, and we were teaching him about rocketry, Brogan said. In regards to time, Musk may well set more aggressive delivery targets for very difficult-to-make products than any executive in history. Both his employees and the public have found this to be one of the more jarring aspects of Musk's character. Elon has always been optimistic, Brogan said. That's the nice word. He can be a downright liar about when things need to get done. He will pick the most aggressive time schedule imaginable, assuming everything goes right, and then accelerate it by assuming that everyone can work harder. Musk has been pilloried by the press for setting and then missing products' delivery dates. It's one of the habits that got him in the most trouble as SpaceX and Tesla tried to bring their first products to market. Time and again, Musk found himself making a public appearance where he had to come up with a new batch of excuses for a delay. Reminded about the initial 2003 target date to fly the Falcon 1, Musk acted shocked. "Are you serious?" he said. "We said that?" "Okay, that's ridiculous. I think I just didn't know what the hell I was talking about." The only thing I had prior experience in was software, and, yeah, you can write a bunch of software and launch a website in a year. No problem. This isn't like software. It doesn't work that way with rockets. Musk simply cannot help himself. He's an optimist by nature, and it can feel like he makes calculations for how long it will take to do something based on the idea that things will progress without flaw at every step and that all the members of his team have Muskian abilities and work ethics. As Brogan joked, Musk might forecast how long a software project will take by timing the amount of seconds needed physically to write a line of code and then extrapolating that out to match however many lines of code he expects the final piece of software to be. It's an imperfect analogy but one that does not seem that far off from Musk's worldview. Everything he does is fast, Brogan said. He pees fast. It's like a fire hose, 3 seconds and out. He's authentically in a hurry. Asked about his approach, Musk said, I certainly don't try to set impossible goals. I think impossible goals are demotivating. You don't want to tell people to go through a wall by banging their head against it. I don't ever set intentionally impossible goals. But I've certainly always been optimistic on time frames. I'm trying to recalibrate to be a little more realistic. I don't assume that just like 100 of me or something like that. I mean, in the case of the early SpaceX days, it would have been just the lack of understanding of what it takes to develop a rocket. In that case I was off by, say, 200%. I think future programs might be off by anywhere from like 25% to 50% as opposed to 200%. So, I think generally you do want to have a timeline where, based on everything you know about, the schedule should be X, and you execute towards that, but with the understanding that there will be all sorts of things that you don't know about that you will encounter that will push the date beyond that. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't have tried to aim for that date from the beginning because aiming for something else would have been an arbitrary time increase. If different to say, well, what do you promise people? Because you want to try to promise people something that includes schedule margin. But in order to achieve the external promised schedule, you've got to have an internal schedule more aggressive than that. Sometimes you still miss the external schedule. SpaceX, by the way, is not alone here. Being late is par for the course in the aerospace industry. It's not a question of if it's late, how late will the program be? I don't think an aerospace program has been completed on time since bloody World War XI. Dealing with the epically aggressive schedules and Musk's expectations has required SpaceX's engineers to develop a variety of survival techniques. Musk often asks for highly detailed proposals for how projects will be accomplished. The employees have learned never to break the time needed to accomplish something down into months or weeks. Musk wants day-by-day and hour-by-hour forecasts and sometimes even minute-by-minute countdowns, and the fallout from missed schedules is severe. You had to put in when you would go to the bathroom, Brogan said. I'm like Elon, sometimes people need to take a long dump. SpaceX's top managers work together to, in essence, create fake schedules that they know will please Musk but that are basically impossible to achieve. This would not such a horrible situation if the targets were kept internal. Musk, however, tends to quote these fake schedules to customers, unintentionally giving them false hope. Typically, it falls to Gwynne Shotwell, SpaceX's president, to clean up the resulting mess. She will either need to ring up a customer to give them a more realistic timeline or concoct a litany of excuses to explain away the inevitable delays. Poor Gwynne, Brogan said. Just to hear her on the phone with the customers is agonizing. There can be no question that Musk has mastered the art of getting the most out of his employees. Interview 36 SpaceX engineers and each one of them will have picked up on a managerial nuance that Musk has used to get people to meet his deadlines. One example from Brogan, where a typical manager may set the deadline for the employee, Musk guides his engineers into taking ownership of their own delivery dates. He doesn't say, "You have to do this by Friday at 2 p.m." Brogan said. He says, "I need the impossible done by Friday at 2 p.m. Can you do it?" Then, when you say yes, you are not working hard because he told you to. You're working hard for yourself. It's a distinction you can feel. You have signed up to do your own work. And by recruiting hundreds of bright, self-motivated people, SpaceX has maximized the power of the individual. One person putting in a 16-hour day ends up being much more effective than two people working 8-hour days together. The individual doesn't have to hold meetings, reach a consensus, or bring other people up to speed on a project. He just keeps working and working and working. The ideal SpaceX employee is someone like Steve Davis, the Director of Advanced Projects at SpaceX. He's been working 16 hours a day every day for years, Brogan said. He gets more done than 11 people working together. To find Davis, Musk called a teaching assistant in Stanford's aeronautics department and asked him if there were any hard-working, bright masters and doctoral candidates who didn't have families. The tar pointed Musk to Davis, who was pursuing a master's degree in aerospace engineering to add to degrees in finance, mechanical engineering, and particle physics. Musk called Davis on a Wednesday and offered him a job the following Friday. Davis was the 22nd SpaceX hire and has ended up the 12th most senior person still at the company. He turned 35 in 2014. Davis did his tour of duty on Quaj and considered it the greatest time of his life. Every night, you could either sleep by the rocket in this tent shelter where the geckos crawled all over you or take this 1-hour boat ride that made you seasick back to the main island, he said. Every night, you had to pick the pain that you remembered least. You got so hot and exhausted. It was just amazing. After working on the Falcon 1, Davis moved to the Falcon 9 and then Dragon. The Dragon capsule took SpaceX 4 years to design. It's likely the fastest project of its ilk done in the history of the aerospace industry. The project started with Musk and a handful of engineers, most of them under 30 years old, and peaked at 100 people. They cribbed from past capsule work and read over every paper published by NASA and other aeronautics bodies around projects like Gemini and Apollo. If you go search for something like Apollo's reentry guidance algorithm, there are these great databases that will just spit out the answer, Davis said. The engineers at SpaceX then had to figure out how to advance these past efforts and bring the capsule into the modern age. Some of the areas of improvement were obvious and easily accomplished, while others required more ingenuity. Saturn V and Apollo had colossal computing bays that produced only a fraction of the computer horsepower that can be achieved today on, say, an iPad. The SpaceX engineers knew they could save a lot of room by cutting out some of the computers while also adding capabilities with their more powerful equipment. The engineers decided that while Dragon would look a lot like Apollo, it would have steeper wall angles, to clear space for gear and for the astronauts that the company hoped to fly. SpaceX also got the recipe for its heat shield material, called pica, through a deal with NASA. The SpaceX engineers found out how to make the pica material less expensively and improved the underlying recipe so that Dragon, from day one, could withstand the heat of a reentry coming back from Mars. The total cost for Dragon came in at $300 million, which would be on the order of 10 to 30 times less than capsule projects built by other companies. The metal comes in, we roll it out, weld it, and make things, Davis said. We build almost everything in-house. That is why the costs have come down. Davis, like Brogan and plenty of other SpaceX engineers, has had Musk ask for the seemingly impossible. His favorite request dates back to 2004. SpaceX needed an actuator that would trigger the gimbal action used to steer the upper stage of Falcon 1. Davis had never built a piece of hardware before in his life and naturally went out to find some suppliers who could make an electromechanical actuator for him. He got a quote back for $120,000. Elon laughed. Davis said. He said, that part is no more complicated than a garage door opener. Your budget is $5,000. Go make it work. Davis spent 9 months building the actuator. At the end of the process, he toiled for 3 hours writing an email to Musk covering the pros and cons of the device. The email went into gory detail about how Davis had designed the part, why he had made various choices, and what its cost would be. As he pressed send, Davis felt anxiety surge through his body, knowing that he'd given his all for almost a year to do something an engineer at another aerospace company would not even attempt. Musk rewarded all of this toil and angst with one of his standard responses. He wrote back, $0K. The actuator Davis designed ended up costing $3,900 and flew with Falcon 1 into space. I put every ounce of intellectual capital I had into that email and 1 minute later got that simple response, Davis said. Everyone in the company was having that same experience. One of my favorite things about Elon is his ability to make enormous decisions very quickly. That is still how it works today. Kevin Watson can attest to that. He arrived at SpaceX in 2008 after spending 24 years at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Watson worked on a wide variety of projects at JPL, including building and testing computing systems that could withstand the harsh conditions of space. JPL would typically buy expensive, specially toughened computers, and this frustrated Watson. He daydreamed about ways to handcraft much cheaper, equally effective computers. While having his job interview with Musk, Watson learned that SpaceX needed just this type of thinking. Musk wanted the bulk of a rocket's computing systems to cost no more than $10,000. It was an insane figure by aerospace industry standards, where the avionics systems for a rocket typically cost well over $1 million. In traditional aerospace, it would cost you more than $10,000 just for the food at a meeting to discuss the cost of the avionics, Watson said. During the job interview, Watson promised Musk that he could do the improbable and deliver the SIOO avionics system. He began working on making the computers for Dragon right after being hired. The first system was called QQ, pronounced cuckoo. This communications box would go inside the International Space Station and communicate back with Dragon. A number of people at NASA referred to the SpaceX engineers as the guys in the garage and were cynical about the startup's ability to do much of anything, including building this type of machine. But SpaceX produced the communication computer in record time, and it ended up as the first system of its kind to pass NASA's protocol tests on the first try. NASA officials were forced to say cuckoo over and over again during meetings, a small act of defiance SpaceX had planned all along to torture NASA. As the months went on, Watson and other engineers built out the complete computing systems for Dragon and then adapted the technology for Falcon 9. The result was a fully redundant avionics platform that used a mix of off-the-shelf computing gear and products built in-house by SpaceX. It cost a bit more than $10,000 but came close to meeting Musk's goal. SpaceX reinvigorated Watson, who had become disenchanted with JPL's acceptance of wasteful spending and bureaucracy. Musk had to sign off on every expenditure over $10,000. It was his money that we were spending, and he was keeping an eye on it, as he damn well should, Watson said. He made sure nothing stupid was happening. Decisions were made quickly during weekly meetings, and the entire company bought into them. It was amazing how fast people would adapt to what came out of those meetings, Watson said. The entire ship could turn 90 degrees instantly. Lockheed Martin could never do anything like that. Watson continued, Elon is brilliant. He's involved in just about everything. He understands everything. If he asks you a question, you learn very quickly not to go give him a gut reaction. He wants answers that get down to the fundamental laws of physics. One thing he understands really well is the physics of the rockets. He understands that like nobody else. The stuff I have seen him do in his head is crazy. He can get in discussions about flying a satellite and whether we can make the right orbit and deliver Dragon at the same time and solve all these equations in real time. It's amazing to watch the amount of knowledge he has accumulated over the years. I don't want to be the person who ever has to compete with Elon. You might as well leave the business and find something else fun to do. He will outmaneuver you, outthink you, and out-execute you. One of Watson's top discoveries at SpaceX was the test bed on the third floor of the Hawthorne factory. SpaceX has test versions of all the hardware and electronics that go into a rocket laid out on metal tables. It has in effect replicated the innards of a rocket end to end in order to run thousands of flight simulations. Someone launches the rocket from a computer and then every piece of mechanical and computing hardware is monitored with sensors. An engineer can tell a valve to open, then check to see if it opened, how quickly it opened, and the level of current running to it. This testing apparatus lets SpaceX engineers practice ahead of launches and figure out how they would deal with all manner of anomalies. During the actual flights, SpaceX has people in the test facility who can replicate errors seen on Falcon or Dragon and make adjustments accordingly. SpaceX has made numerous changes on the fly with this system. In one case, someone spotted an error in a software file in the hours right before a launch. SpaceX's engineers changed the file, checked how it affected the test hardware, and, when no problems were detected, sent the file to the Falcon 9, waiting on the launch pad, all in less than 30 minutes. NASA wasn't used to this, Watson said. If something went wrong with the shuttle, everyone was just 12 resigned to waiting 3 weeks before they could try and launch again. From time to time, Musk will send out an email to the entire company to enforce a new policy or let them know about something that's bothering him. One of the more famous emails arrived in May 2010 with the subject line, "Acronyms seriously suck. There is a creeping tendency to use made-up acronyms at SpaceX." Excessive use of made-up acronyms is a significant impediment to communication, and keeping communication good as we grow is incredibly important. Individually, a few acronyms here and there may not seem so bad, but if 1,000 people are making these up, over time the result will be a huge glossary that we have to issue to new employees. No one can actually remember all these acronyms, and people don't want to seem dumb in a meeting, so they just sit there in ignorance. This is particularly tough on new employees. That needs to stop immediately, or I will take drastic action. I have given enough warnings over the years. Unless an acronym is approved by me, it should not enter the SpaceX glossary. If there is an existing acronym that cannot reasonably be justified, it should be eliminated, as I have requested in the past. For example, there should be no HTS, horizontal test stand, or VTS, vertical test stand, designations for test stands. Those are particularly dumb, as they contain unnecessary words. A stand at our test site is obviously a test stand. VTS3 is 4 syllables compared with tripod, which is 2, so the bloody acronym version actually takes longer to say than the name. The key test for an acronym is to ask whether it helps or hurts communication. An acronym that most engineers outside of SpaceX already know, such as GUI, is fine to use. It is also OK to make up a few acronyms / contractions every now and again, assuming I have approved them, e.g. MVAC and M9 instead of Merlin IC vacuum or Merlin ICC level, but those need to be kept to a minimum. This was classic Musk. The email is rough in its tone and yet not really unwarranted for a guy who just wants things done as efficiently as possible. It obsesses over something that other people might find trivial, and yet he has a definite point. It's comical in that Musk wants all acronym approvals to run directly through him, but that's entirely in keeping with the hands-on management style that has, mainly, worked well at both SpaceX and Tesla. Employees have since dubbed the acronym policy the arse rule. The guiding principle at SpaceX is to embrace your work and get stuff done. People who await guidance or detailed instructions languish. The same goes for workers who crave feedback. And the absolute worst thing that someone can do is inform Musk that what he's asking is impossible. An employee could be telling Musk that there's no way to get the cost on something like that actuator down to where he wants it, or that there is simply not enough time to build a part by Musk's deadline. Elon will say, "Fine. You're off the project, and I am now the CEO of the project. I will do your job and be CEO of two companies at the same time. I will deliver it," Brogan said. What's crazy is that Elon actually does it. Every time he's fired someone and taken their job, he's delivered on whatever the project was. It is jarring for both parties when the SpaceX culture rubs against more bureaucratic bodies like NASA, the US Air Force, and the Federal Aviation Administration. The first inklings of these difficulties appeared on Quaj, where government officials sometimes questioned what they saw as SpaceX's cavalier approach to the launch process. There were times when SpaceX would want to make a change to its launch procedures, and any such change would require a pile of paperwork. SpaceX, for example, would have written down all the steps needed to replace a filter, put on gloves, wear safety goggles, remove a nut, and then want to alter this procedure or use a different type of filter. The FAA would need a week to review the new process before SpaceX could actually go about changing the filter on the rocket, a lag that both the engineers and Musk found ridiculous. On one occasion after this type of thing happened, Musk laid into an FAA official while on a conference call with members of the SpaceX team and NASA. It got hot and heated, and he berated this guy on a personal level for like 10 minutes, Brogan said. Musk did not recall this incident but did remember other confrontations with the FAA. One time he compiled a list of things an FAA subordinate had said during a meeting that Musk found silly and sent the list along to the guy's boss. And then his dingbat manager sent me this long email about how he had been in the shuttle program and in charge of 20 launches or something like that, and how dare I say that the other guy was wrong, Musk said. I told him, not only is he wrong, and let me rearticulate the reasons, but you're wrong, and let me articulate the reasons. I don't think he sent me another email after that. We're trying to have a really big impact on the space industry. If the rules are such that you can't make progress, then you have to fight the rules. There is a fundamental problem with regulators. If a regulator agrees to change a rule and something bad happens, they could easily lose their career. Whereas if they change a rule and something good happens, they don't even get a reward. So, it's very asymmetric. It's then very easy to understand why regulators resist changing the rules. It's because there's a big punishment on one side and no reward on the other. How would any rational person behave in such a scenario? In the middle of 2009, SpaceX hired Ken Bowersox, a former astronaut, as its vice president of astronaut safety and mission assurance. Bowersox fit the mold of recruit prized by a classic big aerospace company. He had a degree in aerospace engineering from the US Naval Academy, had been a test pilot in the Air Force, and flew on the Space Shuttle a handful of times. Many people within SpaceX saw his arrival at the company as a good thing. He was considered a diligent, dignified sort who would provide a second set of eyes to many of SpaceX's procedures, checking to make sure the company went about things in a safe, standardized manner. Bowersox ended up smack in the middle of the constant pull and push at SpaceX between doing things efficiently and agonizing over traditional procedures. He and Musk were increasingly at odds as the months passed, and Bowersox started to feel as if his opinions were being ignored. During one incident in particular, a part made it all the way to the test stand with a major flaw, described by one engineer as the equivalent of a coffee cup not having a bottom, instead of being caught at the factory. According to observers, Bowersox argued that SpaceX should go back and investigate the process that led to the mistake and fix its cause. Musk had already decided that he knew the basis of the problem and dismissed Bowersox after a couple of years on the job. Bowersox declined to speak on the record about his time at SpaceX. A number of people inside SpaceX saw the SpaceX incident as an example of Musk's hard-charging manner undermining some much-needed process. Musk had a totally different take on the situation, casting SpaceX as not being up to the engineering demands at SpaceX. A handful of high-ranking government officials gave me their candid takes on Musk, albeit without being willing to put their names to the remarks. One found Musk's treatment of Air Force generals and military men of similar rank appalling. Musk has been known to let even high-ranking officials have it when he thinks they are off base and is not apologetic about this. Another could not believe it when Musk would call very intelligent people idiots. Imagine the worst possible way that could come out, and it would come out, this person said. Life with Elon is like being in a very intimate married couple. He can be so gentle and loyal and then really hard on people when it isn't necessary. One former official felt that Musk would need to temper himself better in the years to come if SpaceX was to keep currying favor with the military and government agencies in its bid to defeat the incumbent contractors. His biggest enemy will be himself and the way he treats people, this person said. When Musk rubs outsiders the wrong way, Shotwell is often there to try to smooth over the situation. Like Musk, she has a salty tongue and a fiery personality, but Shotwell is willing to play the role of the conciliator. These skills have allowed her to handle the day-to-day operations at SpaceX, leaving Musk to focus on the company's overall strategy, the product designs, marketing, and motivating employees. Like all of Musk's most trusted lieutenants, Shotwell has been willing to stay largely in the background, do her work, and focus on the company's cause. Shotwell grew up in the suburbs of Chicago, the daughter of an artist, mom, and a neurosurgeon, dad. She played the part of a bright, pretty girl, getting straight A's at school and joining the cheerleading squad. Shotwell had not expressed a major inclination toward the sciences and knew only one version of an engineer, the guy who drives a train. But there were clues that she was wired a bit different. She was the daughter who mowed the lawn and helped put the family basketball hoop together. In third grade, Shotwell developed a brief interest in car engines, and her mom bought a book detailing how they work. Later, in high school, Shotwell's mom forced her to attend a lecture at the Illinois Institute of Technology on a Saturday afternoon. As Shotwell listened to one of the panels, she grew enamored with a 50-year-old mechanical engineer. She had these beautiful clothes, this suit and shoes that I loved, Shotwell said. She was tall and carried off the heels really well. Shotwell chatted with the engineer after the talk, learning about her job. That was the day I decided to become a mechanical engineer, she said. Shotwell went on to receive an undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering and a master's degree in applied mathematics from Northwestern University. Then she took a job at Chrysler. It was a type of management training program meant for hotshot recent graduates who appeared to have leadership potential. Shotwell started out going to auto mechanics school, loved that, and then from department to department. While working on engines research, Shotwell found that there were two very expensive Cray supercomputers sitting idle because none of the veterans knew how to use them. A short while later, she logged onto the computers and set them up to run computational fluid dynamics, or CFD, operations to simulate the performance of valves and other components. The work kept Shotwell interested, but the environment started to grate on her. There were rules for everything, including lots of union regulations around who could operate certain machines. I picked up a tool once, and got written up, she said. Then I opened a bottle of liquid nitrogen and got written up. I started thinking that the job was not what I had anticipated it would be. Shotwell pulled out of the Chrysler training program, regrouped at home, and then briefly pursued her doctorate in applied mathematics. While back on the Northwestern campus, one of her professors mentioned an opportunity at the Aerospace Corporation. Anything but a household name, Aerospace Corporation has been headquartered in El Segundo since 1960, serving as a kind of neutral, non-profit organization that advises the Air Force, NASA, and other federal bodies on space programs. The company has a bureaucratic feel but has proved very useful over the years with its research activities and ability to champion and nix costly endeavours. Shotwell started at aerospace in October 1988 and worked on a wide range of projects. One job required her to develop a thermal model that depicted how temperature fluctuations in the Space Shuttle's cargo bay affected the performance of equipment on various payloads. She spent 10 years at aerospace and honed her skills as a systems engineer. By the end, though, Shotwell had become irritated by the pace of the industry. "I didn't understand why it had to take 15 years to make a military satellite," she said. "You could see my interest was waning." For the next 4 years, Shotwell worked at Microcosm, a space startup just down the road from the Aerospace Corporation, and became the head of its space systems division and business development. Boasting a combination of smarts, confidence, direct talk, and good looks, Shotwell developed a reputation as a strong saleswoman. In 2002, one of her co-workers, Hans Koenigsmann, left for SpaceX. Shotwell took Koenigsmann out for a going-away lunch and dropped him off at SpaceX's then rinky-dink headquarters. "Hans told me to go in and meet Elon," Shotwell said. "I did, and that's when I told him, you need a good business development person." The next day Mary Beth Brown called Shotwell and told her that Musk wanted to interview her for the new Vice President of Business Development position. Shotwell ended up as employee number 7. "I gave 3 weeks' notice at Microcosm and remodeled my bathroom because I knew I would not have a life after taking the job," she said. Through the early years of SpaceX, Shotwell pulled off the miraculous feat of selling something the company did not have. It took SpaceX so much longer than it had planned to have a successful flight. The failures along the way were embarrassing and bad for business. Nonetheless, Shotwell managed to sell about a dozen flights to a mix of government and commercial customers before SpaceX put its first Falcon 1 into orbit. Her deal-making skills extended to negotiating the big-ticket contracts with NASA that kept SpaceX alive during its leanest years, including a $278 million contract in August 2006 to begin work on vehicles that could ferry supplies to the ISS. Shotwell's track record of success turned her into Musk's ultimate confidant at SpaceX, and at the end of 2008, she became president and chief operating officer at the company. Part of Shotwell's duties include reinforcing the SpaceX culture as the company grows larger and starts to resemble the traditional aerospace giants that it likes to mock. Shotwell can switch on an easygoing, affable air and address the entire company during a meeting or convince a collection of possible recruits why they should sign up to be worked to the bone. During one such meeting with a group of interns, Shotwell pulled about 100 people into the corner of the cafeteria. She wore high-heel black boots, skin-tight jeans, a tan jacket, and a scarf and had big hoop earrings dangling beside her shoulder-length blonde hair. Pacing back and forth in front of the group with a microphone in hand, she asked them to announce what school they came from and what project they were working on while at SpaceX. One student went to Cornell and worked on Dragon, another went to USC and did propulsion system design, and another went to the University of Illinois and worked with the aerodynamics group. It took about 30 minutes to make it all the way around the room, and the students were, at least by academic pedigree and bright-eyed enthusiasm, among the most impressive youngsters in the world. The students peppered Shotwell with questions, her best moment, her advice for being successful, SpaceX's competitive threats, and she replied with a mix of earnest answers and rah-rah stuff. Shotwell made sure to emphasize the lean, innovative edge SpaceX has over the more traditional aerospace companies. "Our competitors are scared shitless of us," Shotwell told the group. "The behemoths are going to have to figure out how to get it together and compete. And it is our job to have them die." One of SpaceX's biggest goals, Shotwell said, was to fly as often as possible. The company has never sought to make a fortune off each flight. It would rather make a little on each launch and keep the flights flowing. A Falcon 9 flight costs $60 million, and the company would like to see that figure drop to about $20 million through economies of scale and improvements in launch technology. SpaceX spent $2.5 billion to get 4 Dragon capsules to the ISS, 9 flights with the Falcon 9, and 5 flights with the Falcon 1. It's a price per launch total that the rest of the players in the industry cannot comprehend, let alone aspire to. I don't know what those guys do with their money, Shotwell said. They are smoking it. I just don't know. As Shotwell saw it, a number of new nations were showing interest in launches, eyeing communications technology as essential to growing their economies and leveling their status with developed nations. Cheaper flights would help SpaceX take the majority of the business from that new customer set. The company also expected to participate in an expanding market for human flights. SpaceX has never had any interest in doing the 5-minute tourist flights to low Earth orbit like Virgin Galactic and XOR. It does, however, have the ability to carry researchers to orbiting habitats being built by Bigelow Aerospace and to orbiting science labs being constructed by various countries. SpaceX will also start making its own satellites, turning the company into a one-stop space shop. All of these plans hinge on SpaceX being able to prove that it can fly on schedule every month and churn through the $5 billion backlog of launches. Most of our customers signed up early and wanted to be supportive and got good deals on their missions, she said. We are in a phase now where we need to launch on time and make launching Dragons more efficient. For a short while, the conversation with the interns bogged down. It turned to some of the annoyances of SpaceX's campus. The company leases its facility and has not been able to build things like a massive parking structure that would make life easier for its 3,000-person workforce. Shotwell promised that more parking, more bathrooms, and more of the freebies that technology startups in Silicon Valley offer their employees would be on the way. I want a daycare, she said. But it was while discussing SpaceX's grandest missions that Shotwell really came into her own and seemed to inspire the interns. Some of them clearly dreamed of becoming astronauts, and Shotwell said that working at SpaceX was almost certainly their best chance to get to space now that NASA's astronaut corps had dwindled. Musk had made designing cool-looking, non-stay puffed spacesuits a personal priority. They can't be clunky and nasty, Shotwell said. You have to do better than that. As for where the astronauts would go, well, there were the space habitats, the Moon, and, of course, Mars as options. SpaceX has already started testing a giant rocket, called the Falcon Heavy, that will take it much farther into space than the Falcon 9, and it has another, even larger spaceship on the way. Our Falcon Heavy rocket will not take a busload of people to Mars, she said. So, there's something after Heavy. We're working on it. To make something like that vehicle happen, she said, the SpaceX employees needed to be effective and pushy. Make sure your output is high, Shotwell said. If we're throwing a bunch of shit in your way, you need to be mouthy about it. That's not a quality that's widely accepted elsewhere, but it is at SpaceX. And, if that sounded harsh, so be it. As Shotwell saw it, the commercial space race was coming down to SpaceX and China, and that's it. And in the bigger picture, the race was on to ensure man's survival. If you hate people and think human extinction is okay, then fuck it, Shotwell said. Don't go to space. If you think it is worth humans doing some risk management and finding a second place to go live, then you should be focused on this issue and willing to spend some money. I am pretty sure we will be selected by NASA to drop landers and rovers off on Mars. Then the first SpaceX mission will be to drop off a bunch of supplies, so that once people get there, there will places to live and food to eat and stuff for them to do. It's talk like this that thrills and amazes people in the aerospace industry, who have long been hoping that some company would come along and truly revolutionize space travel. Aeronautics experts will point out that 20 years after the Wright brothers started their experiments, air travel had become routine. The launch business, by contrast, appears to have frozen. We've been to the moon, sent research vehicles to Mars, and explored the solar system, but all of these things are still immensely expensive one-off projects. The cost remains extraordinarily high because of the rocket equation, said Carol Stoker, the planetary scientist at NASA. Thanks to military and government contracts from agencies like NASA, the aerospace industry has historically had massive budgets to work with and tried to make the biggest, most reliable machines it could. The business has been tuned to strive for maximum performance, so that the aerospace contractors can say they met their requirements. That strategy makes sense if you're trying to send up a $1 billion military satellite for the US government and simply cannot afford for the payload to blow up. But on the whole, this approach stifles the pursuit of other endeavors. It leads to bloat and excess and a crippling of the commercial space industry. Outside of SpaceX, the American launch providers are no longer competitive against their peers in other countries. They have limited launch abilities and questionable ambition. SpaceX's main competitor for domestic military satellites and other large payloads is United Launch Alliance, ULA, a joint venture formed in 2006 when Boeing and Lockheed Martin combined forces. The thinking at the time about the union was that the government did not have enough business for two companies and that combining the research and manufacturing work of Boeing and Lockheed would result in cheaper, safer launches. ULA has leaned on decades of work around the Delta, Boeing, and Atlas, Lockheed, launch vehicles and has flown many dozens of rockets successfully, making it a model of reliability. But neither the joint venture nor Boeing nor Lockheed, both of which can offer commercial services on their own, come close to competing on price against SpaceX, the Russians, or the Chinese. For the most part, the global commercial market is dominated by Arianespace, Europe, Long March, China, or Russian vehicles, said Dave Bearden, the general manager of civil and commercial programs at the Aerospace Corporation. There are just different labor rates and differences in the way they are built. To put things more bluntly, ULA has turned into an embarrassment for the United States. In March 2014, ULA's then CEO, Michael Gass, faced off against Musk during a congressional hearing that dealt, in part, with SpaceX's request to take on more of the government's annual launch load. A series of slides were rolled out that showed how the government payments for launches have skyrocketed since Boeing and Lockheed went from a duopoly to a monopoly. According to Musk's math presented at the hearing, ULA charged $380 million per flight, while SpaceX would charge $90 million per flight. The $90 million figure was higher than SpaceX's standard $60 million because the government has certain additional requirements for particularly sensitive launches. By simply picking SpaceX as its launch provider, Musk pointed out, the government would save enough money to pay for the satellite going on the rocket. Gass had no real retort. He claimed Musk's figures for the ULA launch price were inaccurate but failed to provide a figure of his own. The hearing also came as tensions between the United States and Russia were running high due to Russia's aggressive actions in Ukraine. Musk rightly noted that the United States could soon be placing sanctions on Russia that could carry over to aerospace equipment. ULA, as it happens, relies on Russian-made engines to send up sensitive US military equipment in its Atlas V rockets. Our Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy launch vehicles are truly American, Musk said. We design and manufacture our rockets in California and Texas. Gass countered that ULA had bought a 2-year supply of Russian engines and purchased the blueprints to the machines and had them translated from Russian to English, and he said this with a straight face. A few months after the hearing, ULA replaced Gass as CEO and signed a deal with Blue Origin to develop American-made rockets. Some of the most disheartening moments of the hearing arrived when Senator Richard Shelby of Alabama took the microphone for questioning. ULA has manufacturing facilities in Alabama and close ties to the senator. Shelby felt compelled to play the role of hometown booster by repeatedly pointing out that ULA had enjoyed 68 successful launches and then asking Musk what he made of that accomplishment. The aerospace industry stands as one of Shelby's biggest donors, and he's ended up surprisingly pro-bureaucracy and anti-competition when it comes to getting things into space. Typically, competition results in better quality and lower-priced contracts, but the launch market is not typical, Shelby said. It is limited demand framed by government industrial policies. The March hearing in which Shelby made these statements would turn out to be something of a sham. The government had agreed to put 14 of its sensitive launches up for bid instead of just awarding them directly to ULA. Musk had come to Congress to present his case for why SpaceX made sense as a viable candidate for those and other launches. The day after the hearing, the Air Force cut the number of launches up for bid from 14 to between 7 and 1. 1 month later, SpaceX filed a lawsuit against the Air Force asking for a chance to earn its launch business. SpaceX is not seeking to be awarded contracts for these launches, the company said on its freedomtolaunch.com website. We are simply seeking the right to compete. SpaceX's main competitor for ISS resupply missions and commercial satellites in the United States is Orbital Sciences Corporation. Founded in Virginia in 1982, the company started out not unlike SpaceX, as the new kid that raised outside funding and focused on putting smaller satellites into low Earth orbit. Orbital is more experienced, although it has a limited roster of machine types. Orbital depends on suppliers, including Russian and Ukrainian companies, for its engines and rocket bodies, making it more of an assembler of spacecraft than a true builder like SpaceX. And, also unlike SpaceX, Orbital's capsules cannot withstand the journey back from the ISS to Earth, so it's unable to return experiments and other goods. In October 2014, one of Orbital's rockets blew up on the launch pad. With its ability to launch on hold while it investigated the incident, Orbital reached out to SpaceX for help. It wanted to see if Musk had any extra capacity to take care of some of Orbital's customers. The company also signaled that it would move away from using Russian engines as well. As for getting humans to space, SpaceX and Boeing were the victors in a 4-year NASA competition to fly astronauts to the ISS. SpaceX will get $2.6 billion, and Boeing will get $4.2 billion to develop their capsules and ferry people to the ISS by 2017. The companies would, in effect, be replacing the Space Shuttle and restoring the United States' ability to conduct manned flights. I actually don't mind that Boeing gets twice as much money for meeting the same NASA requirements as SpaceX with worse technology, Musk said. Having two companies involved is better for the advancement of human spaceflight. SpaceX had once looked like it too would a one-trick pony. The company's original plans were to have the smallish Falcon 1 function as its primary workhorse. At $6 million to $12 million per flight, the Falcon 1 was by far the cheapest means of getting something into orbit, thrilling people in the space industry. Even Google announced its Lunar X Prize in 2007, $30 million in awards to people who could land a robot on the Moon. Many of the proposals that followed selected the Falcon 1 as their preferred launch vehicle because it seemed like the only reasonably priced option for getting something to the Moon. Scientists around the world were equally excited, thinking that for the first time they had a means of placing experiments into orbit in a cost-effective way. But for all the enthusiastic talk about the Falcon 1, the demand never arrived. It became very clear that there was a huge need for the Falcon 1 but no money for it, said Shotwell. The market has to be able to sustain a certain amount of vehicles, and 3 Falcons per year does not make a business. The last Falcon 1 launch took place in July 2009 from Kwajalein, when SpaceX carried a satellite into orbit for the Malaysian government. People in the aerospace industry have been grumbling ever since. We gave Falcon 1 a hell of a shot, Shotwell said. I was emotional about it and disappointed. I'd anticipated a flood of orders but, after 8 years, they just did not come. SpaceX has since expanded its launch capabilities at a remarkable pace and looks like it might be on the verge of getting the $12 million per flight option back. In June 2010, the Falcon 9 flew for the first time and orbited Earth successfully. In December 2010, SpaceX proved that the Falcon 9 could carry the Dragon capsule into space and that the capsule could be recovered safely after an ocean landing. It became the first commercial company ever to pull off this feat. Then, in May 2012, SpaceX went through the most significant moment in the company's history since that first successful launch on Kwajalein. On the 22nd of May, at 3:44 a.m., a Falcon 9 rocket took off from the Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral, Florida. The rocket did its yeoman-like work boosting Dragon into space. Then the capsule's solar panels fanned out and Dragon became dependent on its 18 Draco thrusters, or small rocket engines, to guide its path to the International Space Station. The SpaceX engineers worked in shifts, some of them sleeping on cots at the factory, as it took the capsule 3 days for Dragon to make its journey. They spent most of the time observing Dragon's flight and checking to see that its sensor systems were picking up the ISS. Originally, Dragon planned to dock with the ISS around 4 a.m. on the 25th, but as the capsule approached the space station, an unexpected glint kept throwing off the calculations of a laser used to measure the distance between Dragon and the ISS. "I remember it being 2.5 hours of struggle," Shotwell said. Her outfit of Uggs, a fishnet sweater, and leggings started to feel like pajamas as the night wore on, and the engineers battled this unplanned difficulty. Fearing all the time that the mission would be aborted, SpaceX decided to upload some new software to the Dragon that would cut the size of the visual frame used by the sensors to eliminate the effect of the sunlight on the machine. Then, just before 7 a.m., Dragon got close enough to the ISS for Don Pettit, an astronaut, to use a 58-foot robotic arm to reach out and grab the resupply capsule. "Houston, station, it looks like we've got us a Dragon 13 by the tail," Pettit said. "I'd been digesting my guts," Shotwell said. "And then I am drinking champagne at 6 in the morning." L1T30 people were in the control room when the docking happened. Over the next couple of hours, workers streamed into the SpaceX factory to soak up the elation of the moment. SpaceX had set another first, as the only private company to dock with the ISS. A couple of months later, SpaceX received $440 million from NASA to keep developing Dragon so that it could transport people. "Elon is changing the way aerospace business is done," said NASA's Stoker. "He's managed to keep the safety factor up while cutting costs. He's just taken the best things from the tech industry like the open floor office plans and having everyone talking and all this human interaction. It's a very different way to most of the aerospace industry, which is designed to produce requirements documents and project reviews." In May 2014, Musk invited the press to SpaceX's headquarters to demonstrate what some of that NASA money had bought. He unveiled the Dragon V2, or version 2, spacecraft. Unlike most executives, who like to show their products off at trade shows or daytime events, Musk prefers to hold true Hollywood-style galas in the evenings. People arrived in Hawthorne by the hundreds and snacked on hors d'oeuvres until the 7:30 p.m. showing. Musk appeared wearing a purplish velvet jacket and popping open the capsule's door with a bump of his fist like the Fonz. What he revealed was spectacular. The cramped quarters of past capsules were gone. There were 7 thin, sturdy, contoured seats arranged with 4 seats close to the main console and a row of 3 seats in the back. Musk walked around in the capsule to show how roomy it was and then plopped down in the central captain's chair. He reached up and unlocked a 4-paneled flat-screen console that gracefully slid down right in front of the first row of seats. In the middle of the console was a joystick for flying the aircraft and some physical buttons for essential functions that astronauts could press in case of an emergency or a malfunctioning touch screen. The inside of the capsule had a bright, metallic finish. Someone had finally built a spaceship worthy of scientist and movie maker dreams. There was substance to go with the style. The Dragon 2 will able to dock with the ISS and other space habitats automatically without needing the intervention of a robotic arm. It will run on a Super Draco engine, a thruster made by SpaceX and the first engine ever built completely by a 3D printer to go into space. This means that a machine guided by a computer formed the engine out of single piece of metal, in this case the high-strength alloy inconel, so that its strength and performance should exceed anything built by humans by welding various parts together. And most mind-boggling of all, Musk revealed that the Dragon 2 will be able to land anywhere on Earth that SpaceX wants by using the Super Draco engines and thrusters to come to a gentle stop on the ground. No more landings at sea. No more throwing spaceships away. That is how a 21st century spaceship should land, Musk said. You can just reload propellant and fly again. So long as we continue to throw away rockets and spacecraft, we will never have true access to space. The Dragon 2 is just one of the machines that SpaceX continues to develop in parallel. One of the company's next milestones will be the first flight of the Falcon Heavy, which is designed to be the world's most powerful rocket. SpaceX has found a way to combine 3 Falcon 9s into a single craft with 27 of the Merlin engines and the ability to carry more than 53 metric tons of stuff into orbit. Part of the genius of Musk and Mueller's designs is that SpaceX can reuse the same engine in different configurations, from the Falcon 1 up to the Falcon Heavy, saving on cost and time. We make our main combustion chambers, turbo pump, gas generators, injectors, and main valves, Mueller said. We have complete control. We have our own test site, while most of the other guys use government test sites. The labor hours are cut in half and so is the work around the materials. 4 years ago, we could make 2 rockets a year and now we can make 20 a year. SpaceX boasts that the Falcon Heavy can take up twice the payload of the nearest competitor, the Delta IV Heavy from Boeing/ULA, at 1/3 the cost. SpaceX is also busy building a spaceport. From the ground up. The goal is to be able to launch many rockets an hour from this facility located in Brownsville, Texas, by automating the processes needed to stand a rocket up on the pad, fuel it, and send it off. Just as it did in the early days, SpaceX continues to experiment with these new vehicles during actual launches in ways that other companies would dare not do. SpaceX will often announce that it's trying out a new engine or its landing legs and place the emphasis on that one upgrade in the marketing material leading up to a launch. It's common, though, for SpaceX to test out a dozen other objectives in secret during a mission. Musk essentially asks employees to do the impossible on top of the impossible. One former SpaceX executive described the working atmosphere as a perpetual motion machine that runs on a weird mix of dissatisfaction and eternal hope. It's like he has everyone working on this car that is meant to get from Los Angeles to New York on one tank of gas, this executive said. They will work on the car for a year and test all of its parts. Then, when they set off for New York after that year, all of the vice presidents think privately that the car will be lucky to get to Las Vegas. What ends up happening is that the car gets to New Mexico, twice as far as they ever expected, and Elon is still mad. He gets twice as much as anyone else out of people. There's a degree to which it's just never enough for Musk, no matter what it is. Case in point, the December 2010 launch in which SpaceX got the Dragon capsule to orbit Earth and return successfully. This had been one of the company's great achievements, and people had worked tirelessly for months, if not years. The launch had taken place on December the 8th, and SpaceX had a Christmas party on the 16th of December. About 90 minutes before the party started, Musk had called his top executives to SpaceX for a meeting. 6 of them, including Mueller, were decked out in party attire and ready to celebrate the holidays and SpaceX's historic achievement around Dragon. Musk laid into them for about an hour because the truss structure for a future rocket was running behind schedule. Their wives were sitting 3 cubes over waiting for the berating to end, Brogan said. Other examples of similar behavior have cropped up from time to time. Musk, for example, rewarded a group of 30 employees who had pulled off a tough project for NASA with bonuses that consisted of additional stock option grants. Many of the employees, seeking instant, more tangible gratification, demanded cash. He chided us for not valuing the stock. Drew Eldine, a former engineer, said. He said, in the long run, this is worth a lot more than $1,000 in cash. He wasn't creaming or anything like that, but he seemed disappointed in us. It was hard to hear that. The lingering question for many SpaceX employees is when exactly they will see a big reward for all their work. SpaceX's staff is paid well, but by no means exorbitantly. Many of them expect to make their money when SpaceX files for an initial public offering. The thing is that Musk does not want to go public anytime soon, and understandably so. It's a bit hard to explain the whole Mars thing to investors, when it's unclear what the business model around starting a colony on another planet will be. When the employees heard Musk say that an IPO was years away and would not occur until the Mars mission looked more secure, they started to grumble, and when Musk found out, he addressed all of SpaceX in an email that is a fantastic window into his thinking and how it differs from almost every other CEO's. The full email appears in Appendix 3. June 7, 2013. Going public. Per my recent comments, I am increasingly concerned about SpaceX going public before the Mars transport system is in place. Creating the technology needed to establish life on Mars is and always has been the fundamental goal of SpaceX. If being a public company diminishes that likelihood, then we should not do so until Mars is secure. This is something that I am open to reconsidering, but, given my experiences with Tesla and SolarCity, I am hesitant to foist being public on SpaceX, especially given the long-term nature of our mission. Some at SpaceX who have not been through a public company experience may think that being public is desirable. This is not so. Public company stocks, particularly if big step changes in technology are involved, go through extreme volatility, both for reasons of internal execution and for reasons that have nothing to do with anything except the economy. This causes people to be distracted by the manic-depressive nature of the stock instead of creating great products. For those who are under the impression that they are so clever that they can outsmart public market investors and would sell SpaceX stock at the right time, let me relieve you of any such notion. If you really are better than most hedge fund managers, then there is no need to worry about the value of your SpaceX stock, as you can just invest in other public company stocks and make billions of dollars in the market. Elon Revenge of the electric car. There are so many television commercials for cars and trucks that it's easy to become immune to them and ignore what's taking place in the ads. That's okay. Because there's not really much of note happening. Car makers looking to put a modicum of effort into their ads have been hawking the exact same things for decades: a car with a bit more room, a few extra miles per gallon, better handling, or an extra cup holder. Those that can't find anything interesting at all to tout about their cars turn to scantily clad women, men with British accents, and, when necessary, dancing mice in tuxedos to try and convince people that their products are better than the rest. Next time a car ad appears on your television, pause for a moment and really listen to what's being said. When you realize that the Volkswagen Sign and Drive event is code for "we're making the experience of buying a car slightly less miserable than usual," you'll start to appreciate just how low the automotive industry has sunk. In the middle of 2012, Tesla Motors stunned its complacent peers in the automotive industry. It began shipping the Model S sedan. This all-electric luxury vehicle could go more than 300 miles on a single charge. It could reach 60 miles per hour in 4.2 seconds. It could seat 7 people, if you used a couple of optional rear-facing seats in the back for kids. It also had 2 trunks. There was the standard one and then what Tesla calls a frunk up front, where the bulky engine would usually be. The Model S ran on an electric battery pack that makes up the base of the car and a watermelon-sized electric motor located between the rear tires. Getting rid of the engine and its din of clanging machinery also meant that the Model S ran silently. The Model S outclassed most other luxury sedans in terms of raw speed, mileage, handling, and storage space. And there was more, like a cutesy thing with the door handles, which were flush with the car's body until the driver got close to the Model S. Then the silver handles would pop out, the driver would open the door and get in, and the handles would retract flush with the car's body again. Once inside, the driver encountered a 17-inch touchscreen that controlled the vast majority of the car's functions, be it raising the volume on the stereo asterisk or opening the sunroof with the slide of the finger. Whereas most cars have a large dashboard to accommodate various displays and buttons and to protect people from the noise of the engine, the Model S offered up vast amounts of space. The Model S had an ever-present internet connection, allowing the driver to stream music through the touch console and to display massive Google Maps for navigation. The driver didn't need to turn a key or even push an ignition button to start the car. His weight in the seat coupled with a sensor in the key fob, which is shaped like a tiny Model S, was enough to activate the vehicle. Made of lightweight aluminum, the car achieved the highest safety rating in history. And it could be recharged for free at Tesla stations lining highways across the United States and later around the world. For both engineers and green-minded people, the Model S presented a model of efficiency. Traditional cars and hybrids have anywhere from hundreds to thousands of moving parts. The engine must perform constant, controlled explosions with pistons, crankshafts, oil filters, alternators, fans, distributors, valves, coils, and cylinders among the many pieces of machinery needed for the work. The oomph produced by the engine must then be passed through clutches, gears, and drive shafts to make the wheels turn, and then exhaust systems have to deal with the waste. Cars end up being about 10–20% efficient at turning the input of gasoline into the output of propulsion. Most of the energy, about 70%, is lost as heat in the engine, while the rest is lost through wind resistance, braking, and other mechanical functions. The Model S, by contrast, has about a dozen moving parts, with the battery pack sending energy instantly to a watermelon-sized motor that turns the wheels. The Model S ends up being about 60% efficient, losing most of the rest of its energy to heat. The sedan gets the equivalent of about 100 miles per gallon. Yet another distinguishing characteristic of the Model S was the experience of buying and owning the car. You didn't go to a dealership and haggle with a pushy salesman. Tesla sold the Model S directly through its own stores and website. Typically, the stores were placed in high-end malls or affluent suburbs, not far from the Apple stores on which they were modeled. Customers would walk in and find a complete Model S in the middle of the shop and often an exposed version of the car's base near the back of the store to show off the battery pack and motor. There were massive touchscreens where people could calculate how much they might save on fuel costs by moving to an all-electric car, and where they could configure the look and add-ons for their future Model S. Once the configuration process was done, the customer could give the screen a big, forceful swipe and his Model S would theatrically appear on an even bigger screen in the center of the store. If you wanted to sit in the display model, a salesman would pull back a red velvet rope near the driver's side door and let you enter the car. The salespeople were not compensated on commission and didn't have to try to talk you into buying a suite of extras. Whether you ultimately bought the car in the store or online, it was delivered in a concierge fashion. Tesla would bring it to your home, office, or anywhere else you wanted it. The company also offered customers the option of picking their cars up from the factory in Silicon Valley and treating their friends and family to a complimentary tour of the facility. In the months that followed the delivery, there were no oil changes or tune-ups to be dealt with because the Model S didn't need them. It had done away with so much of the mechanical dreck standard in an internal combustion vehicle. However, if something did go wrong with the car, Tesla would come pick it up and give the customer a loaner while it repaired the Model S. The Model S also offered a way to fix issues in a manner that people had never before encountered with a mass-produced car. Some of the early owners complained about glitches like the door handles not popping out quite right or their windshield wipers operating at funky speeds. These were inexcusable flaws for such a costly vehicle, but Tesla typically moved with clever efficiency to address them. While the owner slept, Tesla's engineers tapped into the car via the internet connection and downloaded software updates. When the customer took the car out for a spin in the morning and found it working right, he was left feeling as if magical elves had done the work. Tesla soon began showing off its software skills for jobs other than making up for mistakes. It put out a smartphone app that let people turn on their air conditioning or heating from afar and to see where the car was parked on a map. Tesla also began installing software updates that imbued the Model S with new features. Overnight, the Model S sometimes got new traction controls for hilly and highway driving or could suddenly recharge much faster than before or possess a new range of voice controls. Tesla had transformed the car into a gadget, a device that actually got better after you bought it. As Craig Venter, one of the earliest McKeel S owners and the famed scientist who first decoded man's DNA, put it, "It changes everything about transportation. It's a computer on wheels." The first people to notice what Tesla had accomplished were the technophiles in Silicon Valley. The region is filled with early adopters willing to buy the latest gizmos and suffer through their bugs. Normally this habit applies to computing devices ranging from SIOO to S2,000 in price. This time around, the early adopters proved willing not only to spend $100,000 on a product that might not work but also to trust their well-being to a startup. Tesla needed this early boost of confidence and got it on a scale few expected. In the first couple of months after the Model S went on sale, you might see 1 or 2 per day on the streets of San Francisco and the surrounding cities. Then you started to see 5 to 10 per day. Soon enough, the Model S seemed to feel like the most common car in Palo Alto and Mountain View, the two cities at the heart of Silicon Valley. The Model S emerged as the ultimate status symbol for wealthy technophiles, allowing them to show off, get a new gadget, and claim to be helping the environment at the same time. From Silicon Valley, the Model S phenomenon spread to Los Angeles, then all along the West Coast and then to Washington, D.C., and New York, although to a lesser degree. At first the more traditional automakers viewed the Model S as a gimmick and its surging sales as part of a fad. These sentiments, however, soon gave way to something more akin to panic. In November 2012, just a few months after it started shipping, the Model S was named Motor Trend's Car of the Year in the first unanimous vote that anyone at the magazine could remember. The Model S beat out 11 other vehicles from companies such as Porsche, BMW, Lexus, and Subaru and was heralded as proof positive that America can still make great things. Motor Trend celebrated the Model S as the first non-internal combustion engine car ever to win its top award and wrote that the vehicle handled like a sports car, drove as smoothly as a Rolls-Royce, held as much as a Chevy Equinox, and was more efficient than a Toyota Prius. Several months later, Consumer Reports gave the Model S its highest car rating in history, 99 out of 100, while proclaiming that it was likely the best car ever built. It was at about this time that sales of the Model S started to soar alongside Tesla's share price and that General Motors, among other automakers, pulled together a team to study the Model S, Tesla, and the methods of Elon Musk. It's worth pausing for a moment to meditate on what Tesla had accomplished. Musk had set out to make an electric car that did not suffer from any compromises. He did that. Then, using a form of entrepreneurial judo, he upended the decades of criticisms against electric cars. The Model S was not just the best electric car, it was best car, period, and the car people desired. America had not seen a successful car company since Chrysler emerged in 1925. Silicon Valley had done little of note in the automotive industry. Musk had never run a car factory before and was considered arrogant and amateurish by Detroit. Yet 1 year after the Model S went on sale, Tesla had posted a profit, hit $562 million in quarterly revenue, raised its sales forecast, and become as valuable as Mazda Motor. Elon Musk had built the automotive equivalent of the iPhone. And car executives in Detroit, Japan, and Germany had only their crappy ads to watch as they pondered how such a thing had occurred. You can forgive the automotive industry veterans for being caught unawares. For years Tesla had looked like an utter disaster, incapable of doing much of anything right. It took until early 2009 for Tesla to really hit its stride with the Roadster and work out the manufacturing issues behind the sports car. Just as the company tried to build some momentum around the Roadster, Musk sent out an email to customers declaring a price hike. Where the car originally started around $92,000, it would now start at $109,000. In the email, Musk said that 400 customers who had already placed their orders for a Roadster but not yet received them would bear the brunt of the price change and need to cough up the extra cash. He tried to assuage Tesla's customer base by arguing that the company had no choice but to raise prices. The manufacturing costs for the Roadster had come in much higher than the company initially expected, and Tesla needed to prove that it could make the cars at a profit to bolster its chances of securing a large government loan that would be needed to build the Model S, which it vowed to deliver in 2011. I firmly believe that the plan strikes a reasonable compromise between fair to early customers and ensuring the viability of Tesla, which is obviously in the best interests of all customers, Musk wrote in the email. Mass-market electric cars have been my goal from the beginning of Tesla. I don't want and I don't think the vast majority of Tesla customers want us to do anything to jeopardize that objective. While some Tesla customers grumbled, Musk had largely read his customer base right. They would support just about anything he suggested. Following the price increase, Tesla had a safety recall. It said that Lotus, the manufacturer of the Roadster chassis, had failed to tighten a bolt properly on its assembly line. On the plus side, Tesla had only delivered about 345 Roadsters, which meant that it could fix the problem in a manageable fashion. On the downside, a safety recall was the last thing a car startup needs, even if it was, as Tesla claimed, more of a proactive measure than anything else. The next year, Tesla had another voluntary recall. It had received a report of a power cable grinding against the body of the Roadster to the point that it caused a short circuit and some smoke. That time, Tesla brought 439 Roadsters in for a fix. Tesla did its best to put a positive spin on these issues, saying that it would make house calls to fix the Roadsters or pick up the cars and take them back to the factory. Ever since, Musk has tried to turn any snafu with a Tesla into an excuse to show off the company's attention to service and dedication to pleasing the customer. More often than not, the strategy has worked. On top of the occasional issues with the Roadster, Tesla continued to suffer from public perception problems. In June 2009, Martin Eberhard sued Musk and went to town in the complaint detailing his ouster from the company. Eberhard accused Musk of libel, slander, and breach of contract. The charges painted Musk as a bully moneyman who had pushed the soulful inventor out of his own company. The lawsuit also accused Musk of trumping up his role in Tesla's founding. Musk responded in kind, issuing a blog post that detailed his take on Eberhard's foibles and taking umbrage at the suggestions that he was not a true founder of the company. A short while later, the two men settled and agreed to stop going at each other. As co-founder of the company, Elon's contributions to Tesla have been extraordinary, Eberhard said in a statement at the time. It must have been excruciating for Eberhard to agree to put that in writing, and the very existence of that statement points to Musk's skills and tactics as a hardline negotiator. The two men continue to despise each other today, although they must do so in private, as legally required. Eberhard, though, holds no long-standing grudge against Tesla. His shares in the company ended up becoming very valuable. He still drives his Roadster, and his wife got a Model S. For so much of its early existence, Tesla appeared in the news for the wrong reasons. There were people in the media and the automotive industry who viewed it as a gimmick. They seemed to delight in the soap opera-worthy spats between Musk and Eberhard and other disgruntled former employees. Far from being seen universally as a successful entrepreneur, Musk was viewed in some Silicon Valley circles as an abrasive blow-hard who would get what he deserved when Tesla inevitably collapsed. The Roadster would make its way to the electric car graveyard. Detroit would prove that it had a better handle on this whole car innovation thing than Silicon Valley. The natural order of the world would remain intact. A funny thing happened, however. Tesla did just enough to survive. From 2008 to 2012, Tesla sold about 2,500 Roadsters. The car had accomplished what Musk had intended from the outset. It proved that electric cars could be fun to drive and that they could be objects of desire. With the Roadster, Tesla kept electric cars in the public's consciousness and did so under impossible circumstances, namely the collapse of the American automotive industry and the global financial markets. Whether Musk was a founder of Tesla in the purest sense of the word is irrelevant at this point. There would be no Tesla to talk about today were it not for Musk's money, marketing savvy, chicanery, engineering smarts, and indomitable spirit. Tesla was, in effect, willed into existence by Musk and reflects his personality as much as Intel, Microsoft, and Apple reflect the personalities of their founders. Mark Tarpenning, the other Tesla co-founder, said as much when he reflected on what Musk has meant to the company. Elon pushed Tesla so much farther than we ever imagined, he said. As difficult as birthing the Roadster had been, the adventure had whetted Musk's appetite for what he could accomplish in the automotive industry with a clean slate. Tesla's next car, code-named White Star, would not be an adapted version of another company's vehicle. It would be made from scratch and structured to take full advantage of what the electric car technology offered. The battery pack in the Roadster, for example, had to be placed near the rear of the car of constraints imposed by the Lotus Elise chassis. This was okay but not ideal due to the imposing weight of the batteries. With White Star, which would become the Model S, Musk and Tesla's engineers knew from the start that they would place the 1,300-pound battery pack on the base of the car. This would give the vehicle a low center of gravity and excellent handling. It would also give the Model S what's known as a low polar moment of inertia, which relates to how a car resists turning. Ideally, you want heavy parts like the engine as close as possible to the car's center of gravity, which is why the engines of race cars tend to be near the middle of the vehicle. Traditional cars are a mess on this metric, with the bulky engine up front, passengers in the middle, and gasoline sloshing around the rear. In the case of the Model S, the bulk of the car's mass is very close to the center of gravity, and this has positive follow-on effects to handling, performance, and safety. The innards, though, were just one part of what would make the Model S shine. Musk wanted to make a statement with the car's look as well. It would be a sedan, yes, but it would be a sexy sedan. It would also be comfortable and luxurious and have none of the compromises that Tesla had been forced to embrace with the Roadster. To bring such a beautiful, functional car to life, Musk hired Henrik Fisker, a Danish automobile designer renowned for his work at Aston Martin. Tesla first revealed its plans for the Model S to Fisker in 2007. It asked him to design a sleek, four-door sedan that would cost between $50,000 and $70,000. Tesla could still barely make Roadsters and had no idea if its all-electric powertrain would hold up over time. Musk, though, refused to wait and find out. He wanted the Model S to ship in late 2009 or early 2010 and needed Fisker to work fast. By reputation, Fisker had a flair for the dramatic and had produced some of the most stunning car designs over the past decade, not just for Aston Martin but also for special versions of BMW and Mercedes-Benz vehicles. Fisker had a studio in Orange County, California, and Musk and other Tesla executives would meet there to go over his evolving takes on the Model S. Each visit was less inspiring than the last. Fisker baffled the Tesla teams with his stodgy designs. Some of the early styles were like a giant egg, said Ron Lloyd, the former vice president of the White Star Project at Tesla. They were terrible. Even Musk pushed back. Fisker blamed the physical constraints Tesla had put in place for the Model S as too restrictive. He said they would not let him make the car sexy, Lloyd said. Fisker tried a couple of different approaches and unveiled some foam models of the car for Musk and his crew to dissect. We kept on telling him they were not right, Lloyd said. Not long after these meetings, Fisker started his own company, Fisker Automotive, and unveiled the Fisker Karma Hybrid in 2008. This luxury sedan looked like a vehicle Batman might take out for a Sunday drive. With its elongated lines and sharp edges, the car was stunning and truly original. It rapidly became clear that he was trying to compete with us, Lloyd said. As Musk dug into the situation, he discovered that Fisker had been shopping his idea for a car company to investors around Silicon Valley for some time. Kleiner Perkins Caulfield and Bias, one of the more famous venture capital firms in Silicon Valley, once had a chance to invest in Tesla and then ended up putting money into Fisker instead. All of this was too much for Musk, and he launched a lawsuit against Fisker in 2008, accusing him of stealing Tesla's ideas and using the $875,000 Tesla had paid for design work to help get his rival car company off the ground. Fisker ultimately prevailed in the dispute with an arbitrator ordering Tesla to reimburse Fisker's legal fees and deeming Tesla's allegations baseless. Tesla had thought about doing a hybrid like Fisker where a gas engine would be present to recharge the car's batteries after they had consumed an initial charge. The car would be able to travel 50 to 80 miles after being plugged into an outlet and then take advantage of ubiquitous gas stations as needed to top up the batteries, eliminating range anxiety. Tesla's engineers prototyped the hybrid vehicle and ran all sorts of cost and performance metrics. In the end, they found the hybrid to be too much of a compromise. It would be expensive, and the performance would not be as good as the all-electric car, said J.B. Strobel. And we would have needed to build a team to compete with the core competency of every car company in the world. We would have been betting against all the things we believe in, like the power electronics and batteries improving. We decided to put all the effort into going where we think the endpoint is and to never look back. After coming to this conclusion, Strobel and others inside Tesla started to let go of their anger toward Fisker. They figured he would end up delivering a kludger of a car and get what was coming to a large car company might spend $SL billion and need thousands of people to design a new vehicle and bring it to market. Tesla had nothing close to these resources as it gave birth to the Model S. According to Lloyd, Tesla initially aimed to make about 10,000 Model S sedans per year and had budgeted around $130 million to achieve this goal, including engineering the car and acquiring the manufacturing machines needed to stamp out the body parts. One of the things Elon pushed hard with everyone was to do as much as possible in-house, Lloyd said. Tesla would make up for its lack of R&D money by hiring smart people who could outwork and outthink the third parties relied on by the rest of the automakers. The mantra was that one great engineer will replace 3 medium ones, Lloyd said. A small team of Tesla engineers began the process of trying to figure out the mechanical inner workings of the Model S. Their first step in this journey took place at a Mercedes dealership where they test drove a CLS 4-door coupe and an E-Class sedan. The cars had the same chassis, and the Tesla engineers took measurements of every inch of the vehicles, studying what they liked and didn't like. In the end, they preferred the styling on the CLS and settled on it as their baseline for thinking about the Model S. After purchasing a CLS, Tesla's engineers tore it apart. One team had reshaped the boxy, rectangular battery pack from the Roadster and made it flat. The engineers cut the floor out of the CLS and plopped in the pack. Next they put the electronics that tied the whole system together in the trunk. After that, they replaced the interior of the car to restore its fit and finish. Following 3 months of work, Tesla had in effect built an all-electric Mercedes CLS. Tesla used the car to woo investors and future partners like Daimler that would eventually turn to Tesla for electric powertrains in their vehicles. Now and again, the Tesla team took the car out for drives on public roads. It weighed more than the Roadster but was still fast and had a range of about 120 miles per charge. To perform these joyrides cum tests in relative secrecy, the engineers had to weld the tips of the exhaust pipes back onto the car to make it look like any other CLS. It was at this time, the summer of 2008, when an artsy car lover named Franz von Hollozen joined Tesla. His job would be to breathe new life into the car's early designs and, if possible, turn the Model S into an iconic product. Von Hollozen grew up in a small Connecticut town. His father worked on the design and marketing of consumer products, and Franz treated the family basement full of markers, different kinds of paper, and other materials as a playground for his imagination. As he grew older, von Hollozen drifted toward cars. He and a friend stripped down a dune buggy motor one winter and then built it back up, and von Hollozen always filled the margins of his school notebooks with drawings of cars and had pictures of cars on his bedroom walls. Applying to college, von Hollozen decided to follow his father's path and enrolled in the industrial design program at Syracuse University. Then, through a chance encounter with another designer during an internship, von Hollozen heard about the Art Center College of Design in Los Angeles. This guy had been teaching me about car design and this school in Los Angeles, and I got super intrigued, said von Hollozen. I went to Syracuse for 2 years and then decided to transfer out to California. The move to Los Angeles kicked off a long and storied design career in the automotive industry. Von Hollozen would go on to intern in Michigan with Ford and in Europe with Volkswagen, where he began to pick up on a mix of design sensibilities. After graduating in 1992, he started work for Volkswagen on just about the most exciting project imaginable, a top-secret new version of the Beetle. It really was a magical time, von Hollozen said. Only 50 people in the world knew we were doing this project. Von Hollozen had a chance to work on the exterior and interior of the vehicle, including the signature flower vase built into the dashboard. In 1997, Volkswagen launched the new Beetle and von Hollozen saw firsthand how the look of the car captivated the public and changed the way people felt about Volkswagen, which had suffered from woeful sales in the United States. It started a rebirth of the VW brand and brought design back into their mix, he said. Von Hollozen spent 8 years with VW, climbing the ranks of its design team and falling in love with the car culture of Southern California. Los Angeles has long adored its cars, with the climate lending itself to all manner of vehicles from convertibles to surfboard-toting vans. Almost all of the major car makers set up design studios in the city. The presence of the studios allowed von Hollozen to hop from VW to General Motors and Mazda, where he served as the company's director of design. GM taught von Hollozen just how nasty a big car company could become. None of the cars in Graham's lineup really excited him, and it seemed near impossible to make a large impact on the company's culture. He was one member of a 1,000-person design team that divvied up the makes of cars haphazardly without any consideration as to which person really wanted to work on which car. They took all the spirit out of me, said von Hollozen. I knew I didn't want to die there. Mazda, by contrast, needed and wanted help. It let von Hollozen and his team in Los Angeles put their imprint on every car in the North American vehicle lineup and to produce a set of concept cars that reshaped how the company approached design. As von Hollozen put it, we brought the zoom back into the look and feel of the car. Von Hollozen started a project to make Mazda's cars more green by reevaluating the types of materials used to fabricate the seats and the fuels going into the vehicles. He had, in fact, just made an ethanol-based concept car when, in early 2008, a friend told him that Tesla needed a chief designer. After playing phone tag for a month with Musk's assistant, Mary Beth Brown, to inquire about the position, von Holozen finally got in touch and met Musk for an interview at the SpaceX headquarters. Musk instantly saw von Holozen, with his bouffant, trendy clothes and laid-back attitude, as a free-spirited, creative complement and wooed him with vigor. They took a tour of the SpaceX factory in Hawthorne and Tesla's headquarters in Silicon Valley. Both facilities were chaotic and reeked of startup. Musk ramped up the charm and sold von Holozen on the idea that he had a chance to shape the future of the automobile and that it made sense to leave his cushy job at a big, proven automaker for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Elon and I went for a drive in the Roadster, and everyone was checking it out, von Holozen said. I knew I could stay at Mazda for 10 years and get very comfortable or take a huge leap of faith. At Tesla, there was no history, no baggage. There was just a vision of products that could change the world. Who wouldn't want to be involved with that? While von Holozen knew the risks of going to a startup, he could not have realized just how close Tesla was to bankruptcy when he joined the company in August 2008. Musk had coaxed von Holozen away from a secure job and into the jaws of death. But in many ways, this is what von Holozen sought at this point in his career. Tesla did not feel as much like a car company as a bunch of guys tinkering on a big idea. To me, it was exciting, he said. It was like a garage experiment, and it made cars cool again. The suits were gone, and so were the veteran automotive hands dulled by years working in the industry in their stead. Von Holozen found energetic geeks who didn't realize that what they wanted to do was borderline impossible. Musk's presence added to the energy and gave von Holozen confidence that Tesla actually could outflank much, much larger competitors. Elon's mind was always way beyond the present moment, he said. You could see that he was a step or three ahead of everyone else and 100% committed to what we were doing. Von Holozen had examined the drawings of the Model S left by Fisker and a clay model of the car and had come away unimpressed. It was a blob, he said. It was clear to me that the people that had been working on this were novices. Musk realized the same thing and tried to articulate what he wanted. Even though the words were not precise, they were good enough to give von Holozen a feel for Musk's vision and the confidence that he could deliver on it. I said, we're going to start over. We're going to work together and make this awesome. To save money, the Tesla Design Center came to life inside the SpaceX factory. A handful of people on von Holozen's team took over one corner and put up a tent to add some separation and secrecy to what they were doing. In the tradition of many a Musk employee, von Holozen had to build his own office. He made a pilgrimage to IKEA to buy some desks and then went to an art store to get some paper and pens. As von Holozen began sketching the outside of the Model S, the Tesla engineers had started up a project to build another electric CLS. They ripped this one down to its very core, removing all of the body structure and then stretching the wheelbase by 4 inches to match up with some of the early Model S specifications. Things began moving fast for everyone involved in the Model S project. In the span of about 3 months, von Holozen had designed 95% of what people see TC$ with the Model S, and the engineers had started building a prototype exterior around the skeleton. Throughout this process, von Holozen and Musk talked every day. Their desks were close, and the men had a natural rapport. Musk said he wanted an aesthetic that borrowed from Aston Martin and Porsche and some specific functions. He insisted, for example, that the car seats 7 people. It was like, holy shit, how do we pull this off in a sedan, von Holozen said. But I understood. He had 5 kids and wanted something that could be thought of as a family vehicle, and he knew other people would have this issue. Musk wanted to make another statement with a huge touchscreen. This was years before the iPad would be released. The touch screens that people ran into now and again at airports or shopping kiosks were for the most part terrible. But to Musk, the iPhone and all of its touch functions made it obvious that this type of technology would soon become commonplace. He would make a giant iPhone and have it handle most of the car's functions. To find the right size for the screen, Musk and von Holozhen would sit in the skeleton car and hold up laptops of different sizes, placing them horizontally and vertically to see what looked best. They settled on a 17-inch screen in a vertical position. Drivers would tap on this screen for every task except for opening the glove box and turning on the emergency lights, jobs required by law to be performed with physical buttons. Since the battery pack at the base of the car would weigh so much, Musk, the designers, and the engineers were always looking for ways to reduce the Model S's weight in other spots. Musk opted to solve a big chunk of this problem by making the body of the Model S out of lightweight aluminum instead of steel. The non-battery pack portion of the car has to be lighter than comparable gasoline cars, and making it all aluminum became the obvious decision, Musk said. The fundamental problem was that if we didn't make it out of aluminum, the car wasn't going to be any good. Musk's word choice there, obvious decision, goes a long way toward explaining how he operates. Yes, the car needed to be light, and, yes, aluminum would be an option for making that happen. But at the time, car manufacturers in North America had almost no experience producing aluminum body panels. Aluminum tends to tear when worked by large presses. It also develops lines that look like stretch marks on skin and make it difficult to lay down smooth coats of paint. In Europe, you had some Jaguars and one Audi that were made of aluminum, but it was less than 5% of the market, Musk said. In North America, there was nothing. It's only recently that the Ford F-150 has arrived as mostly aluminum. Before that, we were the only one. Inside of Tesla, attempts were repeatedly made to talk Musk out of the aluminum body, but he would not budge, seeing it as the only rational choice. It would be up to the Tesla team to figure out how to make the aluminum manufacturing happen. We knew it could be done, Musk said. It was a question of how hard it would be and how long it would take us to sort it out. Just about all of the major design choices with the Model S came with similar challenges. When we first talked about the touch screen, the guys came back and said, "There's nothing like that in the automotive supply chain," Musk said. I said, "I know. That's because it's never been put in a fucking car before." Musk figured that computer manufacturers had tons of experience making 17-inch laptop screens and expected them to knock out a screen for the Model S with relative ease. "The laptops are pretty robust," Musk said. "You can drop them and leave them out in the sun, and they still have to work." After contacting the laptop suppliers, Tesla's engineers came back and said that the temperature and vibration loads for the computers did not appear to be up to automotive standards. Tesla's supplier in Asia also kept pointing the car maker to its automotive division instead of its computing division. As Musk dug into the situation more, he discovered that the laptop screens simply had not been tested before under the tougher automotive conditions, which included large temperature fluctuations. When Tesla performed the tests, the electronics ended up working just fine. Tesla also started working hand in hand with the Asian manufacturers to perfect their then immature capacitive touch technology and to find ways to hide the wiring behind the screen that made the touch technology possible. "I'm pretty sure that we ended up with the only 17-inch touch screen in the world," Musk said. None of the computer makers or Apple had made it work yet. The Tesla engineers were radical by automotive industry standards, but even they had problems fully committing to Musk's vision. They wanted to put in a bloody switch or a button for the lights, Musk said. "Why would we need a switch? When it's dark, turn the lights on." Next, the engineers put up resistance to the door handles. Musk and von Holozhen had been studying a bunch of preliminary designs in which the handles had yet to be drawn in and started to fall in love with how clean the car looked. They decided that the handles should only present themselves when a passenger needed to get in the car. Right away, the engineers realized this would be a technological pain, and they completely ignored the idea in one prototype version of the car, much to the dismay of Musk and von Holozhen. This prototype had the handles pivot instead of popping out, von Holozhen said. I was upset about it, and Elon said, why the fuck is this different? We're not doing this. To crank up the pace of the Model S design, there were engineers working all day and then others who would show up at 9 p.m. and work through the night. Both groups huddled inside of the 3,000 square foot tent placed on the SpaceX factory floor. Their workspace looked like a reception area at an outdoor wedding. The SpaceX guys were amazingly respectful and didn't peek or ask questions, said Ali Harvarden, one of the main engineers. As von Holozhen delivered his specifications, the engineers built the prototype body of the car. Every Friday afternoon, they brought what they had made into a courtyard behind the factory where Musk would look it over and provide feedback. To run tests on the body, the car would be loaded up with ballast to represent 5 people and then do loops around the factory until it overheated or broke down. The more von Holozhen learned AB, L1T Tesla's financial struggles, the more he wanted the public to see the Model S. Things were so precarious, and I didn't want to miss our opportunity to get this thing finished and show it to the world, he said. That moment came in March 2009, when, just 6 months after von Holozhen had arrived, Tesla unveiled the Model S at a press event held at SpaceX. Amid rocket engines and hunks of aluminum, Tesla showcased a grey Model S sedan. From a distance, the display model looked glamorous and refined. The media reports from the day described the car as the love child of an Aston Martin and a Maserati. In reality, the sedan barely held together. It still had the base structure of a Mercedes CLS, although no one in the press knew that, and some of the body panels and the hood were stuck to the frame with magnets. They could just slide the hood right off, said Bruce Leak, a Tesla owner invited to attend the event. It wasn't really attached. They would put it back on and try and align it to get the fit and finish right, but then someone would push on it, and it would move again. It was one of those Wizard of Oz, man behind the curtain moments. A couple of the Tesla engineers practiced test driving the car for a couple of days leading up to the event to make sure that they knew just how long the car would go before it overheated. While not perfect, the display accomplished exactly what Musk had intended. It reminded people that Tesla had a credible plan to make electric cars more mainstream and that its cars were far more ambitious than what big-time automakers like GM and Nissan seemed to have in mind, both from a design and a range perspective. The messy reality behind the display was that the of Tesla advancing the Model S from a prop to a sellable car were infinitesimal. The company had the technical know-how and the will for the job. It just didn't have much money or a factory that could crank out cars by the thousands. Building an entire car would require blanking machines that take sheets of aluminum and chop them up into the appropriate size for doors, hoods, and body panels. Next up would beta massive stamping machines and metal dies used to take the aluminum and bend it into precise shapes. Then there would be dozens of robots that would aid in assembling the cars, computer-controlled milling machines for precise metalwork, painting equipment, and a bevy of other machines for running tests. It was an investment that would run into the hundreds of millions of dollars. Musk would also need to hire thousands of workers. As with SpaceX, Musk preferred to build as much of Tesla's vehicles in-house as possible, but the high costs were limiting just how much Tesla could take on. The original plan was that we would do final assembly, said Diarmuid O'Connell, the vice president of business development at Tesla. Partners would stamp out the body parts, do the welding and handle the painting, and ship everything to Tesla, where workers would turn the parts into a whole car. Tesla proposed to build a factory to handle this type of work, first in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and then later in San Jose, California, and then pulled back on these proposals, much to the dismay of city officials in both locales. The public hemming and hawing around picking the factory site did little to inspire confidence in Tesla's ability to knock out a second car, and generated the same type of negative headlines that had surrounded the Roadster's protracted delivery. O'Connell had joined Tesla in 2006 to help solve some of the factory and financing issues. He grew up near Boston in a middle-class Irish family and went on to earn a bachelor's degree from Dartmouth College. After that, O'Connell attended the University of Virginia to get a master's degree in foreign policy and then Northwestern, where he got an MBA from the Kellogg School of Management. He had fancied himself a scholar of the Soviet Union and its foreign and economic policy and had studied these areas at UVA. But then, in 1988 and 1989, they are starting to close down the Soviet Union, and, at the very least, I had a brand problem, O'Connell said. It started looking to me like I was heading to a career in academia or intelligence. It was then that O'Connell's career took a detour into the business world, where he became a management consultant working for McCann Erickson Worldwide, Young and Rubicom, and Accenture, advising companies like Coca-Cola and AT&T. O'Connell's career path changed more drastically in 2001 when the planes hit the Twin Towers in New York. In the wake of the terrorist attacks, O'Connell, like many people, decided to serve the United States in any capacity that he could. In his late 30s, he had missed the window to be a soldier and instead focused his attention on trying to get into national security work. O'Connell went from office to office in Washington, D.C., looking for a job and had little luck until Lincoln Bloomfield, the Assistant Secretary of State for Political Military Affairs, heard him out. Bloomfield needed someone who could help prioritize missions in the Middle East and make sure the right people were working on the right things, and he figured that O'Connell's management consulting experience made him a nice fit for the job. O'Connell became Bloomfield's chief of staff and dealt with a wide range of charged situations, from trade negotiations to setting up an embassy in Baghdad. After gaining security clearance, O'Connell also had access to a daily report that collected information from intelligence and military personnel on the status of operations in Iraq and Afghanistan. Every morning at 6 a.m., the first thing to hit my desk was this overnight report that included information on who got killed and what killed them, O'Connell said. I kept thinking, this is insane. Why are we in this place? It was not just Iraq but the whole picture. Why were we so invested in that part of the world? The unsurprising answer that O'Connell came up with was oil. The more O'Connell dug into the United States' dependence on foreign oil, the more frustrated and despondent he became. My clients were basically the combat commanders, people in charge of Latin America and Central Command, he said. As I talked with them and studied and researched, I realized that even in peacetime, so many of our assets were employed to support the economic pipeline around oil. O'Connell decided that the rational thing to do for his country and for his newborn son was to alter this equation. He looked at the wind industry and the solar industry and the traditional automakers but came away unconvinced that what they were doing could have a radical enough impact on the status quo. Then, while reading Businessweek, he stumbled on an article about a startup called Tesla Motors and went to the company's website, which described Tesla as a place where we are doing things, not talking about things. I sent an email telling them I had come from the national security area and was really passionate about reducing our dependence on oil and figured it was just a dead letter type of thing, O'Connell said. I got an email back the next day. Musk hired O'Connell and quickly dispatched him to Washington, D.C., to start poking around on what types of tax credits and rebates Tesla might be able to drum up around its electric vehicles. At the same time, O'Connell drafted an application for a Department of Energy stimulus package. All I knew is that we were going to need a shitload of money to build this company, O'Connell said. My view was that we needed to explore everything. Tesla had been looking for between $100 million and $200 million, grossly underestimating what it would take to build the Model S. We were naive and learning our way in the business, O'Connell said. In January 2009, Tesla took over Porsche's usual spot at the Detroit Auto Show, getting the space cheap because so many other car companies had bailed out on the event. Fisker had a luxurious booth across the hallway with wood flooring and pretty blonde booth babes draped over its car. Tesla had the Roadster, its electric powertrain, and no frills. The technology that Tesla's engineers displayed proved good enough to attract the attention of the big boys. Not long after the show, Daimler voiced some interest in seeing what an electric Mercedes E-Class car might look and feel like. Daimler executives said they would visit Tesla in about a month to discuss this proposition in detail, and the Tesla engineers decided to blow them away by producing 2 prototype vehicles before the visit. When the Daimler executives saw what Tesla had done, they ordered 4,000 of Tesla's battery packs for a fleet of test vehicles in Germany. The Tesla team pulled off the same kind of feats for Toyota and won its business, too. In May 2009, things started to take off for Tesla. The Model S had been unveiled, and Daimler followed that by acquiring a 10% stake in Tesla for $50 million. The companies also formed a strategic partnership to have Tesla provide the battery packs for 1,000 of Daimler's smart cars. That money was important and went a long way back then, said O'Connell. It was also a validation. Here is the company that invented the internal combustion engine, and they are investing in us. It was a seminal moment, and I am sure it gave the guys over at the Dow the feeling that we were real. It's not just our scientists saying this stuff is good. It's Mercedes freaking Benz. Sure enough, in January 2010, the Department of Energy struck a $465 million loan agreement with Tesla. The money was far more than Tesla had ever expected to get from the government. But it still represented just a fraction of the SL billion plus that most car makers needed to bring a new vehicle to market. So, while Musk and O'Connell were thrilled to get the money, they still wondered if Tesla would be able to live up to the bargain. Tesla would need one more windfall or, perhaps, to steal a car factory. And in May 2010, that's more or less what it did. General Motors and Toyota had teamed up in 1984 to build new United Motor Manufacturing Incorporated, or NUMMI, on the site of a former GM assembly plant in Fremont, California, a city on the outskirts of Silicon Valley. The companies hoped the joint facility would combine the best of American and Japanese automaking skills and result in higher quality, cheaper cars. The factory went on to pump out millions of vehicles like the Chevy Nova and Toyota Corolla. Then the recession hit, and GM found itself trying to climb out of bankruptcy. It decided to abandon the plant in 2009, and Toyota followed right after, saying it would close down the whole facility, leaving 5,000 people without jobs. All of a sudden, Tesla had the chance to buy a 5.3 million square foot plant in its backyard. Just 1 month after the last Toyota Corolla went off the manufacturing line in April 2010, Tesla and Toyota announced a partnership and transfer of the factory. Tesla agreed to pay $42 million for a large portion of the factory, once worth SL billion, while Toyota invested $50 million in Tesla for a 2.5% stake in the company. Tesla had basically secured a factory, including the massive metal stamping machines and other equipment, for free. The string of fortunate turns for Tesla left Musk feeling good. Just after the factory deal closed in the summer of 2010, Tesla started the process of filing for an initial public offering. The company obviously needed as much capital as it could get to bring the Model S to market and push forward with its other technology projects. Tesla hoped to raise a $1 to $200 million. For Musk, going public represented something of a Faustian bargain. Ever since the Zip2 and PayPal days, Musk has done everything in his power to maintain absolute control over his companies. Even if he remained the largest shareholder in Tesla, the company would be subjected to the capricious nature of the public markets. Musk, the ultimate long-term thinker, would face constant second-guessing from investors looking for short-term returns. Tesla would also be subject to public scrutiny, as it would be forced to open its books for public consumption. This was bad because Musk prefers to operate in secrecy and because Tesla's financial situation looked awful. The company had one product, the Roadster, had huge development costs, and had bordered on bankruptcy months earlier. The car blog Jalopnik greeted the Tesla IPO as a Hail Mary rather than a sound fiscal move. For lack of a better phrase, Tesla is a money pit, the blog wrote. Since the company's founding in 2003, it's managed to incur over $290 million in losses on just $147.6 million in revenue. Told by a source that Tesla hoped to sell 20,000 units of the Model S per year at $58,000 a pop, Jalopnik scoffed. Even considering the supposed pent-up demand among environmentalists for a car like the Model S, those are ambitious goals for a small company planning to launch a niche luxury product into a soft market. Frankly, we're skeptical. We've seen how brutal and unforgiving the market can be, and other automakers aren't simply going to roll over and surrender that volume to Tesla. Other pundits concurred with this assessment. Tesla went public on the 29th of June, 2010, nonetheless. It raised $226 million, with the company's shares shooting up 41% that day. Investors looked past Tesla's $55.7 million loss in 2009 and the more than $300 million the company had spent in 7 years. The IPO stood as the first for an American car maker since Ford went public in 1956. Competitors continued to treat Tesla like an annoying, ankle-biting dachshund. Nissan's CEO, Carlos Ghosn, used the event to remind people that Tesla was but a pipsqueak and that his company had plans to pump out up to 500,000 electric cars by 2012. Flush with funds, Musk began expanding some of the engineering teams and formalizing the development work around the Model S. Tesla's main offices moved from San Mateo to a larger building in Palo Alto, and von Holozen expanded the design team in Los Angeles. Harvard hopped between projects, helping develop technology for the electrified Mercedes-Benz, an electric Toyota RAV4, and prototypes of the Model S. The Tesla team worked fast inside of a tiny lab with about 45 people knocking out 35 RAV4 test vehicles at the rate of about 2 cars per week. The alpha version of the Model S, including newly stamped body parts from the Fremont factory, a revamped battery pack, and revamped power electronics, came to life in the basement of the Palo Alto office. The first prototype was finished at about 2 m, Harvard said. We were so excited that we drove it around without glass, any interior, or a hood. A day or two later, Musk came to check out the vehicle. He jumped into the car and drove it to the opposite end of the basement, where he could spend some time alone with it. He got out and walked around the vehicle, and then the engineers came over to hear his take on the machine. This process would be repeated many times in the months to come. He would generally be positive but constructive, Harvard said. We would try and get him rides whenever we could, and he might ask for the steering to tighter or something like that before running off to another meeting. About a dozen of the Alpha cars were produced. A couple went to suppliers like Bosch to begin work on the braking systems, while others were used for various tests and design tweaks. Tesla's executives kept the vehicles rotating on a strict schedule, giving one team 2 weeks for cold weather testing and then shipping that Alpha car to another team right away for powertrain tuning. The guys from Toyota and Daimler were blown away, Harvard said. They might have 200 Alpha cars and several hundred to 1,000 Beta cars. We were doing everything from crash tests to the interior design with about 15 cars. That was amazing to them. Tesla employees developed similar techniques to their counterparts at SpaceX for dealing with Musk's high demands. The savvy engineers knew better than to go into a meeting and deliver bad news without some sort of alternative plan at the ready. One of the scariest meetings was when we needed to ask Elon for an extra 2 weeks and more money to build out another version of the Model S, Harvard said. We put together a plan, stating how long things would take and what they would cost. We told him that if he wanted the car in 30 days it would require hiring some new people, and we presented him with a stack of resumes. You don't tell Elon you can't do something. That will get you kicked out of the room. You need everything lined up. After we presented the plan, he said, "Okay, thanks." Everyone was like, "Holy shit, he didn't fire you." There were times when Musk would overwhelm the Tesla engineers with his requests. He took a Model S prototype home for a weekend and came back on the Monday asking for around 80 changes. Since Musk never writes anything down, he held all the alterations in his head and would run down the checklist week by week to see what the engineers had fixed. The same engineering rules as those at SpaceX applied. You did what Musk asked or were prepared to burrow down into the properties of materials to explain why something could not be done. He always said, "Take it down to the physics," Harvard said. As the development of the Model S neared completion in 2012, Musk refined his requests and dissection style. He went over the Model S with Von Holozen every Friday at Tesla's design studio in Los Angeles. Von Holozen and his small team had moved out of the corner in the SpaceX factory and gotten their own hangar-shaped facility near the rear of the SpaceX complex. The building had a few offices and then one large, wide-open area where various mock-ups of vehicles and parts awaited inspection. During a visit I made in 2012, there was one complete Model S, a skeletal version of the Model X, an as-yet-to-be-released SUV, and a selection of tires and hubcaps lined up against the wall. Musk sank into the Model S driver's seat and Von Holozen climbed into the passenger seat. Musk's eyes darted around for a few moments and then settled onto the sun visor. It was beige and a visible seam ran around the edge and pushed the fabric out. "It's fish-lipped," Musk said. The screws attaching the visor to the car were visible as well, and Musk insisted that every time he saw them it felt like tiny daggers were stabbing him in the eyes. The whole situation was unacceptable. "We have to decide what is the best sun visor in the world and then do better," Musk said. A couple of assistants taking notes outside of the car jotted this down. This process played out again with the Model X. This was to be Tesla's merger of an SUV and a minivan built off the Model S foundation. Von Holozen had 4 different versions of the vehicle's center console resting on the floor, so that they could be slotted in one by one and viewed by Musk. The pair spent most of their time, however, agonizing over the middle row of seats. Each one had an independent base so that each passenger could adjust his seat rather than moving the whole row collectively. Musk loved the freedom this gave the passenger but grew concerned after seeing all 3 seats in different positions. "The problem is that they will never align and might look a mess," Musk said. "We have to make sure they are not too hodgy-podgy." The idea of Musk as a design expert has long struck me as bizarre. He's a physicist at heart and an engineer by demeanor. So much of who Musk is says that he should fall into that Silicon Valley stereotype of the schlubby nerd who would only know good design if he read about it in a textbook. The truth is that there might be some of that going on with Musk, and he's turned it into an advantage. He's very visual and can store things that others have deemed to look good away in his brain for recall at any time. This process has helped Musk develop a good eye, which he's combined with his own sensibilities, while also refining his ability to put what he wants into words. The result is a confident, assertive perspective that does resonate with the tastes of consumers. Like Steve Jobs before him, Musk is able to think up things that consumers did not even know they wanted: the door handles, the giant touch screen, and to envision a shared point of view for all of Tesla's products and services. Elon holds Tesla up as a product company, Von Holozen said. He's passionate that you have to get the product right. I have to deliver for him and make sure it's beautiful and attractive. With the Model X, Musk again turned to his role as a dad to shape some of the flashiest design elements of the vehicle. He and von Holozen were walking around the floor of an auto show in Los Angeles, and they both complained about the awkwardness of getting to the middle and back row seats in an SUV. Parents who have felt their backs wrench while trying to angle a child and car seat into a vehicle know this reality all too well, as does any decent-sized human who has tried to wedge into a third-row seat. Even on a minivan, which is supposed to have more room, almost one-third of the entry space is covered by the sliding door, von Holozen said. If you could open up the car in a way that is unique and special, that could be a real game changer. We took that kernel of an idea back and worked up 40 or 50 design concepts to solve the problem, and I think we ended up with one of the most radical ones. The Model X has what Musk coined as falcon wing doors. They are hinged versions of the gull wing doors found on some high-end cars like the DeLorean. The doors go up and then flop over in a constrained enough way that the Model X won't rub up against a car parked close to it or hit the ceiling in a garage. The end result is that a parent can plop a child in the second-row passenger seat without needing to bend over or twist at all. When Tesla's engineers first heard about the falcon wing doors, they cringed. Here was Musk with another crazy ask. Everyone tried to come up with an excuse as to why we couldn't do it. Harvard said, "You can't put it in the garage. It won't work with things like skis." Then, Elon took a demo model to his house and showed us that the doors opened. Everyone is mumbling, "Yeah, in a $15 million house, the doors will open just fine." Like the controversial door handles on the Model S, the Model X's doors have become one of its most striking features and the thing consumers talk about the most. I was one of the first people to test it out with a kid's car seat, Harvard said. We have a minivan, and you have to be a contortionist to get the seat into the middle row. Compared to that, the Model X was so easy. If it's a gimmick that works. During my 2012 visit to the design studio, Tesla had a number of competitors' vehicles in the parking lot nearby, and Musk made sure to demonstrate the limitations of their seating compared to the Model X. He tried with honest effort to sit in the third row of an Acura SUV, but, even though the car claimed to have room for 7, Musk's knees were pressed up to his chin, and he never really fit into the seat. "That's like a midget cave," he said. "Anyone can make a car big on the outside. The trick is to make it big on the inside." Musk went from one rival's car to the next, illuminating the vehicle's flaws for me and von Holozen. "It's good to get a sense for just how bad the other cars are," he said. When these statements fly out of Musk's mouth, it's momentarily shocking. Here's a guy who needed 9 years to produce about 3,000 cars ridiculing automakers that build millions of vehicles every year. In that context, his ribbing comes off as absurd. Musk, though, approaches everything from a platonic perspective. As he sees it, all of the design and technology choices should be directed toward the goal of making a car as close to perfect as possible. To the extent that rival automakers haven't, that's what Musk is judging. It's almost a binary experience for him. Either you're trying to make something spectacular with no compromises or you're not. And if you're not, Musk considers you a failure. This position can look unreasonable or foolish to outsiders, but the philosophy works for Musk and constantly pushes him and those around him to their limits. On the 22nd of June, 2012, Tesla invited all of its employees, some select customers, and the press to its factory in Fremont to watch as the first Model S sedans were taken home. Depending on which of the many promised delivery dates you pick, the Model S was anywhere from 18 months to 2+ years late. Some of the delays were a result of Musk's requests for exotic technologies that needed to be invented. Other delays were simply a function of this still quite young automaker learning how to produce an immaculate luxury vehicle and needing to go through the trial and error tied to becoming a more mature, more refined company. The outsiders were blown away by their first glimpse of the Tesla factory. Musk had TESLA painted in enormous black letters on the side of the building so that people driving by on the freeway, or flying above for that matter, were made well aware of the company's presence. The inside of the factory, once dressed in the dark, dingy tones of General Motors and Toyota, had taken on the Musk aesthetic. The floors received a white epoxy, the walls and beams were painted white, the 30-foot-tall stamping machines were white, and then much of the other machinery, like the teams of the robots, had been painted red, making the place look like an industrial version of Santa Claus's workshop. Just as he did at SpaceX, Musk placed the desks of his engineers right on the factory floor, where they worked in an area cordoned off by rudimentary cubicle dividers. Musk had a desk in this area as well. The Model S launch event took place in a section of the factory where they finish off the cars. There's a part of the floor with various grooves and bumps that the cars pass over, as technicians listen for any rattles. There's also a chamber where water can be sprayed at high pressure onto the car to check for leaks. For the very last inspection, the Model S cruises onto a raised platform made out of bamboo, which, when coupled with lots of LED lighting, is meant to provide an abundant amount of contrast so that people can spot flaws on the body. For the few first months that the Model S came off the line, Musk went to this bamboo stage to inspect every vehicle. He was down on all fours looking up under the wheel, well said Steve Jurvetson, the investor and Tesla board member. Hundreds of people had gathered around this stage to watch as the first dozen or so cars were presented to their owners. Many of the employees were factory workers who had once been part of the Auto Workers Union, lost their jobs when the Nummi plant closed, and were now back at work again, making the car of the future. They waved American flags and wore red, white, and blue visors. A handful of the workers cried as the Model S sedans were lined up on the stage. Even Musk's most cynical critics would have softened for a moment while watching the proceedings. Say what you will about Tesla receiving government money or hyping up the promise of the electric car, it was trying to do something big and different, and people were getting hired by the thousands as a result. With machines humming in the background, Musk gave a brief speech and then handed the owners their keys. They drove off the bamboo platform and out the factory doors, while the Tesla employees provided a standing ovation. Just 4 weeks earlier, SpaceX had flown cargo to the International Space Station and had its capsule returned to Earth, firsts all around for a private company. That feat, coupled with the launch of the Model S, led to a rapid transformation in the way the world outside of Silicon Valley perceived Musk, the guy who was always promising was doing, and doing spectacular things. I may have been optimistic with respect to the timing on some of these things, but I didn't overpromise on the outcome, Musk told me during an interview after the Model S launch. I have done everything I said I was going to do. Musk did not have Riley around to celebrate with and share in this run of good fortune. They had divorced, and Musk had begun to think about dating again, if he could find the time. Even with this turmoil in his personal life, however, Musk had reached a point of calm that he had not felt in many years. My main emotion is that there is a bit of weight off my shoulders, he said at the time. Musk took his boys to Maui to meet up with Kimball and other relatives, marking his first real vacation in a number of years. It was right after this holiday that Musk let me have the first substantial glimpse into his life. Skin still peeling off his sunburnt arms, Musk met with me at the Tesla and SpaceX headquarters, at the Tesla Design Studio, and at a Beverly Hills screening of a documentary he had helped sponsor. The film Baseball in the Time of Cholera was good but grim and explored a cholera outbreak in Haiti. It turned out that Musk had visited Haiti the previous Christmas, filling his jet with toys and MacBook Airs for an orphanage. Bryn Musa, the co-director of the film, told me that during a barbecue Musk had taught the kids how to fire off model rockets and then later went to visit a village deeper in the jungle by traveling in a dugout canoe. After the screening, Musk and I hung out on the street for a bit away from the crowd. I noted aloud that everyone wants to make him out as the Tony Stark character, but that he didn't really exude that playboy drinking scotch while zooming through Afghanistan in an army convoy vibe. He fired back, pointing to the Haitian canoe ride. I got wasted, too, on some drink they call the zombie, Musk said. He smiled and then invited me to grab some drinks across the street at Mr. Chow to celebrate the movie. All seemed to be going well for Musk, and he savored the moment. This restful period did not last long, and soon enough Tesla's battle for survival resumed. The company could only produce about 10 sedans per week at the outset and had thousands of back orders that it needed to fulfill. Short sellers, those investors who bet a company's share price will fall, had taken huge positions in Tesla, making it the most shorted stock out of 100 of the largest companies listed on the Nasdaq exchange. The naysayers expected numerous Model S flaws to crop up and undermine the enthusiasm for the car, to the point that people started cancelling their orders in bulk. There were also huge doubts that Tesla could ramp up production in a meaningful way and do so profitably. In October 2012, the presidential hopeful Mitt Romney dubbed Tesla a loser while slagging off a couple of other government-backed green technology companies, the solar panel maker Solyndra and Fisker, during a debate with Barack Obama. While the doubters placed huge wagers on Tesla's impending failure, Musk's bluster mode engaged. He began talking about Tesla's goals to become the most profitable major automobile maker in the world, with better margins than BMW. Then, in September 2012, he unveiled something that shocked both Tesla critics and proponents alike. Tesla had secretly been building the first leg of a network of charging stations. The company disclosed the location of 6 stations in California, Nevada, and Arizona and promised that hundreds more would be on the way. Tesla intended to build a global charging network that would let Model S owners making long drives pull off the highway and recharge very quickly. And they would be able to do so for free. In fact, Musk insisted that Tesla owners would soon be able to travel across the United States without spending a penny on fuel. Model S drivers would have no trouble finding these stations, not only because the car's onboard computers would guide them to the nearest one, but because Musk and von Holozen had designed giant red and white monoliths to herald the appearance of the stations. The supercharging stations, as Tesla called them, represented a huge investment for the strapped company. An argument could easily be made that spending money on this sort of thing at such a precarious moment in the Model S and Tesla's history was somewhere between daft and batshit crazy. Surely Musk did not have the gall to try to revamp the very idea of the automobile and build an energy network at the same time with a budget equivalent to what Ford and ExxonMobil spend on their annual holiday parties. But that was the exact plan. Musk, Strobel, and others inside Tesla had mapped out this all-or-nothing play long ago and built certain features into the Model S with the superchargers in mind. While the arrival of the Model S and the charging network garnered Tesla a ton of headlines, it remained unclear if the positive press and good vibes would last. Serious trade-offs had been made as Tesla rushed to get the Model S to market. The car had some spectacular, novel features. But everyone inside of the company knew that as far as luxury sedans went, the Model S did not match up feature to feature with cars from BMW and Mercedes-Benz. The first few thousand Model S cars, for example, would ship without the parking sensors and radar-assisted cruise control common on other high-end cars. It was either hire a team of 50 people right away to make one of these things happen or implement things as best and as fast as you could, Harvard said. The subpar fit and finish also proved hard to explain. The early adopters could tolerate a windshield wiper going haywire for a couple of days, but they wanted to see seats and visors that met the SIOOO price tag. While Tesla did its best to source the highest quality materials, it struggled at times to convince the top suppliers to take the company serious. People were very suspect that we would deliver 1,000 Model SS, said von Holozen. It was frustrating because we had the drive internally to make the car perfect but could not get the same commitment externally. With something like the visor, we ended up having to go to a third-rate supplier and then work on fixing the situation after the car had already started shipping. The cosmetic issues, though, were minor compared to a tumultuous set of internal circumstances, revealed in detail here for the first time, that threatened to bankrupt the company once again. Musk had hired George Blankenship, a former Apple executive, to run its stores and service center operations. At Apple, Blankenship worked just a couple of doors down from Steve Jobs and received credit for building much of the Apple Store strategy. When Tesla first hired Blankenship, the press and public were at Twitter, anticipating that he'd do something spectacular and at odds with the traditions of the automotive industry. Blankenship did some of that. He expanded Tesla's number of stores throughout the world and imbued them with that Apple Store vibe. Along with showcasing the Model S, the Tesla stores sold hoodies and hats and had areas in the back where kids would find crayons and Tesla coloring books. Blankenship gave me a tour of the Tesla store on Santana Row, the glitzy shopping center in San Jose. He came off as a warm, grandfatherly sort who saw Tesla as his chance to make a difference. The typical dealer wants to sell you a car on the spot to clear inventory off his lot, Blankenship said. The goal here is to develop a relationship with Tesla and electric vehicles. Tesla, he said, wanted to turn the Model S into more than a car. Ideally it would be an object of desire just like the iPod and iPhone. Blankenship noted that Tesla had more than 10,000 reservations for the Model S at the time, the vast majority of which had arrived without the customers test driving the car. A lot of this early interest resulted from the aura surrounding Musk, who Blankenship said came off as similar to Jobs but with a toned-down control freak vibe. This is the first place I have worked that is going to change the world, Blankenship said, taking a jab at the sometimes trivial nature of Apple's gadgets. While Musk and Blankenship got along at first, their relationship fell apart during the latter stages of 2012. Tesla did have a large number of reservations in which people put down $5,000 for the right to buy a Model S and get in the purchase queue. But the company had struggled to turn these reservations into actual sales. The reasons behind this problem remain unclear. It may have been that the complaints about the interior and the early kinks mentioned on the Tesla forums and message boards were causing concerns. Tesla also lacked financing options to soften the blow of buying a $100,000 car, while uncertainty surrounded the resale market for the Model S. You might end up with the car of the future, or you might spend six figures on a dud with a battery pack that loses its capacity, and with no secondary buyer. Tesla's service centers at the time were also terrible. The early cars were unreliable and customers were being sent in droves to centers unprepared to handle the volume. Many prospective Tesla owners likely wanted to hang out on the sidelines for a bit longer to make sure that the company would remain viable. As Musk put it, the word of mouth on the car sucked. By the middle of February 2013, Tesla had fallen into a crisis state. If it could not convert its reservations to purchases quickly, its factory would sit idle, costing the company vast amounts of money. And if anyone caught wind of the factory's slowdown, Tesla's shares would likely plummet, prospective owners would become even more cautious, and the short sellers would win. The severity of this problem had hidden from Musk, but once he learned about it, he acted in his signature all-or-nothing fashion. Musk pulled people from recruiting, the design studio, engineering, finance, and wherever else he could find them and ordered them to get on the phone, call people with reservations, and close deals. If we don't deliver these cars, we are fucked, Musk told the employees. So, I don't care what job you were doing. Your new job is delivering cars. He placed Jerome Gillen, a former Daimler executive, in charge of fixing the service issues. Musk fired senior leaders whom he deemed subpar performers and promoted a flood of junior people who had been doing above-average work. He also made an announcement personally guaranteeing the resale price of the Model S. Customers would be able to resell their cars for the average going rate of similar luxury sedans, with Musk putting his billions behind this pledge. And then Musk tried to orchestrate the ultimate fail-safe for Tesla just in case his maneuvers did not work. During the first week of April, Musk reached out to his friend Larry Page at Google. According to people familiar with their discussion, Musk voiced his concerns about Tesla's ability to survive the next few weeks. Not only were customers failing to convert their reservations to orders at the rate Musk hoped, but existing customers had also started to defer their orders as they heard about upcoming features and new color choices. The situation got so bad that Tesla had to shut down its factory. Publicly, Tesla said it needed to conduct maintenance on the factory, which was technically true, although the company would have soldiered on had the orders been closing as expected. Musk explained all of this to Page and then struck a handshake deal for Google to acquire Tesla. While Musk did not want to sell, the deal seemed like the only viable course for Tesla's future. Musk's biggest fear about an acquisition was that the new owner would not see Tesla's goals through to their conclusion. He wanted to make sure that the company would end up producing a mass-market electric vehicle. Musk proposed terms under which he would remain in control of Tesla for 8 years or until it started pumping out a mass-market car. Musk also asked for access to $5 billion in capital for factory expansions. Some of Google's lawyers were put off by these demands, but Musk and Page continued to talk about the deal. Given Tesla's value at the time, it was thought that Google would need to pay about $6 billion for the company. As Musk, Page, and Google's lawyers debated the parameters of an acquisition, a miracle happened. The 500 or so people whom Musk had turned into car salesmen quickly sold a huge volume of cars. Tesla, which only had a couple weeks of cash left in the bank, moved enough cars in the span of about 14 days to end up with a blowout first fiscal quarter. Tesla stunned Wall Street on the 8th of May, 2013, by posting its first ever profit as a public company, $6 million, on $562 million in sales. It delivered 4,900 Model S sedans during the period. This announcement sent Tesla's shares soaring from about $30 a share to $130 per share in July. Just a couple of weeks after revealing the first quarter results, Tesla paid off its $465 million loan from the government early and with interest. Tesla suddenly appeared to have vast cash reserves at its disposal, and the short sellers were forced to take massive losses. The solid performance of the stock increased consumers' confidence, creating a virtuous circle for Tesla. With cars selling and Tesla's value rising, the deal with Google was no longer necessary, and Tesla had become too expensive to buy. The talks with Google ended. What transpired next was the summer of Musk. Musk put his public relations staff on high alert, telling them that he wanted to try to have one Tesla announcement per week. The company never quite lived up to that pace, but it did issue statement after statement. Musk held a series of press conferences that addressed financing for the Model S, the construction of more charging stations, and the opening of more retail stores. During one announcement, Musk noted that Tesla's charging stations were solar-powered and had batteries on site to store extra juice. "I was joking that even if there's some zombie apocalypse, you'll still be able to travel throughout the country using the Tesla supercharger system," Musk said, setting the bar very high for CEOs at other automakers. But the biggest event by far was held in Los Angeles, where Tesla unveiled another secret feature of the Model S. In June 2013, Tesla cleared the prototype vehicles out of its Los Angeles design studio and invited Tesla owners and the media for a flashy evening soiree. Hundreds of people showed up, driving their pricey Model S sedans through the grungy streets of Hawthorne and parking in between the design studio and the SpaceX factory. The studio had been converted into a lounge. The lighting was dim, and the floor had been covered in astroturf and tid to make plateaus where people could mingle or plop down on couches. Women in tight black dresses cruised through the crowd, serving drinks. Daft Punk's Get Lucky played on the sound system. A stage had been built at the front of the room, but before Musk ascended it he mingled with the masses. It was clear that he had become a rock star for Tesla owners, every bit the equivalent of Steve Jobs for the Apple faithful. People surrounded him and asked to take pictures. Meanwhile, stood off to the side, often totally alone. After people had a couple of drinks, Musk fought through the crowd to the front of the room, where old TV commercials projected onto a screen. The stage showed families stopping by Esso and Chevron stations. The kids were so happy to see the Esso tiger mascot. Gas is a weird thing to love, Musk said. Honestly. That's when he brought a Model S up on stage. A hole opened up in the floor beneath the car. It had been possible all along, Musk said, to replace the battery pack underneath the Model S in a matter of seconds. The company just hadn't told anyone about this. Tesla would now start adding battery swapping at its charging stations as a quicker option to recharging. Someone could drive right over a pit where a robot would take off the car's battery pack and install a new one in 90 seconds, at a cost equivalent to filling up with a tank of gas. The only decision that you have to make when you come to one of our Tesla stations is, do you prefer faster or free? Musk said. In the months that followed, a couple of events threatened to derail the summer of Musk. The New York Times penned a withering review of the car and its charging stations, and a couple of the Model S sedans caught fire after being involved in collisions. Disobeying conventional public relations wisdom, Musk went after the reporter, using data pulled from the car to undermine the reviewer's claims. Musk penned the feisty rebuttal himself, while on vacation in Aspen with Kimball, and friend and Tesla board member Antonio Gracias. At some other company, it would be a public relations group putting something like this together, Gracias said. Elon felt like it was the most important problem facing Tesla at the time, and that's always what he deals with and how he prioritizes. It could kill the car and represented an existential threat against the business. Have there been moments where his unconventional style in these types of situations has made me cringe? Yes. But I trust that it will work out in the end. Musk applied a similar approach to dealing with the fires by declaring the Model S the safest car in America in a press release and adding a titanium underbody shield and aluminum plates to the vehicle to deflect and destroy 16 debris and keep the battery pack safe. The fires, the occasional bad review, none of this had any effect on Tesla's sales or share price. Musk's star shone brighter and brighter as Tesla's market value ballooned to about half that of GM and Ford. Tesla held another press event in October 2014 that cemented Musk's place as the new titan of the auto industry. Musk unveiled a supercharged version of the Model S with two motors, one in the front and one in the back. It could go 0 to 60 in 3.2 seconds. The company had turned a sedan into a supercar. It's like taking off from a carrier deck, Musk said. It's just bananas. Musk also unveiled a new suite of software for the Model S that gave it autopilot functions. The car had radar to detect objects and warn of possible collisions and could guide itself via GPS. Later, you will be able to summon the car, Musk said. It will come to wherever you are. There's also something else I would like to do. Many of our engineers will be hearing this in real time. I would like the charge connector to plug itself into the car, sort of like an articulating snake. I think we will probably do something like that. Thousands of people waited in line for hours to see Musk demonstrate this technology. Musk cracked jokes during the presentation and played off the crowd's enthusiasm. The man who had been awkward in front of media during the PayPal years had developed a unique, slick stagecraft. A woman standing next to me in the crowd went weak in the knees when Musk first took the stage. A man to my other side said he wanted a Model X and had just offered S15,000 to a friend to move up on the reservation list, so that he could end up with model number 700. The enthusiasm coupled with Musk's ability to generate attention was emblematic of just how far the little automaker and its eccentric CEO had come. Rival car companies would kill to receive such interest and had basically been left dumbfounded as Tesla snuck up on them and delivered more than they had ever imagined possible. As the Model S fever gripped Silicon Valley, I visited Ford's small research and development lab in Palo Alto. The head of the lab at the time was a ponytailed, sandal-wearing engineer named T.J. Gulli, who felt very jealous of Tesla. Inside of every Ford were dozens of computing systems made by different companies that all had to speak to each other and work as one. It was a mess of complexity that had evolved over time, and simplifying the situation would prove near impossible at this point, especially for a company like Ford, which needed to pump out hundreds of thousands of cars per year and could not afford to stop and reboot. Tesla, by contrast, got to start from scratch and make its own software the focus of the Model S. Gulli would have loved the same opportunity. Software is in many ways the heart of the new vehicle experience, he said. From the powertrain to the warning chimes in the car, you're using software to create an expressive and pleasing environment. The level of integration that the software has into the rest of the Model S is really impressive. Tesla is a benchmark for what we do here. Not long after this chat, Gulli left Ford to become an engineer at a stealth startup. There was little the mainstream auto industry could do to slow Tesla down. But that didn't stop executives from trying to be difficult whenever possible. Tesla, for example, wanted to call its third-generation car the Model E, so that its lineup of vehicles would be the Model S, E, and X, another playful Musk gag. But Ford's then CEO, Elon blocked Tesla from using Model E, with the threat of a lawsuit. So I call up Mulally and I was like, Elon, are you just fucking with us or are you really going to do a Model E? Musk said. And I'm not sure which is worse. You know? Like it would actually make more sense if they are just fucking with us, because if they actually come out with a Model E at this point, and we've got the Model S and the X and Ford comes out with the Model E, it's going to look ridiculous. So even though Ford did the Model T 100 years ago, nobody thinks of Model as being a Ford thing anymore. So it would just feel like they stole it. Like, why did you go steal Tesla's E? Like you're some sort of fascist army marching across the alphabet, some sort of Sesame Street robber. And he was like, no, we're definitely going to use it. And I was like, oh, I don't think that's such a good idea because people are going to be confused because it's not going to make sense. People aren't used to Ford having Model something these days. It's usually called like the Ford Fusion. And he was like, no, his guys really want to use that. That's terrible. After that, Tesla registered the trademark for Model Y as another joke. In fact, Ford called us up deadpan and said, we see you've registered Model Y. Is that what you're going to use instead of the Model E? Musk said. I'm like, no, it's a joke. SEXY. What does that spell? But trademark law is a dry profession, it turns out. Asterisk, what Musk had done that the rival automakers missed or didn't have the means to combat was turn Tesla into a lifestyle. It did not just sell someone a car. It sold them an image, a feeling they were tapping into the future, a relationship. Apple did the same thing decades ago with the Mac and then again with the iPod and iPhone. Even those who were not religious about their affiliation to Apple were sucked into its universe once they bought the hardware and downloaded software like iTunes. This sort of relationship is hard to pull off if you don't control as much of the lifestyle as possible. PC makers that farmed their software out to Microsoft, their chips to Intel, and their design to Asia could never make machines as beautiful and as complete as Apple's. They also could not respond in time as Apple took this expertise to new areas and hooked people on its applications. You can see Musk's embrace of the car as lifestyle in Tesla's abandonment of model years. Tesla does not designate cars as being 2014s or 2015s, and it also doesn't have all the 2014s in stock. Must go and make room for the new cars' sales. It produces the best Model S it can at the time, and that's what the customer receives. This means that Tesla does not develop and hold on to a bunch of new features over the course of the year and then unleash them in a new model all at once. It adds features one by one to the manufacturing line when they are ready. Some customers may be frustrated to miss out on a feature here and there. Tesla, however, manages to deliver most of the upgrades as software updates that everyone gets, providing current Model S owners with pleasant surprises. For the Model S owner, the all-electric lifestyle translates into a less hassled existence. Instead of going to the gas station, you just plug the car in at night, a rhythm familiar to anyone with a smartphone. The car will start charging right away, or the owner can tap into the Model S software and schedule charging to take place late at night, when the cheapest electricity rates are available. Tesla owners not only dodge gas stations, they mostly get to skip out on visits to mechanics. A traditional vehicle needs oil and transmission fluid changes to deal with all the friction and wear and tear produced by its thousands of moving parts. The simpler electric car design eliminates this type of maintenance. Both the Roadster and the Model S also take advantage of what's known as regenerative braking, which extends the life of the brakes. During stop-and-go situations, the Tesla will brake by kicking the motor into reverse via software and slowing down the wheels instead of using brake pads and friction to clamp them down. The Tesla motor generates electricity during this process and funnels it back to the batteries, which is why electric cars get better mileage in city traffic. Tesla still recommends that owners bring in the Model S once a year for a checkup, but that's mostly to give the vehicle a once-over and make sure that none of the components seems to be wearing down prematurely. Even Tesla's approach to maintenance is philosophically different from that of the traditional automotive industry. Most car dealers make the majority of their profits from servicing cars. They treat vehicles like a subscription service, expecting people to visit their service centers multiple times a year for many years. This is the main reason dealerships have fought to block Tesla from selling its cars directly to consumers. The ultimate goal is to never have to bring your car back in after you buy it, said Harvardin. The dealers charge more than independent mechanics but give people the peace of mind that their car is being worked on by a specialist for a particular make of vehicle. Tesla makes its profits off the initial sale of the car and then from some optional software services. I got the number 10 Model S, said Konstantin Uthma, 17, the Silicon Valley software whiz and entrepreneur. It was an awesome car, but it had just about every issue you might have read about in the forums. They would fix all these things and decided to trailer the car back to the shop so that they didn't add any miles to it. Then I went in for a 1-year service, and they spruced up everything so that the car was better than new. It was surrounded by velvet ropes in the service center. It was just beautiful. Tesla's model isn't just about being an affront to the way car makers and dealers do business. It's a more subtle play on how electric cars represent a new way to think of automobiles. All car companies will soon follow Tesla's lead and offer some form of over-the-air updates to their vehicles. The practicality and scope of their updates will be limited, however. You just can't do an over-the-air spark plug change or replacement of the timing belt, said Harvardin. With a gas car, you have to get under the hood at some point, and that forces you back to the dealership anyway. There's no real incentive for Mercedes to say, you don't need to bring the car in, because it's not true. Tesla also has the edge of having designed so many of the key components for its cars in-house, including the software running throughout the vehicle. If Daimler wants to change the way a gauge looks, it has to contact a supplier half a world away and then wait for a series of approvals, Harvardin said. It would take them a year to change the way the P on the instrument panel looks. At Tesla, if Elon decides he wants a picture of a bunny rabbit on every gauge for Easter, he can have that done in a couple of hours. As Tesla turned into a star of modern American industry, its closest rivals were obliterated. Fisker Automotive filed for bankruptcy and was bought by a Chinese auto parts company in 2014. One of its main investors was Ray Lane, a venture capitalist at Kleiner Perkins Caulfield and Bias. Lane had cost Kleiner Perkins a chance to invest in Tesla and then backed Fisker, a disastrous move that tarnished the firm's brand and Lane's reputation. Better Place was another startup that enjoyed more hype than Fisker and Tesla put together and raised close to $1 billion to build electric cars and battery swapping stations. The company never produced much of anything and declared bankruptcy in 2013. The guys like Strobel, who had been at Tesla since the beginning, are quick to remind people that the chance to build an awesome electric car had been there all along. It's not really like there was a rush to this idea, and we got there first, Strobel said. It is frequently forgotten in hindsight that people thought this was the shittiest business opportunity on the planet. The venture capitalists were all running for the hills. What separated Tesla from the competition was the willingness to charge after its vision without compromise, a complete commitment to execute to Musk's standards. The unified field theory of Elon Musk. The Rive brothers used to be like her technology gang. In the late 1990s, they would jump on skateboards and zip around the streets of Santa Cruz, knocking on the doors of businesses and asking if they needed any help managing their computing systems. The young men, who had all grown up in South Africa with their cousin Elon Musk, soon decided there must be an easier way to hawk their technology smarts than going door to door. They wrote some software that allowed them to take control of their clients' systems from afar and to automate many of the standard tasks that companies required, such as installing updates for applications. The software became the basis of a new company called Everdream, and the brothers promoted their technology in some compelling ways. Billboards went up around Silicon Valley in which Lyndon Rive, a buff underwater hockey player, stood naked with his pants around his ankles, while holding a computer in front of his crotch. Up above his photo, the tagline for the ad read, "Don't get caught with your systems down." By 2004, Lyndon and his brothers, Peter and Russ, wanted a new challenge, something that not only made them money but, as Lyndon put it, something that made us feel good every single day. Near the end of the summer that year, Lyndon rented an RV and set out with Musk for the Black Rock Desert and the madness of Burning Man. The men used to go on adventures all the time when they were kids and looked forward to the long drive as a way to catch up and brainstorm about their businesses. Musk knew that Lyndon and his brothers were angling for something big. While driving, Musk turned to Lyndon and suggested that he look into the solar energy market. Musk had studied it a bit and thought there were some opportunities that others had missed. He said it was a good place to get into, Lyndon recalled. After arriving at Burning Man, Musk, a regular at the event, and his family went through their standard routines. They set up camp and prepped their art car for a drive. This year, they had cut the roof off a small car, elevated the steering wheel, shifted it to the right so that it was placed near the middle of the vehicle, and replaced the seats with a couch. Musk took a lot of pleasure in driving the 19-funky creation. Elon likes to see the rawness of people there, said Bill Lee, his longtime friend. It's his version of camping. He wants to go and drive the art cars and see installations and the great light shows. He dances a lot. Musk put on a display of strength and determination at the event as well. There was a WOC-1EN pole perhaps 30 feet high with a dancing platform at the top. Dozens of people tried and failed to climb it, and then Musk gave it a go. His technique was very awkward, and he should not have succeeded, said Lyndon. But he hugged it and just inched up until he reached the top. Musk and the Rives left Burning Man enthused. The Rives decided to become experts on the solar industry and find the opportunity in the market. They spent 2 years studying solar technology and the dynamics of the business, reading research reports, interviewing people, and attending conferences along the way. It was during the Solar Power International Conference that the Rive brothers really hit on what their business model might be. Only about 2,000 people showed up for the event, and they all fit into a couple of hotel conference rooms for presentations and panels. During one open discussion session, representatives from a handful of the world's largest solar installers were sitting on stage, and the moderator asked what they were doing to make solar panels more affordable for consumers. They all gave the same answer, Elon said. They said, "We are waiting for the cost of the panels to drop." None of them were taking ownership of the problem. At the time, it was not easy for consumers to get solar panels on their houses. You had to be very proactive, acquiring the panels and finding someone else to install them. The consumer paid up front and had to make an educated guess as to whether or not his or her house even got enough sunshine to make the ordeal worthwhile. On top of all this, people were reluctant to buy panels, knowing that the next year's models would be more efficient. The Rives decided to make buying into the solar proposition much simpler and formed a company called SolarCity in 2006. Unlike other companies, they would not manufacture their own solar panels. Instead, they would buy them and then do just about everything else in-house. They built software for analyzing a customer's current energy bill and the position of their house and the amount of sunlight it typically received to determine if solar made sense for the property. They built up their own teams to install the solar panels. And they created a financing system in which the customer did not need to pay anything up front for the panels. The consumer leased the panels over a number of years at a fixed monthly rate. Consumers got a lower bill overall. They were no longer subject to the constantly rising rates of typical utilities, and, if they sold their house, they could pass the contract to the new owner. At the end of the lease, the homeowner could also upgrade to new, more efficient panels. Musk had helped his cousins come up with this structure, and the company's chairman and its largest shareholder, owning about a third of SolarCity 6 years later, SolarCity had become the largest installer of solar panels in the country. The company had lived up to its initial goals and made installing the panels painless. Rivals were rushing to mimic its business model. SolarCity had benefited along the way from a collapse in the price of solar panels, which occurred after Chinese panel manufacturers flooded the market with product. It had also expanded its business from consumers to businesses, with companies like Intel, Walgreens, and Walmart signing up for large installations. In 2012, SolarCity went public and its shares soared higher in the months that followed. By 2014, SolarCity was valued at close to $7 billion. During the entire period of SolarCity's growth, Silicon Valley had dumped huge amounts of money into green technology companies with mostly disastrous results. There were the automotive flubs like Fisker and Better Place, and Solyndra, the solar cell maker that conservatives loved to hold up as a cautionary tale of government spending and cronyism run amok. Some of the most famous venture capitalists in history, like John Deere and Vinod Khosla, were ripped apart by the local and national press for their failed green investments. The story was almost always the same. People had thrown money at green technology because it seemed like the right thing to do, not because it made business sense. From new kinds of energy storage systems to electric cars and solar panels, the technology never quite lived up to its billing and required too much government funding and too many incentives to create a viable market. Much of this criticism was fair. It's just that there was this Elon Musk guy hanging around who seemed to have figured something out that everyone else had missed. "We had a blanket rule against investing in clean tech companies for about a decade," said Peter Thiel, the PayPal co-founder and venture capitalist at Founders Fund. "On the macro level, we were right because clean tech as a sector was quite bad, but on the micro level, it looks like Elon has the two most successful clean tech companies in the US. We would rather explain his success as being a fluke. There's the whole Iron Man thing, in which he's presented as a cartoonish businessman, this very unusual animal at the zoo. But there is now a degree to which you have to ask whether his success is an indictment on the rest of us who have been working on much more incremental things. To the extent that the world still doubts Elon, I think it's a reflection on the insanity of the world and not on the supposed insanity of Elon. SolarCity, like the rest of Musk's ventures, did not represent a business opportunity so much as it represented a worldview. Musk had decided long ago in his very rational manner that solar made sense. Enough solar energy hits the Earth's surface in about an hour to equal a year's worth of worldwide energy 20 consumption from all sources put together. Improvements in the efficiency of solar panels have been happening at a steady clip. If solar is destined to be mankind's preferred energy source in the future, then this future ought to be brought about as quickly as possible. Starting in 2014, SolarCity began to make the full extent of its ambitions more obvious. First, the company began selling energy storage systems. These units were built through a partnership with Tesla Motors. Battery packs were manufactured at the Tesla factory and stacked inside refrigerator-sized metal cases. Businesses and consumers could purchase these storage systems to augment their solar panel arrays. Once they were charged up, the battery units could be used to help large customers get through the night or during unexpected outages. Customers could also pull from the batteries instead of the grid during peak energy use periods, when utilities tend to tack on extra charges. While SolarCity rolled the storage units out in a modest, experimental fashion, the company expects most of its customers to buy the systems in the years ahead to smooth out the solar experience and help people and businesses leave the electrical grid altogether. Then, in June 2014, SolarCity acquired a solar cell maker called Silevo for $200 million. This deal marked a huge shift in strategy. SolarCity would no longer buy its solar panels. It would make them at a factory in New York State. Silevo's cells were said to 18.5% efficient at turning light into energy, compared to 14.5% for most cells, and the expectations were that the company could reach 24% efficiency with the right manufacturing techniques. Buying, rather than manufacturing, solar panels had been one of SolarCity's great advantages. It could capitalize on the glut in the solar cell market and avoid the large capital expenditures tied to building and running factories. With 110,000 customers, however, SolarCity had started to consume so many solar panels that it needed to ensure a consistent supply and price. "We are currently installing more solar than most of the companies are manufacturing," said Peter Rive, the co-founder and chief technology officer at SolarCity. "If we do the manufacturing ourselves and take advantage of some different technology, our costs will be lower, and this business has always been about lowering the costs." After adding the leases, the storage units, and the solar cell manufacturing together, it became clear to close observers of SolarCity that the company had morphed into something resembling a utility. It had built out a network of solar systems all under its control and managed by the company's software. By the end of 2015, SolarCity expects to have installed 2 gigawatts worth of solar panels, producing 2.8 terawatt-hours of electricity per year. This would put us on a path to fulfill our goal to become one of the largest suppliers of electricity in the United States, the company said after announcing these figures in a quarterly earnings statement. The reality is that SolarCity accounts for a tiny fraction of the United States' annual energy consumption and has a long way to go to become a major supplier of electricity in the country. There can, however, be little doubt that Musk intends for the company to be a dominant force in the solar industry and in the energy industry overall. What's more, SolarCity is a key part of what can be thought of as the unified field theory of Musk. Each one of his businesses is interconnected in the short term and the long term. Tesla makes battery packs that SolarCity can then sell to end customers. SolarCity supplies Tesla's charging stations with solar panels, helping Tesla to provide free recharging to its drivers. Newly minted Model S owners regularly opt to begin living the Musk lifestyle and outfit their homes with solar panels. Tesla and SpaceX help each other as well. They exchange knowledge around materials, manufacturing techniques, and the intricacies of operating factories that build so much stuff from the ground up. For most of their histories, SolarCity, Tesla, and SpaceX have been the clear underdogs in their respective markets and gone to war against deep-pocketed, entrenched competitors. The solar, automotive, and aerospace industries remain larded down by regulation and bureaucracy, which favors incumbents. To people in these industries, Musk came off as a wide-eyed technologist who could be easily dismissed and ridiculed, and who, as a competitor, fell somewhere on the spectrum between annoying and full of shit. The incumbents did their usual thing, using their connections in Washington to make life as miserable as possible on all three of Musk's companies, and they were pretty good at it. As of 2012, Musk company turned into a real threat, and it became harder to go at SolarCity, Tesla, or SpaceX as individual companies. Musk's star power had surged and washed over all three ventures at the same time. When Tesla's shares jumped, quite often SolarCity's did, too. Similar optimistic feelings accompanied successful SpaceX launches. They proved Musk knew how to accomplish the most difficult of things, and investors seemed to buy in more to the risks Musk took with his other enterprises. The executives and lobbyists of aerospace, energy, and automotive companies were suddenly going up against a rising star of big business, an industrialist celebrity. Some of Musk's opponents started to fear being on the wrong side of history, or at least the wrong side of his glow. Others began playing really dirty. Musk has spent years buttering up the Democrats. He's visited the White House several times and has the ear of President Obama. Musk, however, is not a blind loyalist. He first and foremost backs the beliefs behind Musk company and then uses any pragmatic means at his disposal to advance his cause. Musk plays the part of the ruthless industrialist with a fierce capitalist streak better than most Republicans, and has the credentials to back it up and earn support. The politicians in states like Alabama looking to protect some factory jobs for Lockheed, or in New Jersey trying to help out the automobile dealership lobby, now have to contend with a guy who has an employment and manufacturing empire spread across the entire United States. As of this writing, SpaceX had a factory in Los Angeles, a rocket test facility in Central Texas, and had just started construction on a spaceport in South Texas. SpaceX does a lot of business at existing launch sites in California and Florida, as well. Tesla had its car factory in Silicon Valley, the design center in Los Angeles, and had started construction on a battery factory in Nevada. Politicians from Nevada, Texas, California, New Mexico, and Arizona threw themselves at Musk over the battery factory, with Nevada ultimately winning the business by offering Tesla $1.4 billion in incentives. This event confirmed not only Musk's soaring celebrity but also his unmatched ability to raise funds. SolarCity has created thousands of white and blue-collar clean tech jobs, and it will create manufacturing jobs at the solar panel factory that's being built in Buffalo, New York. Altogether, Musk company employed about 15,000 people at the end of 2014. Far from stopping there, the plan for Musk company calls for tens of thousands of more jobs to be created on the back of ever more ambitious products. Tesla's primary focus throughout 2015 will be bringing the Model X to market. Musk expects the SUV to sell at least as well as the Model S and wants Tesla's factories to be capable of making 100,000 cars per year by the end of 2015 to keep up with demand for both vehicles. The major downside accompanying the Model X is its price. The SUV will start at the same lofty prices as the Model S, which limits the potential customer base. The hope, though, is that the Model X turns into the luxury vehicle of choice for families and solidifies the Tesla brand's connection with women. Musk has pledged that the supercharger network, service centers, and the battery swap stations will be built out even more in 2015 to greet the arrival of the new vehicle. Beyond the Model X, Tesla has started work on the second version of the Roadster, talked about making a truck, and, in all seriousness, has begun modeling a type of submarine car that could transition from road to water. Musk paid $1 million for the Lotus Esprit that Roger Moore drove underwater in The Spy Who Loved Me and wants to prove that such a vehicle can be done. Maybe we'll make 2 or 3, but it wouldn't be more than that, Musk told the Independent newspaper. I think the market for submarine cars is quite small. At the opposite end of the sales spectrum, or so Musk hopes, will be Tesla's third-generation car, or the Model 3. Due out in 2017, this 4-door car would come in around $35,000 and be the real measure of Tesla's impact on the world. The company hopes to sell hundreds of thousands of them at Model 3 and make electric cars truly mainstream. For comparison, BMW sells about 300,000 Minis and 500,000 of its BMW 3 Series vehicles per year. Tesla would look to match those figures. I think Tesla is going to make a lot of cars, Musk said. If we continue on the current growth rate, I think Tesla will be one of the most valuable companies in the world. Tesla already consumes a huge portion of the world's lithium-ion battery supply and will need far more batteries to produce the Model 3. This is why, in 2014, Musk announced plans to build what he dubbed the Gigafactory, or the world's largest lithium-ion manufacturing facility. Each Gigafactory will employ about 6,500 people and help Tesla meet a variety of goals. It should first allow Tesla to keep up with the battery demand created by its cars and the storage units sold by SolarCity. Tesla also expects to be able to lower the costs of its batteries while improving their energy density. It will build the Gigafactory in conjunction with longtime battery partner Panasonic, but it will Tesla that is running the factory and fine-tuning its operations. According to Strobel, the battery packs coming out of the Gigafactory should be dramatically cheaper and better than the ones built today, allowing Tesla not only to hit the $35,000 price target for the Model 3 but also to pave the way for electric vehicles with 500+ miles of range. If Tesla actually can deliver an affordable car with 500 miles of range, it will have built what many people in the auto industry insisted for years was impossible. To do that while also constructing a worldwide network of free charging stations, revamping the way cars are sold, and revolutionizing automotive technology would be an exceptional feat in the history of capitalism. In early 2014, Tesla raised $2 billion by selling bonds. Tesla's ability to raise money from eager investors was a newfound luxury. Tesla had bordered on bankruptcy for much of its existence and been one major technical gaffe from obsolescence at all times. The money, coupled with Tesla's still rising share price and strong sales, has put the company in a position to open lots of new stores and service centers while advancing its manufacturing capabilities. We don't necessarily need all of the money for the Gigafactory right now, but I decided to raise it in advance because you never know when there will be some bloody meltdown, Musk said. There could be external factors or there could be some unexpected recall and then suddenly we need to raise money on top of dealing with that. I feel a bit like my grandmother. She lived through the Great Depression and some real hard times. Once you've been through that, it stays with you for a long time. I'm not sure it ever leaves really. So, I do feel joy now, but there's still that nagging feeling that it might all go away. Even later in life, when my grandmother knew there was really no possibility of her going hungry, she always had this thing about food. With Tesla, I decided to raise a huge amount of money just in case something terrible happens. Musk felt optimistic enough about Tesla's future to talk to me about some of his more whimsical plans. He hopes to redesign the Tesla headquarters in Palo Alto, a change employees would welcome. The building, with its tiny, 1980s-era lobby and a kitchen that can barely handle a few people making cereal at the same time, has none of the perks of a typical Silicon Valley darling. I think our Tesla headquarters looks like crap, Musk said. We're going to spruce things up. Not to sort of the Google level. You have to be like making money hand over fist in order to be able to spend money the way that Google does. But we are going to make our headquarters much nicer and put in a restaurant. Naturally, Musk had ideas for some mechanical enhancements as well. Everybody around here has slides in their lobbies, he said. I'm actually wondering about putting in a roller coaster, like a functional roller coaster at the factory in Fremont. You'd get in, and it would take you around factory but also up and down. Who else has a roller coaster? I'm thinking about doing that with SpaceX, too. That one might be even bigger since SpaceX has like 10 buildings now. It would probably be really expensive, but I like the idea of it. What's fascinating is that Musk remains willing to lose it all. He doesn't want to build just one gigafactory but several. And he needs these facilities to be built quickly and flawlessly, so that they are cranking out massive quantities of batteries right as the Model 3 arrives. If need be, Musk will build a second gigafactory to compete with the Nevada site and place his own employees in competition with each other in a race to make the batteries first. We're not really trying to sort of yank anyone's chain here, Musk said. It's just like this thing needs to be completed on time. If we suddenly find that we're leveling the ground and laying the foundation and we're on a bloody Indian burial ground, then fuck. We can't say, oh shit. Let's go back to the other place that we were thinking about and get a 6-month reset. 6 months for this factory is a huge deal. Do the basic math and it's more than $1 billion a month in lost revenue *, assuming we use it to capacity. From a different standpoint, if we spend all the money to prepare the car factory in Fremont to triple the volume from 150,000 per year to 450,000 or 500,000 cars and hire and train all the people, and we're just sitting there waiting for the factory to come online, we'd be burning money like it was going out of fashion. I think that could kill the company. A 6-month offset would be like Gallipoli. You have to make sure you charge right after the bombardment. Don't fucking sit around for 2 hours so that the Turks can go back in the trenches. Timing is important. We have to do everything we can to minimize the timing risk. What Musk struggles to fathom is why other automakers with deeper pockets aren't making similar moves. At a minimum, Tesla seems to have influenced consumers and the auto industry enough for there to be an expected surge in demand for electric vehicles. I think we have moved the needle for almost every car company, Musk said. Just the 22,000 cars we sold in 2013 had a highly leveraged effect in pushing the industry towards sustainable technology. It's true that the supply for lithium-ion batteries is already constrained, and Tesla looks like the only company addressing the problem in a meaningful way. The competitors are all sort of poo-pooing the gigafactory, Musk said. They think it's a stupid idea, that the battery supplier should just go build something like that. But I know all the suppliers, and I can tell you that they don't like the idea of spending several $1 billion on a battery factory. You've got a chicken and egg problem where the car companies are not going to commit to a giant volume because they are not sure you can sell enough electric cars. So, I know we can't get enough lithium-ion batteries unless we build this bloody factory, and I know no one else is building this thing. There's the potential that Tesla is setting itself up to capitalize on a situation like the one Apple found itself in when it first introduced the iPhone. Apple's rivals spent the initial year after the iPhone's release dismissing the product. Once it became clear Apple had a hit, the competitors had to catch up. Even with the device right in their hands, it took companies like HTC and Samsung years to produce anything comparable. Other once great companies like Nokia and BlackBerry didn't withstand the shock. If, and it's a big if, Tesla's Model 3 turned into a massive hit, the thing that everyone with enough money wanted because buying something else would just be paying for the past, then the rival automakers would in a terrible bind. Most of the car companies dabbling in electric vehicles continue to buy bulky, off-the-shelf batteries rather than developing their own technology. No matter how much they wanted to respond to the Model 3, the automakers would need years to come up with a real challenger, and even then they might not have a ready supply of batteries for their vehicles. I think it is going to be a bit like that, Musk said. When will the first non-Tesla Gigafactory get built? Probably no sooner than 6 years from now. The big car companies are so derivative. They want to see it work somewhere else before they will approve the project and move forward. They are probably more like 7 years away. But I hope I'm wrong. Musk speaks about the cars, solar panels, and batteries with such passion that it's easy to forget they are more or less sideline projects. He believes in the technologies to the extent that he thinks they are the right things to pursue for the betterment of mankind. They've also brought him fame and fortune. Musk's ultimate goal, though, remains turning humans into an interplanetary species. This may sound silly to some, but there can be no doubt that this is Musk's raison d'etre. Musk has decided that man's survival depends on setting up another colony on another planet and that he should dedicate his life to making this happen. Musk is now quite rich on paper. He was worth about $10 billion at the time of this writing. When he started SpaceX more than a decade ago, however, he had far less capital at his disposal. He didn't have the fuck you money of a Jeff Bezos, who handed his space company Blue Origin a kingly pile of cash and asked it to make Bezos' dreams come true. If Musk wanted to get to Mars, he would have to earn it by building SpaceX into a real business. This all seems to have worked in Musk's favor. SpaceX has learned to make cheap and effective rockets and to push the limits of aerospace technology in the near term. SpaceX will begin testing its ability to take people into space. It wants to perform a manned test flight by 2016 and to fly astronauts to the International Space Station for NASA the next year. The company will also likely make a major move into building and selling satellites, which would mark an expansion into one of the most lucrative parts of the aerospace business. Along with these efforts, SpaceX has been testing the Falcon Heavy, its giant rocket capable of flying the biggest payloads in the world, and its reusable rocket technology. In early 2015, SpaceX almost managed to land the first stage of its rocket on a platform in the Yuen. Once it succeeds, it will begin performing tests on land. In 2014, SpaceX also began construction on its own spaceport in South Texas. It has acquired dozens of acres where it plans to construct a modern rocket launch facility unlike anything the world has seen. Musk wants to automate a great deal of the launch process, so that the rockets can be refueled, stood up, and fired on their own with computers handling the safety procedures. SpaceX wants to fly rockets several times a month for its business, and having its own spaceport should help speed up such capabilities. Getting to Mars will require an even more impressive set of skills and technology. We need to figure out how to launch multiple times a day, Musk said. The thing that's important in the long run is establishing a self-sustaining base on Mars. In order for that to work, in order to have a self-sustaining city on Mars, there would need to be millions of tons of equipment and probably millions of people. So how many launches is that? Well, if you send up 100 people at a time, which is a lot to go on such a long journey, you'd need to do 10,000 flights to get to 1 million people. So 10,000 flights over what period of time? Given that you can only really depart for Mars once every 2 years, that means you would need like 40 or 50 years. And then I think for each flight that departs to Mars you want to sort of launch the spacecraft into orbit and then have it be in a parking orbit and refuel its tanks with propellant. Essentially, the spacecraft would use a bunch of its propellant to get to orbit, but then you send up a tanker spacecraft to fill up the propellant tanks of the spacecraft so that it can depart for Mars at high speed and can do so and get there in 3 months instead of 6 months and with a large payload. I don't have a detailed plan for Mars, but I know of something at least that would work, which is sort of this all-methane system with a big booster, a spacecraft, and a tanker potentially. I think SpaceX will have developed a booster and spaceship in the 2025 time frame capable of taking large quantities of people and cargo to Mars. The thing that's important is to reach an economic threshold around the cost per person for a trip to Mars. If it costs SL billion per person, there will be no Mars colony. At around $1 million or S500,000 per person, I think it's highly likely that there will be a self-sustaining Martian colony. There will be enough people interested who will sell their stuff on Earth and move. It's not about tourism. It's like people coming to America back in the New World days. You move, get a job there, and make things work. If you solve the transport problem, it's not that hard to make a pressurized transparent greenhouse to live in. But if you can't get there in the first place, it doesn't matter. Eventually, you'd need to heat Mars up if you want it to be an Earth-like planet, and I don't have a plan for that. That would take a long time in the best of circumstances. It would probably take, I don't know, somewhere between a century and a millennium. There's zero chance of it being terraformed and Earth-like in my lifetime. Not zero, but 0.001% chance, and you would have to take real drastic measures with Mars. Musk spent months pacing around his home in Los Angeles late at night thinking about these plans for Mars and bouncing them off Riley, whom he remarried near the end of 2012. I mean, there aren't that many people you can talk to about this sort of thing, Musk said. These chats included Musk daydreaming aloud about becoming the first man to set foot on the Red Planet. He definitely wants to be the first man on Mars, Riley said. I have begged him not to be. Perhaps Musk enjoys teasing his wife, or maybe he's playing coy, but he denied this ambition during one of our late-night chats. I would only be on the first trip to Mars if I was confident that SpaceX would be fine if I die, he said. I'd like to go, but I don't have to go. The point is not about me visiting Mars but about enabling large numbers of people to go to the planet. Musk may not even go into space. He does not plan to participate in SpaceX's upcoming human test flights. I don't think that would be wise, he said. It would be like the head of Boeing being a test pilot for a new plane. It's not the right thing for SpaceX or the future of space exploration. I might be on there if it's been flying for 3 or 4 years. Honestly, if I never go to space, that will be okay. The point is to maximize the probable lifespan of humanity. It's difficult to gauge just how seriously the average person takes Musk when he talks like this. A few years ago, most people would have lumped him into the category of people who hype up jetpacks and robots and whatever else Silicon Valley decided to fixate on for the moment. Then Musk filed away one accomplishment after another, transforming himself from big talker to one of Silicon Valley's most revered doers. Thiel has watched Musk go through this maturation, from the driven but insecure CEO of PayPal to a confident CEO who commands the respect of thousands. I think there are ways he has dramatically improved over time, said Thiel. Most impressive to Thiel has been Musk's ability to find bright, ambitious people and lure them to his companies. He has the most talented people in the aerospace industry working for him, and the same case can be made for Tesla, where, if you're a talented mechanical engineer who likes building cars, then you're going to Tesla because it's probably the only company in the US where you can do interesting new things. Both companies were designed with this vision of motivating a critical mass of talented people to work on inspiring things. Thiel thinks Musk's goal of getting humans to Mars should be taken seriously and believes it gives the public hope. Not everyone will identify with the mission, but the fact that there's someone out there pushing exploration and our technical abilities to their limits is important. The goal of sending a man to Mars is so much more inspiring than what other people are trying to do in space, Thiel said. It's this going back to the future idea. There's been this long wind down of the space program, and people have abandoned the optimistic visions of the future that we had in the early 1970s. SpaceX shows there is a way toward bringing back that future. There's great value in what Elon is doing. The true believers came out in full force in August 2013 when Musk unveiled something called the Hyperloop. Billed as a new mode of transportation, this machine was a large-scale pneumatic tube like the ones used to send mail around offices. Musk proposed linking cities like Los Angeles and San Francisco via an elevated version of this kind of tube that would transport people and cars in pods. Similar ideas had been proposed before, but Musk's creation had some unique elements. He called for the tube to run under low pressure and for the pods to float on a bed of air produced by skis at their base. Each pod would thrust forward by an electromagnetic pulse, and motors placed throughout the tube would give the pods added boosts as needed. These mechanisms could keep the pods going at 800 miles per hour, allowing someone to travel from Los Angeles to San Francisco in about 30 minutes. The whole thing would, of course, solar-powered and aimed at linking cities less than 1,000 miles apart. It makes sense for things like LA to San Francisco, New York to DC, New York to Boston, Musk said at the time. Over 1,000 miles, the tube cost starts to become prohibitive, and you don't want tubes every which way. You don't want to live in tube land. Musk had been thinking about the Hyperloop for months, describing it to friends in private. The first time he talked about it to anyone outside of his inner circle was during one of our interviews. Musk told me that the idea originated out of his hatred for California's proposed high-speed rail system. The $60 billion bullet train they are proposing in California would be the slowest bullet train in the world at the highest cost per mile, Musk said. They are going for records in all the wrong ways. California's high-speed rail is meant to allow people to go from Los Angeles to San Francisco in about 2.5 hours upon its completion in, wait for it, 2029. It takes about an hour to fly between the cities today and 5 hours to drive, placing the train right in the zone of mediocrity, which particularly gnawed at Musk. He insisted the Hyperloop would cost L1TS $6 billion to SIO billion, go faster than a plane, and let people drive their cars onto a pod and drive out into a new city. At the time, it seemed that Musk had dished out the Hyperloop proposal just to make the public and legislators rethink the high-speed train. He didn't actually intend to build the thing. It was more that he wanted to show people that more creative ideas were out there for things that might actually solve problems and push the state forward. With any luck, the high-speed rail would be cancelled. Musk said as much to me during a series of emails and phone calls leading up to the announcement. Down the road, I might fund or advise on a Hyperloop project, but right now I can't take my eye off the ball at either SpaceX or Tesla, he wrote. Musk's tune, however, started to change after he released the paper detailing the Hyperloop. Bloomberg Businessweek had the first story on it, and the magazine's web server melting down as people stormed the website to read about the invention. Twitter went nuts as well. About an hour after Musk released the information, he held a conference call to talk about the Hyperloop, and somewhere in between our numerous earlier chats and that moment, he decided to build the thing, telling reporters that he would consider making at least a prototype to prove that the technology could work. Some people had their fun with all of this. Billionaire unveils imaginary space train, teased Valuag. We love Elon Musk's nutso determination. There was certainly a time when electric cars and private space flight seemed silly, too. But what's sillier is treating this as anything other than a very rich man's wild imagination. Unlike its early Tesla-bashing days, Valuag was now the minority voice. People seemed mainly to believe Musk could do it. The depth to which people believed it, I think, surprised Musk and forced him to commit to the prototype. In a weird life-imitating art moment, Musk really had become the closest thing the world had to Tony Stark, and he could not let his adoring public down. Shortly after the release of the Hyperloop plans, Shervin Pishevar, an investor and friend of Musk's, brought the detailed specifications for the technology with him during a 90-minute meeting with President Obama at the White House. The president fell in love with the idea, Pishevar said. The president's staff studied the documents and arranged a one-on-one with Musk and Obama in April 2014. Since then, Pishevar, Kevin Brogan, and others have formed a company called Hyperloop Technologies Incorporated with the hopes of building the first leg of the Hyperloop between Los Angeles and Las Vegas. In theory, people would be able to hop between the two cities in about 10 minutes. Nevada Senator Harry Reid has been briefed on the idea as well, and efforts are underway to buy the land rights alongside Interstate 15 that would make the high-speed transport possible. For employees like Gwynne Shotwell and J.B. Strobel, working with Musk means helping develop these sorts of wonderful technologies in relative obscurity. They are the steady hands that will forever be expected to stay in the shadows. Shotwell has been a consistent presence at SpaceX almost since day one, pushing the company forward and suppressing her ego to ensure that Musk gets all the attention he desires. If you're Shotwell and truly believe in the cause of sending people to Mars, then the mission takes precedence over personal desires. Strobel, likewise, has been the constant at Tesla, a go-between whom other employees could rely on to carry messages to Musk, and the guy who knows everything about the cars. Despite his stature at the company, Strobel was one of several long-time employees who confessed they were nervous to speak with me on the record. Musk likes to be the guy talking on his company's behalf and comes down hard on even his most loyal executives if they say something deemed to be out of line with Musk's views or with what he wants the public to think. Strobel has dedicated himself to making electric cars and didn't want some dumb reporter wrecking his life's work. I try really hard to back away and put my ego aside, Strobel said. Elon is incredibly difficult to work for, but it's mostly because he's so passionate. He can be impatient and say, "God damn it. This is what we have to do," and some people will get shell-shocked and catatonic. It seems like people can get afraid of him and paralyzed in a weird way. I try to help everyone to understand what his goals and visions are, and then I have a bunch of my own goals, too, and make sure we're in sync. Then, I try and go back and make sure the company is aligned. Ultimately, Elon is the boss. He has driven this thing with his blood, sweat, and tears. He has risked more than anyone else. I respect the hell out of what he has done. It just could not work without Elon. In my view, he has earned the right to the front person for this thing. The rank-and-file employees tend to describe Musk in more mixed ways. They revere his drive and respect how demanding he can be. They also think he can be hard to the point of mean and come off as capricious. The employees want to be close to Musk, but they also fear that he'll suddenly change his mind about something and that every interaction with him is an opportunity to be fired. Elon's worst trait by far, in my opinion, is a complete lack of loyalty or human connection, said one former employee. Many of us worked tirelessly for him for years and were tossed to the curb like a piece of litter without a second thought. Maybe it was calculated to keep the rest of the workforce on their toes and scared. Maybe he was just able to detach from human connection to a remarkable degree. What was clear is that people who worked for him were like ammunition, used for a specific purpose until exhausted and discarded. The communications departments of SpaceX and Tesla have witnessed the latter forms of behavior more than any other group of employees. Musk has burned through public relations staffers with comical efficiency. He tends to take on a lot of the communications work himself, writing news releases and contacting the press as he sees fit. Quite often, Musk does not let his communications staff in on his agenda. Ahead of the Hyperloop announcement, for example, his representatives were sending me emails to find out the time and date for the press conference. On other occasions, reporters have received an alert about a teleconference with Musk just minutes before it started. This was not a function of the PR people being incompetent in getting word of the event out. The truth was that Musk had only let them know about his plans a couple of minutes in advance, and they were scrambling to catch up to his whims. When Musk does delegate work to the communications staff, they are expected to jump in without missing a beat and to execute at the highest level. Some of this staff, operating under this mix of pressure and surprise, only lasted between a few weeks and a few months. A few others have hung on for a couple of years before burning out or being fired. The granddaddy example of Musk's seemingly callous inter-office style occurred in early 2014 when he fired Mary Beth Brown. To describe her as a loyal executive assistant would be grossly inadequate. Brown often felt like an extension of Musk, the one being who crossed over into all of his worlds. For more than a decade, she gave up her life for Musk, traipsing back and forth between Los Angeles and Silicon Valley every week, while working late into the night and on weekends. Brown went to Musk and asked that she be compensated on par with SpaceX's top executives, since she was handling so much of Musk's scheduling across two companies, doing public relations work and often making business decisions. Musk replied that Brown should take a couple of weeks off, and he would take on her duties and gauge how hard they were. When Brown returned, Musk let her know that he didn't need her anymore, and he asked Shotwell's assistant to begin scheduling his meetings. Brown, still loyal and hurt, didn't want to discuss any of this with me. Musk said that she had become too comfortable speaking on his behalf and that, frankly, she needed a life. Other people grumbled that Brown and Riley clashed and that this was the root cause of Brown's ouster. Brown declined to be interviewed for this book, despite several requests. Whatever the case, the optics of the situation were terrible. Tony Stark doesn't fire Pepper Potts. He adores her and takes care of her for life. She's the only person he can really trust, the one who has been there through everything. That Musk was willing to let Brown go and in such an unceremonious fashion struck people inside SpaceX and Tesla as scandalous and as the ultimate confirmation of his cruel stoicism. The tale of Brown's departure part of the lore around Musk's lack of empathy. It got bundled up into the stories of Musk dressing employees down in legendary fashion with vicious barb after vicious barb. People also linked this type of behavior to Musk's other quirky traits. He's been known to obsess over typos in emails to the point that he could not see past the errors and read the actual content of the messages. Even in social settings, Musk might get up from the dinner table without a word of explanation to head outside and look at the stars, simply because he's not willing to suffer fools or small talk. After adding up this behavior, dozens of people expressed to me their conclusion that Musk sits somewhere on the autism spectrum and that he has trouble considering other people's emotions and caring about their well-being. There's a tendency, especially in Silicon Valley, to label people who are a bit different or quirky as autistic or afflicted with Asperger's syndrome. It's armchair psychology for conditions that can be inherently funky to diagnose or even codify. To slap this label on Musk feels ill-informed and easy. Musk acts differently with his closest friends and family than he does with employees, even those who have worked alongside him for an eye on time. Among his inner circle, Musk is warm, funny, and deeply emotional. He might not engage in the standard chit-chat, asking a friend how his kids are doing, but he would do everything in his considerable power to help that friend if his child were sick or in trouble. He will protect those close to him at all costs and, when deemed necessary, seek to destroy those who have wronged him or his friends. Musk's behavior matches up much more closely with someone who is described by neuropsychologists as profoundly gifted. These are people who in childhood exhibit exceptional intellectual depth and max out IQ tests. It's not uncommon for these children to look out into the world and find flaws, glitches in the system, and construct logical paths in their minds to fix them. For Musk, the call to ensure that mankind is a multi-planetary species partly stems from a life richly influenced by science fiction and technology. Equally, it's a moral imperative that dates back to his childhood. In some form, this has forever been his mandate. Each facet of Musk's life might be an attempt to soothe the type of existential depression that seems to gnaw at his every fiber. He sees man as self-limiting and in peril and wants to fix the situation. The people who suggest bad ideas during meetings or make mistakes at work are getting in the way of all of this and slowing Musk down. He does not dislike them as people. It's more that he feels pained by their mistakes, which have consigned man to peril that much longer. The perceived lack of emotion is a symptom of Musk sometimes feeling like he's the only one who really grasps the urgency of his mission. He's less sensitive and less tolerant than other people because the stakes are so high. Employees need to help solve the problems to the absolute best of their ability, or they need to get out of the way. Musk has been pretty upfront about these tendencies. He's implored people to understand that he's not chasing momentary opportunities in the business world. He's trying to solve problems that have been consuming him for decades. During our conversations, Musk went back to this very point over and over again, making sure to emphasize just how long he'd thought about electric cars and space. The same patterns are visible in his actions as well. When Musk announced in 2014 that Tesla would open source all of its patents, analysts tried to decide whether this was a publicity stunt or if it hid an ulterior motive or a catch. But the decision was a straightforward one for Musk. He wants people to make and buy electric cars. Man's future, as he sees it, depends on this. If open sourcing Tesla's patents means other companies can build electric cars more easily, then that is good for mankind, and the ideas should be free. The cynic will scoff at this, and understandably so. Musk, however, has been programmed to behave this way and tends to be sincere when explaining his thinking, almost to a fault. The people who get closest to Musk are the ones who learn to relate to this mode of thinking. They are the ones who can identify with his vision yet challenge him intellectually to complete it. When he asked me during one of our dinners if I thought he was insane, it was a test of sorts. We had talked enough that he knew I was interested in what he was doing. He had started to trust me and open up, but wanted to make sure, one final time, that I truly grasped the importance of his quest. Many of his closest friends have passed much grander, more demanding tests. They've invested in his companies. They've defended him against critics. They helped him keep the wolves at bay during 2008. They've proven their loyalty and their commitment to his cause. People in the technology industry have tended to liken Musk's drive and the scope of his ambition to that of Bill Gates and Steve Jobs. Elon has that deep appreciation for technology, the no-holds-barred attitude of a visionary, and that determination to go after long-term things that they had, said Edward Jung, a child prodigy who worked for Jobs and Gates and ended up as Microsoft's chief software architect. And he has that consumer sensibility of Steve, along with the ability to hire good people outside of his own comfort areas that's more like Bill. You almost wish that Bill and Steve had a genetically engineered love child, and, who knows, maybe we should genotype Elon to see if that's what happened. Steve Jurvetson, the venture capitalist who has invested in SpaceX, Tesla, and SolarCity, worked for Jobs, and knows Gates well, also described Musk as an upgraded mix of the two. Like Jobs, Elon does not tolerate C or D players, said Jurvetson. But I'd say he's nicer than Jobs and a bit more refined than Bill Gates. Oh, but the more you know about Musk, the harder it becomes to place him among his peers. Jobs is another CEO who ran two large industry-changing companies, Apple and Pixar. But that's where the practical similarities between the two men end. Jobs dedicated far more of his energy to Apple than Pixar, unlike Musk, who has poured equal energy into both companies, while saving whatever was left over for SolarCity. Jobs was also legendary for his attention to detail. No one, however, would suggest that his reach extended down as far as Musk's into overseeing so much of the company's day-to-day operations. Musk's approach has its limitations. He's less artful with marketing and media strategy. Musk does not rehearse his presentations or polish speeches. He wings most of the announcements from Tesla and SpaceX. He'll also fire off some major bit of news on a Friday afternoon when it's likely to get lost as reporters head home for the weekend, simply because that's when he finished writing the press release or wanted to move on to something else. Jobs, by contrast, treated every presentation and media moment as precious. Musk simply does not have the luxury to work that way. I don't have days to practice, he said. I've got to give impromptu talks, and the results may vary. As for whether Musk is leading the technology industry to new heights like Gates and Jobs, the professional pundits remain mixed. One camp holds that SolarCity, Tesla, and SpaceX offer little in the way of real hope for an industry that could use some blockbuster innovations. For the other camp, Musk is the real deal and the brightest shining star of what they see as a coming revolution in technology. The economist Tyler Cowen, who has earned some measure of fame in recent years for his insightful writings about the state of the technology industry and his ideas on where it may go, falls into that first camp. In The Great Stagnation, Cowen bemoaned the lack of big technological advances and argued that the American economy has slowed and wages have been depressed as a result. In a figurative sense, the American economy has enjoyed lots of low-hanging fruit since at least the 17th century, whether it be free land, lots of immigrant labor, or powerful new technologies, he wrote. Yet during the last 40 years, that low-hanging fruit started disappearing, and we started pretending it was still there. We have failed to recognize that we are at a technological plateau and the trees are more bare than we would like to think. That's it. That is what has gone wrong. In his next book, Average is Over, Cowen predicted an unromantic future in which a great divide had occurred between the haves and the have-nots. In Cowen's future, huge gains in artificial intelligence will lead to the elimination of many of today's high-employment lines of work. The people who thrive in this environment will be very bright and able to complement the machines and team effectively with them. As for the unemployed masses, well, many of them will eventually find jobs going to work for the haves, who will employ teams of nannies, housekeepers, and gardeners. If anything Musk is doing might alter the course of mankind toward a rosier future, Cowen can't find it. Coming up with true breakthrough ideas is much harder today than in the past, according to Cowen, because we've already mined the bulk of the big discoveries. During a lunch in Virginia, Cowen described Musk not as a genius inventor but as an attention seeker, and not a terribly good one at that. I don't think a lot of people care about getting to Mars, he said. And it seems like a very expensive way to drive whatever breakthroughs you might get from it. Then, you hear about the Hyperloop. I don't think he has any intention of doing it. You have to wonder if it's not meant just to be publicity for his companies. As for Tesla, it might work. But you're still just pushing the problems back somewhere else. You still have to generate power. It could be that he is challenging convention less than people. These sentiments are not far off from those of Vaclav Smil, a professor emeritus at the University of Manitoba. Bill Gates has hailed Smil as an important writer for his tomes on energy, the environment, and manufacturing. One of Smil's latest works is Made in the USA, an exploration of America's past manufacturing glories and its subsequent, dismal loss of industry. Anyone who thinks the United States is making a natural, clever shift away from manufacturing and toward higher-paying information worker jobs will want to read this and have a gander at the long-term consequences of this change. Smil presents numerous examples of the ways in which the manufacturing industry generates major innovations and creates a massive ecosystem of jobs and technical smarts around them. For example, when some 3 decades ago the United States stopped making virtually all commodity consumer electronic devices and displays, it also lost its capacity to develop and mass-produce advanced flat screens and batteries, 2 classes of products that are quintessential for portable computers and cell phones and whose large-scale imports keep adding to the U.S. trade deficit, Smil wrote. A bit later in the book, Smil emphasized that the aerospace industry, in particular, has been a huge boon to the U.S. economy and one of its major exporters. Maintaining the sector's competitiveness must be a key component of efforts to boost U.S. exports, and the exports will have to be a large part of the sector's sales because the world's largest aerospace market of the next 2 decades will be in Asia, above all in China and India, and American aircraft and aero engine makers should benefit from this expansion. SMIL is consumed by the United States' waning ability to compete with China and yet does not perceive Musk or his companies as any sort of counter to this slide. As, among other things, a historian of technical advances, I simply must see Tesla as nothing but an utterly derivative overhyped toy for show-offs. SMIL wrote to me. The last thing a country with 50 million people on food stamps and $85 billion deeper into debt every month needs is anything to do with space, especially space with more joy rides for the super rich. And the Loop proposal was nothing but bamboozling people who do not know anything about kindergarten physics with a very old, long-publicized Jordankan experiment in kinetics. There are many inventive Americans, but in that lineup Musk would be trailing far behind. The comments were blunt and surprising given some of the things SMIL celebrated in his recent book. He spent a good deal of time showing the positive impact that Henry Ford's vertical integration had on advancing the car industry and the American economy. He also wrote at length about the rise of mechatronic machines, or machines that rely on a lot of electronics and software. By 2010, the electronic controls for a typical sedan required more lines of software code than the instructions needed to operate the latest Boeing jetliner, SMIL wrote. American manufacturing has turned modern cars into remarkable mechatronic machines. The first decade of the 21st century also brought innovations ranging from the deployment of new materials, carbon composites in aviation, nanostructures, to wireless electronics. There's a tendency among critics to dismiss Musk as a frivolous dreamer that stems first and foremost from a misunderstanding of what Musk is actually doing. People like SMIL seem to catch an article or television show that hits on Musk's quest to get to Mars and immediately lump him with the space tourism crowd. Musk, though, hardly ever talks L1T tourism and has, since day one, built up SpaceX to compete at the industrial end of the space business. If SMIL thinks Boeing selling planes is crucial to the American economy, then he should be enthused about what SpaceX has managed to accomplish in the commercial launch market. SpaceX builds its products in the United States, has made dramatic advances in aerospace technology, and has made similar advances in materials and manufacturing techniques. It would not take much to argue that SpaceX is America's only hope of competing against China in the next couple of decades. As for mechatronic machines, SpaceX and Tesla have set the example of fusing together electronics, software, and metal that their rivals are now struggling to match. And all of Musk's companies, including SolarCity, have made dramatic use of vertical integration and turned in-house control of components into a real advantage. To get a sense of how powerful Musk's work may end up being for the American economy, have a think about the dominant mechatronic machine of past several years, the smartphone. Pre-iPhone, the United States was the laggard in the telecommunications industry. All of the exciting cell phones and mobile services were in Europe and Asia, while American consumers bumbled along with dated equipment. When the iPhone arrived in 2007, it changed everything. Apple's device mimicked many of the functions of a computer and then added new abilities with its apps, sensors, and location awareness. Google charged to market with its Android software and related handsets, and the United States suddenly emerged as the driving force in the mobile industry. Smartphones were revolutionary because of the ways they allowed hardware, software, and services to work in unison. This was a mix that favored the skills of Silicon Valley. The rise of the smartphone led to a massive industrial boom in which Apple became the most valuable company in the country, and billions of its clever devices were spread all over the world. Tony Fadell, the former Apple executive credited with bringing the iPod and iPhone to market, has characterized the smartphone as representative of a type of supercycle in which hardware and software have reached a critical point of maturity. Electronics are good and cheap, while software is more reliable and sophisticated. Their interplay is now resulting in science fiction-worthy ideas we were promised long ago becoming a reality. Google has its self-driving cars and has acquired dozens of robotics companies as it looks to merge code and machine. Fadel's company Nest has its intelligent thermostats and smoke alarms. General Electric has jet engines packed full of sensors taught to proactively report possible anomalies to its human mechanics. And a host of startups have begun infusing medical devices with powerful software to help people monitor and analyze their bodies and diagnose conditions. Tiny satellites are being put into orbit 20 at a time, and instead of being given a fixed task for their entire lifetimes, like their predecessors, they are being reprogrammed on the fly for a wide variety of business and scientific tasks. Z-Aero, a startup in Mountain View, has a couple of former SpaceX staffers on hand and is working on a secretive new type of transport. A flying car at last? Perhaps. For Fadel, Musk's work sits at the highest end of this trend. He could have just made an electric car, Fadel said. But he did things like use motors to actuate the door handles. He's bringing the consumer electronics and the software together, and the other car companies are trying to figure out a way to get there. Whether it's Tesla or SpaceX taking Ethernet cables and running them inside of rocket ships, you are talking about combining the old world science of manufacturing with low-cost, consumer-grade technology. You put these things together, and they morph into something we have never seen before. All of a sudden there is a wholesale change, he said. It's a step function. To the extent that Silicon Valley has searched for an inheritor to Steve Jobs' role as the dominant, guiding force of the technology industry, Musk has emerged as the most likely candidate. He's certainly that guy of the moment. Startup founders, proven executives, and legends hold him up as the person they most admire. The more mainstream Tesla can become, the more Musk's reputation will rise. A hot-selling Model 3 would certify Musk as that rare being able to rethink an industry, read consumers, and execute. From there, his more fanciful ideas start to seem inevitable. Elon is one of the few people that I feel is more accomplished than I am, said Craig Venter, the man who decoded the human genome and went on to create synthetic life forms. At some point he hopes to work with Musk on a type of DNA printer that could be sent to Mars. It would, in theory, allow humans to create medicines, food, and helpful microbes for early settlers of the planet. I think biological teleportation is what is going to truly enable the colonization of space, he said. Elon and I have been talking about how this might play out. One of Musk's most ardent admirers is also one of his best friends, Larry Page, the co-founder and CEO of Google. Page has ended up on Musk's house surfing schedule. He's kind of homeless, which I think is sort of funny, Page said. He'll email and say, I don't know where to stay tonight. Can I come over? I haven't given him a key or anything yet. Google has invested more than just about any other technology company into Musk's sort of moonshot projects, self-driving cars, robots, and even a cash prize to get a machine onto the moon cheaply. The company, however, operates under a set of constraints and expectations that come with employing tens of thousands of people and being analyzed constantly by investors. It's with this in mind that Page sometimes feels a bit envious of Musk, who has managed to make radical ideas the basis of his companies. If you think about Silicon Valley or corporate leaders in general, they are not usually lacking in money, Page said. If you have all this money, which presumably you're going to give away and couldn't even spend it all if you wanted to, why then are you devoting your time to a company that's not really doing anything good? That's why I find Elon to be an inspiring example. He said, well, what should I really do in this world? Solve cars, global warming, and make humans multi-planetary. I mean, those are pretty compelling goals, and now he has businesses to do that. This becomes a competitive advantage for him. Why would you want to work for a defense contractor when you can work for a guy who wants to go to Mars and he's going to move heaven and earth to make it happen? You can frame a problem in a way that's really good for the business. At one point, a quotation from Page made the rounds, saying that he wanted to leave all of his money to Musk. Page felt he was misquoted but stood by the sentiment. I'm not leaving my money to him at the moment, Page said. But Elon makes a pretty compelling case for having a multi-planetary society just because, otherwise we might all die, which seems like it would be sad for all sorts of different reasons. I think it's a very doable project, and it's a relatively modest resource that we need to set up a permanent human settlement on Mars. I was just trying to make the point that that's a really powerful idea. As Page puts it, good ideas are always crazy until they are not. It's a principle he's tried to apply at Google. When Page and Sergey Brin began wondering aloud about developing ways to search the text inside of books, all of the experts they consulted said it would be impossible to digitize every book. The Google co-founders decided to run the numbers and see if it was actually physically possible to scan the books in a reasonable amount of time. They concluded it was, and Google has since scanned millions of books. I've learned that your intuition about things you don't know that much about isn't very good, Page said. The way Elon talks about this is that you always need to start with the first principles of a problem. What are the physics of it? How much time will it take? How much will it cost? How much cheaper can I make it? There's this level of engineering and physics that you need to make judgments about what's possible and interesting. Elon is unusual in that he knows that, and he also knows business and organization and leadership and governmental issues. Some of the conversations between Musk and Page take place at a secret apartment Google owns in downtown Palo Alto. It's inside of one of the taller buildings in the area and offers views of the mountains surrounding the Stanford University campus. Page and Brin will take private meetings at the apartment and have their own chef on call to prepare food for guests. When Musk is present, the chats tend toward the absurd and fantastic. I was there once, and Elon was talking about building an electric jet plane that can take off and land vertically, said George Zachary, the venture capitalist and friend of Musk's. Larry said the plane should be able to land on ski slopes, and Sergey said it needed to be able to dock at a port in Manhattan. Then they started talking about building a commuter plane that was always circling the Earth, and you'd hop up to it and get places incredibly fast. I thought everyone was kidding, but at the end I asked Elon, "Are you really going to do that?" And he said, "Yes. It's kind of our recreation, I guess," said Page. It's fun for the three of us to talk about kind of crazy things, and we find stuff that eventually turns out to be real. We go through hundreds or thousands of possible things before arriving at the ones that are most promising. Page talked about Musk at times as if he were a one-of-a-kind, a force of nature able to accomplish things in the business world that others would never even try. We think of SpaceX and Tesla as being these tremendously risky things, but I think Elon was going to make them work no matter what. He's willing to suffer some personal cost, and I think that makes his odds actually pretty good. If you knew him personally, you would look back to when he started the companies and say his odds of success would be more than 90%. I mean, we just have a single proof point now that you can be really passionate about something that other people think is crazy and you can really succeed. And you look at it with Elon and you say, well, maybe it's not luck. He's done it twice. It can't be luck totally. I think that means it should be repeatable in some sense. At least it's repeatable by him. Maybe we should get him to do more things. Page holds Musk up as a model he wishes others would emulate, a figure that should be replicated during a time in which the businessmen and politicians have fixated on short-term, inconsequential goals. I don't think we're doing a good job as a society deciding what things are really important to do, Page said. I think we're just not educating people in this kind of general way. You should have a pretty broad engineering and scientific background. You should have some leadership training and a bit of MBA training or knowledge of how to run things, organize stuff, and raise money. I don't think most people are doing that, and it's a big problem. Engineers are usually trained in a very fixed area. When you're able to think about all of these disciplines together, you kind of think differently and can dream of much crazier things and how they might work. I think that's really an important thing for the world. That's how we make progress. The pressure of feeling the need to fix the world takes its toll on Musk's body. There are times when you run into Musk and he looks utterly exhausted. He does not have bags under his eyes but rather deep, shadowy valleys. During the worst of times, following weeks of sleep deprivation, his eyes seem to have sunk back into his skull. Musk's weight moves up and down with the stress, and he's usually heavier when really overworked. It's funny in a way that Musk spends so much time talking about man's survival but isn't willing to address the consequences of what his lifestyle does to his body. Elon came to the conclusion early in his career that life is short. Strobel said. If you really embrace this, it leaves you with the obvious conclusion that you should be working as hard as you can. Suffering, though, has always been Musk's thing. The kids at school tortured him. His father played brutal mind games. Musk then abused himself by working inhumane hours and forever pushing his businesses to the edge. The idea of work-life balance seems meaningless in this context. For Musk, it's just life, and his wife and kids try to fit into the show where they can. I'm a pretty good dad, Musk said. I have the kids for slightly more than half the week and spend a fair bit of time with them. I also take them with me when I go out of town. Recently, we went to the Monaco Grand Prix and were hanging out with the Prince and Princess of Monaco. It all seemed quite normal to the kids, and they were bliss about it. They are growing up having a set of experiences that are extremely unusual, but you don't realize experiences are unusual until you are much older. They are just your experiences. They have good manners at meals. It Musk a bit that his kids won't suffer like he did. He feels that the suffering helped to make him who he is and gave him extra reserves of strength and will. They might have a little adversity at school, but these days schools are so protective, he said. If you call someone a name, you get sent home. When I was going to school, if they punched you and there was no blood, it was like, whatever. Shake it off. Even if there was a little blood, but not a lot, it was fine. Do? Create artificial adversity? How do you do that? The biggest battle I have is restricting their video game time because they want to play all the time. The rule is they have to read more than they play video games. They also can't play completely stupid video games. There's one game they downloaded recently called Cookies or something. You literally tap a fucking cookie. It's like a Psych 101 experiment. I made them delete the cookie game. They had to play Flappy Golf instead, which is like Flappy Bird, but at least there is some physics involved. Musk has talked about having more kids, and it's on this subject that he delivers some controversial philosophizing vis-a-vis the creator of Beavis and Butthead. There's this point that Mike Judge makes in Idiocracy, which is like smart people, should at least sustain their numbers, Musk said. Like, if it's a negative Darwinian vector, then obviously that's not a good thing. It should be at least neutral. But if each successive generation of smart people has fewer kids, that's probably bad, too. I mean, Europe, Japan, Russia, China are all headed for demographic implosion. And the fact of the matter is that basically the wealthier, wealth, education, and being secular are all indicative of low birth rate. They all correlate with low birth rate. I'm not saying like only smart people should have kids. I'm just saying that smart people should have kids as well. They should at least be a replacement rate. And the fact of the matter is that I notice that a lot of really smart women have 0 or 1 kid. You're like, wow, that's probably not good. The next decade of Musk company should be quite something. Musk has given himself a chance to become one of the greatest businessmen and innovators of all time. By 2025, Tesla could very well have a lineup of 5 or 6 cars and be the dominant force in a booming electric car market. Playing off its current growth rate, SolarCity will have had time to emerge as a massive utility company and the leader in a solar market that had finally lived up to its promise. SpaceX? Well, it's perhaps the most intriguing. According to Musk's calculations, SpaceX should be conducting weekly flights to space, carrying humans and cargo, and have put most of its competitors out of business. Its rockets should be capable of doing a couple of laps around the moon and then landing with pinpoint accuracy back at the spaceport in Texas. And the preparation for the first few dozen trips to Mars should be well underway. If all of this were taking place, Musk, then in his mid-50s, likely would be the richest man in the world and among its most powerful. He would be the majority shareholder in 3 public companies, and history would be preparing to smile broadly on what he had accomplished. During a time in which countries and other businesses were paralyzed by indecision and inaction, Musk would have mounted the most viable charge against global warming, while also providing people with an escape plan, just in case. He would have brought a substantial amount of crucial manufacturing back to the United States while also providing an example for other entrepreneurs hoping to harness a new age of wonderful machines. As Thiel said, Musk may well have gone so far as to give people hope and to have renewed their faith in what technology can do for mankind. This future, of course, remains precarious. Huge technological issues confront all 3 of Musk's companies. His bet on the inventiveness of man and the ability of solar, battery, and aerospace technology to follow predicted price and performance curves. Even if these bets hit as he hopes, Tesla could face a weird, unexpected recall. SpaceX could have a rocket carrying humans blow up, an incident that could very well end the company on the spot. Dramatic risks accompany just about everything Musk does. By the time our last dinner had come around, I had decided that this propensity for risk had little to do with Musk being insane, as he had wondered aloud several months earlier. No, Musk just seems to possess a level of conviction that is so intense and exceptional as to be off-putting to some. As we shared some chips and guacamole and cocktails, I asked Musk directly just how much he was willing to put on the line. His response: "Everything that other people hold dear. I would like to die on Mars," he said. "Just not on impact. Ideally I'd like to go for a visit, come back for a while, and then go there when I'm like 70 or something and then just stay there. If things turn out well, that would be the case. If my wife and I have a bunch of kids, she would probably stay with them on Earth." Epilogue: Elon Musk is a body that remains very much in motion. By the time this book reaches your hands, it's quite possible that Musk and SpaceX will have managed to land a rocket on a barge at sea or back on a launch pad in Florida. Tesla Motors may have unveiled some of the special features of the Model X. Musk could have formally declared war on the artificial intelligence machines coming to life inside of Google's data centers. Vivo knows. What's clear is that Musk's desire to take on more keeps growing. Just as I was putting the finishing touches on this book, Musk unfurled a number of major initiatives. The most dramatic of which is a plan to surround the Earth with thousands of small communications satellites. Musk wants, in effect, to build a space-based internet in which the satellites would be close enough to the planet to beam down bandwidth at high speeds. Such a system would be useful for a couple of reasons. In areas too poor or too remote to have fiber optic connections, it would provide people with high-speed internet for the first time. It could also function as an efficient backhaul network for businesses and consumers. Musk, of course, also sees this space internet as key to his long-term ambitions around Mars. "It will be important for Mars to have a global communications network," he said. "I think this needs to be done, and I don't see anyone else doing it." SpaceX will build these satellites at a new factory and will also look to sell more satellites to commercial customers as it perfects the technology. To fund part of this unbelievably ambitious project, SpaceX secured $1 billion from Google and Fidelity. In a rare moment of restraint, Musk declined to provide an exact delivery date for his space internet, which he forecasts will cost more than $SIO billion to build. People should not expect this to be active sooner than 5 years, he said. But we see it as a long-term revenue source for SpaceX to be able to fund a city on Mars. Meanwhile, SolarCity has purchased a new research and development facility near the Tesla factory in Silicon Valley that's intended to aid its manufacturing work. The building it acquired was the old Solyndra manufacturing plant, another symbol of Musk's ability to thrive in the green technology industry that has destroyed so many other entrepreneurs. And Tesla continues to build its Gigafactory in Nevada at pace, while its network of charging stations has saved upward of 4 million gallons of gas. During a quarterly earnings announcement, J.B. Straubel promised that Tesla would start producing battery systems for home use in 2015 that would let people hop off the grid for periods of time. Musk then one-upped Straubel, bragging that he thinks Tesla could eventually be more valuable than Apple and could challenge it in the race to be the first $1 trillion company. A handful of groups have also set to work building prototype Hyperloop systems in and around California. Oh, and Musk starred in an episode of The Simpsons titled The Musk Who Fell to Earth, in which Homer became his inventive muse. The heady expansion plans and triumphant rhetoric from Musk were still not quite enough to hide all of Musk Company's flaws. Early 2015 marked the vociferous return of Musk's detractors on Wall Street. Tesla sales in China were lackluster by any measure, and some analysts renewed their doubts about how much long-term demand there would be for the Model S. Tesla's shares slumped and, for the first time in a while, Musk sounded flustered trying to defend the company's position. The personal costs of Musk's lifestyle were more severe. Musk announced that, once again, he would be divorcing Talia Riley. According to Musk, Riley wanted a simpler, smaller life in England and had come to despise Los Angeles. Tried to talk her out of it, but she insisted, Musk told me. It is possible that she will change her mind at some point, but not anytime soon. After finishing my reporting and writing for this book, I had a chance to speak with some of Musk's confidants and employees in a more relaxed manner and bounce various ideas off of them. I'm more convinced than ever that Musk is, and has always been, a man on a quest, and that his brand of quest is far more fantastic and consuming than anything most of us will ever experience. It seems that he's become almost addicted to expanding his ambitions and can't quite stop himself from announcing things like the Hyperloop and the space internet. I'm also more convinced than ever that Musk is a deeply emotional person who suffers and rejoices in an epic fashion. This side of him is likely obscured by the fact that he feels most deeply about his own humanity-altering quest and so has trouble recognizing the strong emotions of those around him. This tends to make Musk come off as aloof and hard. I would argue, however, that his brand of empathy is unique. He seems to feel for the human species as a whole without always wanting to consider the wants and needs of individuals. And it may well be the case that this is exactly the type of person it takes to make a freaking space internet real. The technology industry loves messy founding tales. A bit of backstabbing? A hearty helping of deceit? Perfect. And yet, the press has never really dug into the alleged intrigue surrounding Musk's formation of Zip2, nor have reporters examined the very serious allegations of inconsistencies in Musk's academic record. In April 2007, a physicist named John O'Reilly filed a lawsuit alleging that Musk had stolen the idea for Zip2. According to the lawsuit, filed with the Superior Court of California in Santa Clara, O'Reilly first met Musk in October 1995. O'Reilly had started a company called Internet Merchant Channel, or IMC, which planned to let businesses create primitive, information-packed online ads. A restaurant, for example, could build an ad that would display its menu and perhaps even turn-by-turn directions to its location. O'Reilly's ideas were mostly theoretical, but Zip2 did end up providing a very similar service. O'Reilly alleged that Musk had first heard about this type of technology while trying to get a job working as a salesman for IMC. He and Musk met on at least 3 occasions, according to the lawsuit, to talk about the job. O'Reilly then went on an overseas trip and struggled to get back in touch with Musk upon his return. O'Reilly declined to discuss his case against Musk with me. But in the lawsuit, he claimed to have learned about Zip2 through happenstance many years after meeting Musk. VS01 While reading a book in 2005 about the Internet economy, O'Reilly stumbled upon a passage that mentioned Musk's founding of Zip2 and its 1999 sale to Compaq Computer for $307 million in cash. The physicist was blown away as he realized that Zip2 sounded a lot like IMC, which had never amounted to much of a business. O'Reilly's mind raced back to his encounters with Musk. He began to suspect that Musk had avoided him on purpose and that instead of becoming an IMC salesman, Musk had run off to pursue the same concept on his own. O'Reilly wanted to be compensated for coming up with the original business idea. He spent about 2 years making his case against Musk. The case file at the court runs hundreds of pages. O'Reilly has affidavits from people that back up parts of his version of events. A judge, however, found that O'Reilly lacked the necessary legal standing to bring this case against Musk due to issues around how his businesses had been dissolved. The judge ordered O'Reilly to shell out $125,000 for Musk's legal fees in 2010. All these years later, Musk still hasn't made O'Reilly pay. While playing detective, O'Reilly unearthed some information about Musk's past that's arguably more interesting than the allegations in the lawsuit. He found that the University of Pennsylvania granted Musk's degrees in 1997, 2 years later than what Musk has cited. I called Penn's registrar and verified these findings. Copies of Musk's records show that he received a dual degree in economics and physics in May 1997. O'Reilly also subpoenaed the registrar's office at Stanford to verify Musk's admittance in 1995 for his doctorate work in physics. Based on the information you provided, we are unable to locate a record in our office for Elon Musk, wrote the director of graduate admissions. Vivan asked during the case to produce a document verifying Musk's enrollment at Stanford. Musk's attorney declined and called the request unduly burdensome. I contacted a number of Stanford physics professors who taught in 1995, and they either failed to respond or didn't remember Musk. Doug Ostroff, a Nobel Prize winner and department chair at the time, said, "I don't think I knew Elon, and am pretty sure that he was not in the physics department." In the years that have followed, Musk's enemies have been quick to bring up the ambiguities around his admission to Stanford. When Martin Eberhart sued Musk, his attorney introduced O'Reilly's research into the case. And during the course of my interviews, a number of Musk's detractors from the Zip2, PayPal, and early Tesla days said flat out that they think Musk fibbed about getting into Stanford in a bid to boost his credentials as a fledgling entrepreneur and then had to stick with the story after Zip2 took off. At first, I, too, felt like there were a lot of oddities surrounding Musk's academic record, particularly the Stanford days. But, as I dug in, there were solid explanations for all of the inconsistencies and plenty of evidence to undermine the cases of Musk's detractors. During the course of my reporting, for example, I found evidence that contradicted O'Reilly's timeline of events. Peter Nicholson, the banker whom Musk had worked for in Canada, took a stroll with Musk along the in Toronto before Musk left for Stanford and chatted at _LT the incarnations of something like Zip2. Musk had already started writing some of the early software to support the idea he'd outlined to Kimball. He was agonizing whether to do a PhD at Stanford or take this piece of software he'd made in his spare time and make a business out of it, Nicholson said. He called the thing the Virtual City Navigator. I told him there was this crazy internet thing going on, and that people will pay big money for damn near anything. This software was a golden opportunity. He could do a PhD anytime. Kimball and other members of Musk's family have similar memories. Musk, speaking at length for the first time on the subject, denied everything alleged by O'Reilly and does not even recall meeting the man. "He's a total scumbag," Musk said. "O'Reilly is like a failed physicist who became a serial litigate." And I told the guy, "Look, I'm not going to settle an unjust case. So it's just like don't even try," but he still kept at it. His case was tossed out twice on demur, which means that basically even if all the facts in his case were true, he would still lose. He'd tried his best to torture me through my friends and personally, by filing the lawsuit. And then we've got summary judgment. He lost the summary judgment. He appealed summary judgment, then several months later lost the appeal, and I was like, okay, fuck it. Let's file for fees. And we were awarded fees from when he appealed. And that's when we sent the sheriff after him, and he claimed that he had no money basically. Whether he did or didn't I don't know. He certainly claimed he had no money. So we were like, either we've got to impound his car or tap his wife's income. Those didn't seem like great choices. So, we decided that he doesn't have to pay back the money he owes me, so long as he doesn't sue anyone else on frivolous grounds. And, in fact, late last year or early this year, 2014, he tried to do just that thing. But, whoever he sued was aware of the nature of my judgment and contacted the lawyer I used, who then told O'Reilly, "Look, you need to drop the case against these guys or everyone's going to ask for the money. It's kind of pointless to sue them on frivolous grounds because you're going to have fork over the winnings to Elon. It's like go do something productive with your life." As for his academic records, Musk produced a document for me dated the 22nd of June, 2009, that came from Judith Hackau, the Director of Graduate Admissions in the Office of the Registrar at Stanford University. It read, "As per special request from my colleagues in the School of Engineering, I have searched Stanford's admission database and acknowledged that you applied and were admitted to the graduate program in Material Science Engineering in 1995. Since you did not enroll, Stanford is not able to issue you an official certification document." Musk also had an explanation for the weird timing on his degrees from Penn. "I had a history and an English credit that I agreed with Penn that I would do at Stanford," he said. "Then I put Stanford on deferment. Later, Penn's requirements changed so that you don't need the English and history credit. So then they awarded me the degree in '97 when it was clear I was not going to go to grad school, and their requirement was no longer there. I finished everything that was needed for a Wharton degree in '94. They'd actually mailed me a Vivaton degree. I decided to spend another year and finished the physics degree, but then there was that history and English credit thing. I was only reminded about the history and English thing when I tried to get an HIB visa and called the school to get a copy of my graduation certificate, and they said I hadn't graduated. Then they looked into the new requirements, and said it was fine." While Musk has reflected publicly about his time at PayPal and the coup, he went into far greater detail than ever before during one of our longer interviews. Years had passed since the tumultuous days surrounding his ouster, and Musk had been able to meditate more on what went right, what went wrong, and what might have been. He started by discussing his decision to go out of the country, mixing business with a delayed honeymoon, and ended with an explanation of how the finance industry still hasn't solved the problems X.com wanted to tackle. "The problem with me going away was that I was not there to reassure the board on a few things. Like, the brand change, I think it would have been the right move, but it didn't need to happen right then. At the time it was this weird almost hybrid brand with X.com and PayPal. I think X was the right long-term brand for something that wants to be the central place where all transactions happen. That's the X. It's like the X is the transaction. PayPal doesn't make sense in that context, when we're talking about something more than a personal payment system. I think X was the more sensible approach, but timing-wise it didn't need to happen then. That should have probably waited longer. As for the technology change, that's not really well understood. On the face of it, it doesn't sound like it makes much sense for us to be writing our front-end code in Microsoft C++ instead of Linux. But the reason is that the programming tools for Microsoft and a PC are actually extremely powerful. They are developed for the gaming industry. I mean, this is going to sound like heresy in a sort of Silicon Valley context, but you can program faster, you can get functionality faster in the PC C++ world. All of the games for the Xbox are written in Microsoft C++. The same goes for games on the PC. They are incredibly sophisticated, hard things to do, and these great tools have been developed thanks to the gaming industry. There were more smart programmers in the gaming industry than anywhere else. I'm not sure the general public understands this. It was also 2000, and there were not the huge software libraries for Linux that you would find today. Microsoft had huge support libraries. So you could get a DLL that could do anything, but you couldn't get Linux libraries that could do anything. Two of the guys that left PayPal went off to Blizzard and helped created World of Warcraft. When you look at the complexity of something like that living on PCs and Microsoft C++, it's pretty incredible. It blows away any website. In retrospect, I should have delayed the brand transition, and I should have spent a lot more time with Max getting him comfortable on the technology. I mean, it was a little difficult because like the Linux system Max had created was called Max Code. So Max has had quite a strong affinity for Max Code. This was a bunch of libraries that Max and his friends had done. But it just made it quite hard to develop new features. And if you look at PayPal today, I mean, part of the reason they haven't developed any new features is because it's quite difficult to maintain the old system. Ultimately, I didn't disagree with the board's decision in the PayPal case, in the sense that with the information that the board had I would have made maybe the same decision. I probably would have, whereas in the case of Zip2 one would not have. I thought they just simply made a terrible decision based on information they had. I don't think the X.com board made a terrible decision based on the information they had. But it did make me want to be careful about who invested in my companies in the future. I've thought about trying to get PayPal back. I've just been too strung out with other things. Almost no one understands how PayPal actually worked or why it took off when other payment systems before and after it didn't. Most of the people at PayPal don't understand this. The reason it worked was because the cost of transactions in PayPal was lower than any other system. And the reason the cost of transactions was lower is because we were able to do an increasing percentage of our transactions as ACH, or automated clearinghouse, electronic transactions, and most importantly, internal transactions. Internal transactions were essentially fraud-free and cost us nothing. An ACH transaction costs, I don't know, like 20 cents or something. But it was slow, so that was the bad thing. It's dependent on the bank's batch processing time. And then the credit card transaction was fast, but expensive in terms of the credit card processing fees and very prone to fraud. That's the problem Square is having now. Square is doing the wrong version of PayPal. The critical thing is to achieve internal transactions. This is vital because they are instant, fraud-free, and fee-free. If you're a seller and have various options, and PayPal has the lowest fees and is the most secure, it's obviously the right thing to use. When you look at like any given business, like say a business is making 10% profitability. They are making 10% profit when they may net out all of their costs. You know, revenue minus expenses in a year, they are 10%. If using PayPal means you pay 2% for your transactions and using some other systems means you pay 4%, that means using PayPal gives you a 20% increase in your profitability. You'd have to be brain dead not to do that. Right? So because about half of PayPal's transactions in the summer of 2001 were internal or ACH transactions, then our fundamental costs of transactions were half because we'd have half credit cards, we'd have that and then the other half would be free. The question then is how do you give people a reason to keep money in the system? That's why we created a PayPal debit card. It's a little counterintuitive, but the easier you make it for people to get money out of PayPal, the less they'll want to do it. But if the only way for them to spend money or access it in any way is to move it to a traditional bank, that's what they'll do instantly. The other thing was the PayPal Money Market Fund. We did that because if you consider the reasons that people might move the money out, well, they'll move it to either conduct transactions in the physical world or they are getting a higher interest rate. So I instituted the highest return money market fund in the country. Basically, the money market fund was at cost. We didn't intend to make any money on it, in order to encourage people to keep their money in the system. And then we also had the ability to pay regular bills like your electricity bill and that kind of thing on PayPal. There were a bunch of things that should have been done like checks. Because even though people don't use a lot of checks, they still use some checks. So if you force people to say, okay, we are not going to let you use checks ever, they are like, okay, I guess I have to have a bank account. Just give them a few checks, for God's sake. I mean, it's so ridiculous that PayPal today is worse than PayPal circa end of 2001. That's insane. None of these startups understand the objective. The objective should be, what delivers fundamental value. I think it's important to look at things from a standpoint of what is actually the best thing for the economy. If people can conduct their transactions quickly and securely, that's better for them. If it's simpler to conduct their financial life, it's better for them. So, if all your financial affairs are seamlessly integrated one place, it's very easy to do transactions and the fees associated with transactions are low. These are all good things. Why aren't they doing this? It's mad. Per my recent comments, I am increasingly concerned about SpaceX going public before the Mars transport system is in place. Creating the technology needed to establish life on Mars is and always has been the fundamental goal of SpaceX. If being a public company diminishes that likelihood, then we should not do so until Mars is secure. This is something that I am open to reconsidering, but, given my experiences with Tesla and SolarCity, I am hesitant to foist being public on SpaceX, especially given the long-term nature of our mission. Some at SpaceX who have not been through a public company experience may think that being public is desirable. This is not so. Public company stocks, particularly if big step changes in technology are involved, go through extreme volatility, both for reasons of internal execution and for reasons that have nothing to do with anything except the economy. This causes people to be distracted by the manic-depressive nature of the stock instead of creating great products. It is important to emphasize that Tesla and SolarCity are public because they didn't have any choice. Their private capital structure was becoming unwieldy and they needed to raise a lot of equity capital. SolarCity also needed to raise a huge amount of debt at the lowest possible interest rate to fund solar leases. The banks who provide that debt wanted SolarCity to have the additional and painful scrutiny that comes with being public. Those rules, referred to as Sarbanes-Oxley, essentially result in a tax being levied on company execution by requiring detailed reporting right down to how your meal is expensed during travel, and you can be penalized even for minor mistakes. Yes, but one could make more money if we were public for those who are under the impression that they are so clever that they can outsmart public market investors and would sell SpaceX stock at the right time. Let me relieve you of any such notion. If you really are better than most hedge fund managers, then there is no need to worry about the value of your SpaceX stock, as you can just invest in other public company stocks and make billions of dollars in the market. If you think, but I know what's really going on at SpaceX and that will give me an edge, you are also wrong. Selling public company stock with insider knowledge is illegal. As a result, selling public stock is restricted to narrow time windows a few times per year. Even then, you can be prosecuted for insider trading. At Tesla, we had both an employee and an investor go through a grand jury investigation for selling stock over a year ago, despite them doing everything right in both the letter and spirit of the law. Not fun. Another thing that happens to public companies is that you become a target of the trial lawyers who create a class action lawsuit by getting someone to buy a few hundred shares and then pretending to sue the company on behalf of all investors for any drop in the stock price. Tesla is going through that right now, even though the stock price is relatively high, because the drop in question occurred last year. It is also not correct to think that because Tesla and SolarCity share prices are on the lofty side right now, that SpaceX would be too. Public companies are judged on quarterly performance. Just because some companies are doing well, doesn't mean that all would. Both of those companies, Tesla in particular, had great first quarter results. SpaceX did not. In fact, financially speaking, we had an awful first quarter. If we were public, the short sellers would be hitting us over the head with a large stick. We would also get beaten up every time there was an anomaly on the rocket or spacecraft, as occurred on Flight 4 with the engine failure and Flight 5 with the Dragon Provolves. Delaying launch of V1.1, which is now over a year behind schedule, would result in particularly severe punishment, as that is our primary revenue driver. Even something as minor as pushing a launch back a few weeks from one quarter to the next gets you a spanking. Tesla vehicle production in Q4 last year was literally only 3 weeks behind, and yet the market response was brutal. Best of both worlds. My goal at SpaceX is to give you the best aspects of a public and private company. When we do a financing round, the stock price is keyed off of approximately what we would be worth if publicly traded, excluding irrational exuberance or depression, but without the pressure and distraction of being under a hot public spotlight. Rather than have the stock up during one liquidity window and down during another, the goal is a steady upward trend and never to let the share price go below the last round. The end result for you, or an investor in SpaceX, financially will be the same as if we were public and you sold a steady amount of stock every year. In case you are wondering about a specific number, I can say that I'm confident that our long-term stock price will be over $100 if we execute well on Falcon 9 and Dragon. For this to be the case, we must have a steady and rapid cadence of launch that is far better than what we have achieved in the past. We have more work ahead of us than you probably realize. Let me give you a sense of where things stand financially. SpaceX expenses this year will be like $800 to $900 million, which blows my mind, by the way. Since we get revenue of $60 million for every F9 flight, or double that for a FH or F9 Dragon flight, we must have about 12 flights per year, where 4 of those flights are either Dragon or Heavy, merely in order to achieve 10% profitability. For the next few years, we have NASA commercial crew funding that helps supplement those numbers, but after that, we are on our own. That is not much time to finish F9, FH, Dragon V2 and achieve an average launch rate of at least 1 per month. And bear in mind that is an average, so if we take an extra 3 weeks to launch a rocket for any reason, could even due to the satellite, we have only 1 week to do the follow-on flight. My recommendation below is my advice about regarding selling SpaceX stock or options. No complicated analysis is required, as the rules of thumb are pretty simple. If you believe that SpaceX will execute better than the average public company, then our stock price will continue to appreciate at a rate greater than that of the stock market, which would be the next highest return place to invest money over the long term. Therefore, you should sell only the amount that you need to improve your standard of living in the short to medium term. I do actually recommend selling some amount of stock, even if you are certain it will appreciate, as life is short and a bit more cash can increase fun and reduce stress at home, so long as you don't ratchet up your ongoing personal expenditures proportionately. To maximize your tax return, you are probably best off exercising your options to convert them to stock, if you can afford to do this, and then holding the stock for a year before selling it at our roughly biannual liquidity events. This allows you to pay the capital gains tax rate, instead of the income tax rate. On a final note, we are planning to do a liquidity event as soon as Falcon 9 qualification is complete in 1 to 2 months. I don't know exactly what the share price will be yet, but, based on initial conversations with investors, I would estimate probably between $30 and $35. This places the value of SpaceX at $4 to $5 billion, which is about what it would be if we were public right now and, frankly, an excellent number considering that the new F9, FH and Dragon V2 have yet to launch. Elon from a process perspective, this will always be 2 books instead of 1 in my mind. There's the time before Elon, and the time after Elon. The first 18 months or so of reporting were filled with tension, sorrow, and joy. As mentioned in the main text, Musk initially opted against helping me with the project. This left me going from interview subject to interview subject, giving a huge wind-up each time to try to talk an ex-Tesla employee or an old schoolmate into an interview. The highs came when people agreed to talk. The lows came when key people said no and to not bother them again. String 4 or 5 of those no's together in a row, and it felt at times like writing a proper book about Musk was impossible. The thing that keeps you going is that a few people do say yes and then a few more, and, interview by interview you start to figure out how the past fits together. I'll be forever grateful to the hundreds of people who were willing to give freely of their time and especially to those who let me come back again and again with questions. There are too many of these people to list, but gracious souls, like Jeremy Holman, Kevin Brogan, Dave Lyons, Ali Harvardin, Michael Colino, and Dolly Singh, each provided invaluable insights and abundant technical help. Heartfelt thanks go as well to Martin Eberhardt and Mark Tarpening, both of whom added crucial, rich parts to the Tesla story. Even in this before Elon period, Musk did permit some of his closer friends to speak with me, and they were generous with their time and intellect. That's a special thanks then to George Zachary and Shervin Pesheva, and especially to Bill Lee, Antonio Gracias, and Steve Jurvetson, who really went out of their way for Musk and for me. And I obviously owe a tremendous debt of gratitude to Justine Musk, May Musk, Kimball Musk, Peter Rive, Lyndon Rive, Russ Rive, and Scott Haldeman for their time and for letting me hear some of the family stories. Talia Riley was kind enough to let me interview her and keep prying into her husband's life. She really brought out some aspects of Musk's personality that I had not encountered elsewhere, and she helped build a much deeper understanding of him. This meant a lot to me, and, I think, it will to the readers as well. Once Musk agreed to work with me, much of the tension that accompanied the reporting went away and was replaced by excitement. I got access to people like J.B. Strobel, Franz von Holozen, Diarmuid O'Connell, Tom Mueller, and Gwynne Shotwell, who are all among the most intelligent and compelling figures I've run into during years of reporting. I'm forever grateful for their patience explaining bits of company history and technological basics to me and for their candor. Thanks as well to Emily Shanklin, Hannah Post, Alexis Georgeson, Liz Jarvis Sheehan, and John Taylor, for dealing with my constant requests and pestering, and for setting up so many interviews at Musk's companies. Mary Beth Brown, Christina Ra, and Shana Hendricks were no longer part of Musk land near the end of my reporting but were all amazing in helping me learn about Musk, Tesla, and SpaceX. My biggest debt of gratitude, of course, goes to Musk. When we first started doing the interviews, I would spend the hours leading up to our chats full of nerves. I never knew how long Musk would keep participating in the project. He might have given me 1 interview or 10. There was real pressure to get my most crucial questions answered up front and to be to the point in my initial interviewing. As Musk stuck around, though, the conversations went longer, were more fluid, and became more enlightening. They were the things I most looked forward to every month. Whether Musk will change the course of human history in a massive way remains to be seen, but it was certainly a thrilling privilege to get to pick the brain of someone who is reaching so high while reticent at first. Once Musk committed to the project, he committed fully, and I'm thankful and honored that things turned out that way. On a professional front, I'd like to thank my editors and co-workers over the years, China Martins, James Nicolai, John Lettuce, Vindu Goel, and Suzanne Spector, each of whom taught me different lessons about the craft of writing. Special thanks go to Andrew Orlowski, Tim O'Brien, Damon Darling, Jim Ailey, and Drew Cullen, who have had the most impact on how I think about writing and reporting and are among the best mentors anyone could hope for. I must also offer up infinite thanks to Brad Wieners and Josh Tyrangiel, my bosses at Bloomberg Businessweek, for giving me the freedom to pursue this project. I doubt there are two people doing more to support quality journalism. A special brand of thanks goes to Brad Stone, my colleague at the New York Times and then at Businessweek. Brad helped me shape the idea for this book, coaxed me through dark times, and was an unrivaled sounding board. I feel bad for pestering Brad so incessantly with my questions and doubts. Brad is a model colleague, always there to help anyone with advice or to step up and take on work. He's an amazing writer and an incredible friend. Thanks as well to Keith Lee and Sheila Abicorn-Daney Sanfort. They are two of the brightest, kindest, most genuine people I know, and their feedback on the early text was invaluable. My agent David Patterson and editor Hilary Redman were instrumental in helping pull this project off. David always seemed to say the right thing at low moments to pick up my spirits. Frankly, I doubt the book would have happened without the encouragement and momentum he provided during the initial part of the project. Once things got going, Hilary talked me through the trickiest moments and elevated the book to an unexpected place. She tolerated my hissy fits and made dramatic improvements to the writing. It's wonderful to finish something like this and come out the other side with a pair of such good friends. Thanks so much to you both. Last, I have to thank my family. This book turned into a living, breathing creature that made life difficult on my family for more than 2 years. I didn't get to see my young boys as much as I would have liked during this time, but when I did they were there with energizing smiles and hugs. I'm thankful that they both seem to have picked up an interest in rockets and cars as a result of this project. As for my wife, Melinda, well, she was a saint. From a practical perspective, this book could not have happened without her support. Melinda was my best reader and ultimate confidant. She was that best friend who knew when to try to energize me and when to let things go. Even though this book disrupted our lives for a long while, it brought us closer together in the end. I'm blessed to have such a partner, and I will forever remember what Melinda did for our family.